Sie das gestern auch schon gemacht?
Nee, ich bin heute zum ersten Mal hier.
Okay. Die standen gestern auch schon da und ich habe mich gefragt, wie Sie da hingekommen sind. Ja, vielen Dank. Ja?
Let's wait for the bell. Hi.
May I?
Sure. So, good morning to the second day of this conference. We are, just a reminder, so this is going to be the live streamed session. For if anyone here cares about that. We have the same setup as yesterday. We'll have 40 minutes per paper that's 16 to 20 minutes presentation, 10 minutes discussion, and then 10 minutes Q&A. We have 2 fantastic papers in this first session on geopolitical risk. And so first up is Friederike Niepmann. So the floor is yours for 15 to 20 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much to the organizers who are right now not in this room because they're presenting next door, but for having me at this fantastic conference. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'll present joint work with my colleague, Leslie Shen. And this is very new work. It's the first time I'm presenting this, so I really look forward to your comments. And the usual disclaimer applies. What I'm going to say are my views and not necessarily the views of the Federal Reserve System. So the invasion of Ukraine by Russia really highlighted that banks can be affected by geopolitical risk. I'm showing you here a Bloomberg article that was actually written the day before the invasion. And Bloomberg highlighted that banks that stuck with Russia faced their biggest test of nerves, and that was indeed true. So banks that operated or are still operating, we'll talk about that in Russia, saw risks increase to their foreign operations through this invasion. And this uncertainty lasts to this day. So we have still several European banks that are operating in Russia and have struggled to sell their subsidiaries. So this is really the motivation of the paper. So what we ask in this paper then is, how do banks respond to increased risk to their foreign operations from geopolitical developments, and do global banks play a role in propagating geopolitical risk? So we know from studies that geopolitical risk affects the macroeconomy, but we don't know the exact channels, and this paper is going to explore whether global banks are one channel through which the macroeconomy is affected. So this paper focuses on US banks. We draw on a variety of regulatory data that we have available at the Fed. We observe US banks' foreign exposures, so we know in which countries they operate and how large their exposures are. To explore what the effects are on the US, we exploit information on responses to a survey that's called the SLOOS. It's the Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey, where banks are asked whether their lending standards changed, and then we go to standard balance sheet data to see whether loan volumes changed in response to geopolitical risk. And then we also draw on a more recent data source. We don't have a credit registry in the US, but we do have something close. So the largest banks have to report loan level information in what is called the Y14 reports, and we're going to use in particular information on the riskiness of banks' exposures from that data source. So using these data, before we can use the data, we need to measure geopolitical risk. And here we use a measure that my colleagues, Dario Caldara, Matteo Iacoviello, who was here yesterday, have put together. It's an index of geopolitical risk based on newspapers using text-based methods, and I've plotted it here so you can see when it spikes. They keep it up to date. I'm sure many of you know about this index. So in addition to this global index, which I plot here, they provide country-level indices, and that's what we're going to work with. So we are going to construct bank-specific geopolitical risk indices by weighting country-level geopolitical risk with banks' exposures. Let me give you a preview of the results. We find that internationally active US banks play a significant role in propagating geopolitical risk to the US economy. So in most cases in history, the US has not been, or there was relatively little risk to destruction in the US. So this is not so much about a threat to the US infrastructure, with, of course, notable exceptions that you all know. But this is more about risk, geopolitical developments that are happening abroad, transmitting to the US through the banks. And so specifically, we find that internationally active US banks tighten lending standards and lower domestic lending in response to higher geopolitical risk from their foreign operations. We shed some light on the mechanism, so we can show that credit risk rises in countries where geopolitical risk increases. And we, in response to that, exposed banks cut lending to reduce risk-weighted exposures. I'll talk about the exact mechanism a little bit later. And they do not only cut their foreign exposures, but they also cut their exposures at home and risk at home. And in addition, we find that the effects on US lending depend on the mode with which banks operate abroad. We're still building that part of the paper, but we have some suggestive evidence that it matters whether banks operate through local operations or have branches and subsidiaries abroad, or whether they operate from the home country. These local operations are stickier, and when these operations are stickier, we can have larger effects on lending in the US. I'll skip the literature for the sake of time. Let me just say that there are a handful of papers on geopolitical risk in banking, and we haven't seen a paper that explores sort of this idea that the global operations of foreign banks have a role in transmitting geopolitical risk. So let me give you some background on what we think the mechanism is. So as you probably all know, banks are subject to regulation, and in particular capital regulation. So they have to hold capital against their assets. And in particular, equity capital divided by risk-weighted assets has to be kept above a threshold. Now, there's a regulatory constraint, as most of the time banks want to hold a buffer above that, and they don't typically raise equity in the short run, but they rather sort of expand or reduce lending depending on risk. And so I split out here the domestic and foreign operations. So risk-weighted assets is domestic lending times domestic risk plus foreign lending times foreign risk, right? And so when foreign risk increases, that means in order to hit the capital constraint, banks need to either reduce risk if they can, or reduce lending both at home and abroad. And so the reduction in domestic lending, which is what we're interested in, is going to be stronger when foreign risk increases by more, when foreign assets are larger, and when foreign assets are stickier, so if they cannot reduce foreign assets. And that's basically what I'll show you in the following. Before going to any results, let me give you some background on the foreign operations of US banks. So around 20% of US banks' assets are foreign assets, and I'm plotting here the time series of that share over time. Has fluctuated, but now it's just above 20%. Now, why do we think that geopolitical risk can propagate through foreign operations in a meaningful way to the US? Is because the most internationally active banks are the largest banks, and you know this from trade, right? The largest firms go abroad, and that's the same for banks. And so, yeah, it's the Citigroups and the JP Morgans and the large, the Bank of Americas of the world that are internationally active. There are two more facts that I want to mention because they're going to be important for some of the results. So around 50% of for these foreign exposures, foreign operations, are done locally, so through either branches or subsidiaries abroad. And the other half is basically through what we call cross-border operations. So these are banks. This would be typically a US bank from a US office lending to a foreign resident. And also important to note is that whenever banks are large in a market, they usually have a subsidiary there. So that's the typical way in which banks increase size. So the mode can differ, and usually the largest banks have these local operations. Keep that in mind for later. Now here's some more detail on how we construct the bank-specific geopolitical risk index. So we take the country-level geopolitical risk index from my colleagues, and then we weight these with the share of a country in banks' total foreign exposures. And then we weigh over, sum over all countries, and that gives us a bank-specific geopolitical risk index, which we call BGPR. Now, I can't show you a lot of detail about it because the bank level series are confidential, but we do have significant heterogeneity in that index across banks. So one way to explore this is we run a regression and we include time-fixed effects. And these time-fixed effects, so the common time component explains about 34% of the variation, so we do have a significant other variation, even though, of course, we have the big geopolitical risk events, right? And every single country risk index is mostly affected by those big events, right? So there's a co-movement in these country indices, but overall, there's enough heterogeneity for us to work with, plus the heterogeneity in banks' foreign operations. So let me go to the main results of the paper. So we ask, how does geopolitical risk affect US banks' domestic operations? And my results are going to have two parts here. Let me start with the first one. So we're going to explore how this bank-specific geopolitical risk affects banks' lending standards. I already talked about the SLUS survey. So we use as the dependent variable the response of banks to the question whether they loosened or tightened their credit standards on consumer and industrial loans. Commercial, sorry, not consumer. Commercial and industrial loans, so C&I loans. The lower the value, the more the banks tightened. So we regress that on log changes in this bank-specific geopolitical risk index. And there's a bit the question at which frequency, risk affects banks' lending. We work here with a contemporaneous effect and a lag. That seems to be the right choice. We also control for the lag-dependent variable. That's standard because the response of banks is persistent, so we want to have that in there. In this particular regression, the time-fixed effects are too restrictive. So in an ideal world, we would, in this regression, identify through heterogeneity across banks and not through the time effect. But we have a lot of other specifications where we can do that. In this one, we can't. And the reason is that the dependent variable only takes a few values, so from 1 to 5. So we don't have a lot of heterogeneity in the dependent variable because banks can just say, I tightened, I didn't, or I loosened, essentially. And so that we think that's the reason why time-fixed effects are too restrictive. So in this regression, we include macro variables, but then fortunately, geopolitical risk is really not very correlated with macro variables, except from the VIX, but then also not so much, really. So we have interest control for interest rates, the VIX, the S&P 500, industrial production, some standard variables. And our sample period here is from 1990 to 2022. So fortunately, some of the data sets we have go back enough in time so that we have significant geopolitical risk in the data and enough events. Okay, so here are the results. So focus on column 1 and the first two coefficients on the BGPR variable. So in the baseline, we don't include any controls. So the negative coefficients on the contemporaneous and lagged variable say that as bank-specific geopolitical risk increases, banks tighten lending standards. Then in column 2, we add macro controls. We can also control in column 3 for demand. Because banks answer, whether demand changed, so we can control for that. The important results are in columns 4 and 5. So in column 4 and 5, we basically split the sample. So our measure is not taking into account the extent of banks' foreign operations. So a bank that has sort of 25% of its assets abroad and a bank that has 2% of its assets abroad are going to have the same, but have the same geography of their foreign exposures, are going to have the same bank-specific geopolitical risk index. But if a bank has more foreign operations, the effect should be larger, right? And this is exactly what we find. And we also have in the paper an interaction term. So basically, it's the more internationally active banks for which we find this effect consistent with our theory. Okay, in the second step, we look at loan volumes. So it's the same idea. We regress C&I lending to US borrowers on bank-specific geopolitical risk. Here, we can control for time-fixed effects. So this identification comes more from the cross-section. Here, the sample starts even earlier in 1985. Commercial and industrial loans. yeah, so we haven't explored other loan categories. This is the one that would be most relevant for investment in the US. But we could look at consumer lending as well. I haven't done that yet. Okay, so again, in column 1, you see the effect as geopolitical risk rises, loan volumes decline. And again, we split the sample here in the more and less internationally active banks and find that the effect is coming from the more internationally active banks. Now, we find a bit of a positive effect for the less internationally active banks, so we still plan to explore whether there's any substitution going on, but we don't have any results on that yet. So what's the evidence for the mechanism? So I have a lot of results here, but I'm just going to talk about them, and I'm not going to show you tables for the sake of time. So in a first step, right, we want to explore whether banks actually recognize that the risk in their loan books goes up as geopolitical risk rises. So that's the first thing we want to explore, and we have 3 sets of results here. So basically, this loan level data gives us information on the expected probability of default that the banks assign to each loan. And so we can aggregate that to the country level and ask what is the weighted average probability of a bank's loans to a certain country, right? And so then we regress that on the country level geopolitical risk index, and we find that the average probability of default goes up as the country level geopolitical risk index rises. Now, I will ask for a small extension. We discussed that maybe we can take a few minutes more. But I'll show you one chart in a second. So let me go to the third result. We then ask, is this increase in the probability of default large enough to actually affect the aggregate probability of default of the loan book? And we also find that that is the case. Now, as before, these results only hold for the more internationally active banks. So to give you some illustration, I'm plotting here the probability of default, the evolution of the probability of default after some events around Russia, so Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the annexation of Crimea. And as you can see, so a time period is a quarter, you can see the probability of default really goes up. Okay, so this was my part on credit risk. In the next step, we explore whether foreign exposures of banks respond to geopolitical risk. So basically, as banks face geopolitical risk abroad, what do they do with their foreign operations? And so we find that banks decrease their exposures in the country where geopolitical risk rises, but they mainly decrease their cross-border exposures, whereas their local operations are pretty sticky. And so you can see that in this chart. Here I'm plotting banks' exposures on Russia over time. On the left, you have exposures of all banking sectors that report the BIS international banking statistics. And on the right, you see the total exposures of US banks. And the blue line is cross-border, so you can see that fluctuates a lot more, whereas local exposures are a lot more stable. Right, and so we find that in addition to that, we find that when exposures are large, so when a country is a core market for a bank, that's also when exposures move less. So why is this? We're still exploring this. But we think that divesting from subsidiaries and large exposures is more difficult for banks. They have to find a buyer, right, in an environment where risk has increased. And also the trade-offs are harder when the operations are large relative to the size of the bank, right? So when they have to sell at a loss, that loss is a lot harder to stomach, right, when the operations are large. And also, there can be a larger revenue loss. And we've really seen that with European banks in Russia. So UniCredit and Raiffeisen Bank International, which is an Austrian bank, they still operate in Russia, more or less as usual, even though the ECB has put significant pressure on the bank to divest. But basically, the losses would be pretty hard, especially for Raiffeisen Bank International, who owns around 40% of revenues in Russia. So this is my second to final slide. Now, I showed you this equation before. you know, when the foreign operations are sticky, right, when this foreign lending piece cannot be reduced, that's when the reduction in risk or lending must come from somewhere else. So basically what we have some tentative evidence that spillovers from geopolitical risk to US operations increases with local exposure. So the more banks operate through branches of subsidiaries, the larger the effect on US lending is. And here's my final slide. So to summarize, global banks play a role in transmitting geopolitical risk to the home country. And that's because risk in foreign operations rises. We find that as the largest banks, US banks face risk to their foreign operations, they tighten credit standards and lend less at home, and the mode matters, as I just explained. And we think, yes, that this comes from more difficult trade-offs and, you know, sticky, sticky local operations. So thanks very much.
Thanks. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks also on my side to the organizer for inviting me to discuss the paper and being here in a great conference. So let me start. This is clearly a super interesting paper, something I would have loved to write, so I'm very happy to discuss it, and I really enjoyed reading the paper. The usual disclaimers apply. These are my own view and not the one of the IMF. So, and the research question is straightforward. What they ask is, like, does geopolitical risk abroad affect bank lending domestically and abroad? And they have, at least in my reading, 4 main results. What they show is that when geopolitical risk abroad increases, then domestic lending standards tighten and domestic lending volume also go down. Bank credit risk increases. Bank reduces cross-border but not local claims. And finally, they show that most of the results, so the high local claims are driven by high local claims banks, okay? So there are some banks which are sort of stickier and keep on operating in their in foreign market. I organized my comments along 3 main points. First, about the conceptual framework. Second, about the measure of bank geopolitical risk. And third, I want to say something about the empirics. So let's start with the conceptual framework. So as shown in the presentation, so that's sort of the equation there is the basic story that underpin all the mechanisms. So there is this ratio between equity and risk-weighted assets, okay? And banks has to hold a certain amount of equity, and clearly what happens if risk changes, then to keep mu, or even considering the buffer constant, they have to adjust generally on the asset side, okay? So they have to cut lending. So here there are 2 key components, domestic risk and foreign risk, which are going to affect domestic assets and foreign assets. In the paper, all the emphasis is on foreign risk, and there is basically an implicit assumption that geopolitical risk capture foreign risk, okay? So what I would like the authors to think a little bit more and maybe try to explore is, what about other sources of foreign risk? Put it in other words, what are they really picking up when they look at geopolitical risk? Second of all, what about domestic risks? Okay, so can we sort of, because otherwise basically what they're doing is keeping everything fixed in that ratio, and clearly not everything is fixed. And so more generally, so my question here, how should we think about geopolitical risk, which is probably like a larger question that goes for many of the paper in the conference. And I think we're still in a place in which, you know, the moment you look carefully at the data, it's not super clear exactly what we're picking up with a lot of these new indexes. So I want to do a couple of examples here. So here on the left, I'm plotting on the red line is geopolitical risk, what they use by Caldara and Iacoviello. There are a bunch of other things which are important. We know uncertainty is important. It's important for many economic operations. It's important for bank and lending. And this is the World Uncertainty Index in the dashed line by Bloom and co-authors. Then clearly, if we think about about geopolitical risk, one idea and what they say is about Russia and military operation. If we think about banks and geopolitical risk, one can also think at fragmentation and US and China tensions. That's still geopolitical risk to some extent. So here I'm plotting another index, which is this fragmentation keyword index, in which we look at earning call reports by firms, and we see how often they mention this kind of risk, delocalization, friendshoring, nearshoring, and so on and so forth. You can see that those indices are somehow correlated. They're not one-to-one. There are clearly differences, but there are things that move in the same direction. We can also look at policies, and not only what firms say. If you look at actual trade policy and arms restriction, that's clearly on the rise, and that's also moved quite a bit together with what has been seen, what we see on geopolitical risk. So I think these are issues that we need to consider and think, and it's important to understand what is different between geopolitical risk and this kind of measure. And to some extent in the analysis, one can try to sort of tease out the two effects and maybe do horse races and such. I think, as I said, like when one thinks of geopolitical risk, I guess one thing, at least the first thing I had in my mind was like, can we think about de-risking? And one story here is, look at the Caldara-Jacobiello index. They use exactly the country-specific ones. So here, for instance, there is an example of de-risking. I look at the index for China and the index for Korea. You see there is an increase in geopolitical risk in China, potentially reflecting tensions and trade tensions. That doesn't happen in Korea. So that kind of suggests that the risking story. You exit out of China, you can go somewhere else. Korea is an example. You can do clearly Vietnam, Thailand. Then there are other problems with the index. Basically, if you look at those countries, the index doesn't move at all, which is another issue. But it also picks up domestic risk. So here I do the same thing. Look at geopolitical risk China. Look at the one for the US. They could move very strongly. So I think there is a risk that if you look at the index as it is, you can pick up something else. And clearly here, if you look at China, you're basically picking up geopolitical risk in the US. So here is, what are you picking up? Foreign risk and domestic risk. That's an important issue. I skipped, no, OK. The second point, I want to think a little bit more about how to measure and how to think about this bank exposure to geopolitical risk. The way they do is this BGPR is basically they have this indicate this country-specific geopolitical risk from Caldara and Jacobiello for 44 countries, 43 without the US. They weight by the bank exposure. What is the bank exposure? Is relative. It's irrespective of how many assets they invest in foreign claims, because it's basically it's the ratio between foreign exposure of the bank B to country C over total foreign exposure. This is clearly invariant on the actual dollar value of foreign exposure of the banks. And we can do a very simple example. You have two banks, Bank A and Bank B. They have $100 in assets. Bank A has $10 in foreign assets. Bank Z has $90 in foreign assets. If they both have $5, let's say in China, the exposure to China is 0.5 for one bank, 0.06 for the other. But in dollar terms, which I think is what we really care about, their exposure to China is exactly the same. So my suggestion is, why don't we simply take a simple weighting scheme which looks at the exposure as a fraction of foreign assets? And I would do even more. I would try to construct two different measures of exposure, one about foreign risk and the other one about domestic risk. And basically you can do, rather than using the omega weighting scheme, you can use the gamma, which is the ratio between foreign exposure of Bank B to country C over its total asset. Okay? And then you can do for the 43 countries, and you have your foreign one. You can do only for the US, and you have your domestic risk. You have the two. You plug into the regression, and you see what happens. And at least you control for that. And my suggestion would be do similar thing with other measures like uncertainty, other sources of risk, and you see what happens. A couple of other things on the index. Clearly here you have data which is great for 44 countries, but then you miss all the others. Probably they're not very relevant, but it would be interesting to see who these countries are and what are you missing. Maybe for some banks, you are really missing some exposure to some important countries, and maybe dropping those banks from the sample can help. So it's important to give us some sense of what are you missing here. The second point is something you referred to. Clearly, there is a dimension, there is an important tension between the cross-sectional dimension and the time series dimension. I look at the country-specific quarterly global geopolitical risk. If you do a regression in a panel, time country fixed effect, the R squared is huge. It's 0.72. Okay? So I think, if you take as it is, I kind of think that you're picking up a lot of the global component. One suggestion would be, why don't you take the residual of the kind of regression, which is the domestic component, that may help, also with the fact that sometimes the time fixed effect kind of kill your results. Finally, and I'm done on the identification, I think here you clearly relies on the heterogeneity across banks with low and high exposure to foreign risk. So something about how those two group of banks differ among each other. A balance table would definitely help, especially with exposure to other sources of foreign risks. And also, as I said, I have control for other measures of risk. Then the final point is that your results are driven by the fact that there are friction that make divestment very hard in face of higher risk. Okay? And what you find is that banks do not reduce exposure in their core market. You see some banks that have a lot of exposure in some market that they don't reduce. So I think if there is a role of geopolitics there, and if you find something that makes the story a little bit more insightful in the sense that I think it's important to say why geopolitical risk is different from any other source of risk. Otherwise, we are not learning that much in terms of the mechanisms. So can you say something about does geopolitics matter? And one suggestion could be this fact of having very much exposed to a country or to the other. Can you correlate to the fact that some countries are closer to the US or distant from the US from a geopolitical standpoint? This is important. You can see in a bunch of other evidence. So the chart on the right shows that geopolitical factors matters for FDI allocation, for instance, of countries. The one on the left shows that even if you look at sovereign flows, clearly geopolitics matters. Here is the change on spread post the invasion. And you can see that countries which are close to the US basically experience zero increase in spread after the invasion of Russia. This is not the same for the others. So this factor matters for capital flows. They may matter for banking as well. And then let me close. I have some minor comments which we can discuss then bilaterally. One is simply we also need to discuss the magnitude, which is very important, but I know it's very much in progress. So I think it's a very interesting question. It's very relevant, especially from a policy perspective. I think more clarity on what are you picking up is important. It's clearly a work in process, and I see a lot of potential. It's very interesting. Thanks again.
Okay. Go ahead, so, yeah. Yeah, go ahead. So you need a microphone. Okay, so.
Yeah, this is very interesting, Frederica. Congratulations first. When you were presenting, it reminded me of a reverse global financial cycle. The global financial cycle, the movements in wicks just lead to a decrease in bank lending to the other parts of the world. And in this case, the increase in geopolitical risk is decreasing bank lending in the US. So do you have anything to say about the US dollar and the fluctuations in the US dollar and its role as a safe asset in these situations?
Since I don't have a notepad, it would be easier for me to respond one-on-one. So I think what we are finding here is a little bit different, just because I've looked at the global financial cycle and the role of the dollar. It's a very strong common time series component, right, that you find. And so I think, given that we can identify some through the cross-section here, and it's tied to the extent of foreign operation, I do think we pick up something different here, but I think we should control for the dollar in some regressions and explore that more. And there's also some heterogeneity in how the banks are affected by dollar appreciations, and I've even written about it, so we should definitely take that into account. So thanks. Melinda, yes.
My question is about geopolitical risk versus any other type of risk. So your mechanism is basically that there's risk that basically works on bank lending through the capital constraint. And that story could be economic risk, it could be trade policy risk, any kind of local risk. And as Andrea said, you know, some of the geopolitical risk is actually correlated across countries with US risks. So what's different about geopolitical risk from any other type of local risk?
Yeah, so I think that's a good time to thank the discussant who made excellent points, and I think they were spot on. I don't have much to say. I think we have to do all the things that you're suggesting, including, you know, responding to your comment, Linda, that I think we have to do this horse race and see. I do think that just from, you know, observing very closely what happened after the invasion, that there is that these shocks tend to be more catastrophic, right? I mean, the risk that Russia would just expropriate and take the, you know, claim the subsidiaries, right? That's a real risk, and that's a risk that, you know, usually doesn't occur in other type of risk. So it's just a more extreme risk, I think, that makes banks have to make harsher decisions. But in terms of the econometrics and everything, I think we have to explore that and see and show evidence for that. So it's work in progress. Yes, Beat.
You focus on the supply side, so supply of credit, right? But if internationally exposed banks specialize in lending to large internationally exposed companies, there may be a demand side, right? Because their customers operate in those countries and are hit by those risks. So how can you separate the two?
Yeah, so that's a valid point too. I mean, again, I think you know some standard ways, right? You can include some certain fixed effects. I think the loan level data that we have has the you know, is an avenue to include more fixed effects and control more for demand. But the time series of that data is very short. So the loan level data in the US starts only in 2011, at the end of 2011. So it's you know, it's a bit difficult, but we may explore it. We can control for demand directly through answers to the sluice. We're trying that, but I think a valid point is this idea that, you know, the banks that you know, are big in Mexico, right? They lend in the US to firms that export to Mexico, and then maybe the firms don't want to export to Mexico, and there's this endogeneity, and that's something that we haven't addressed and that we, I think, need to address going forward. Yep. Yes.
I think a lot of questions are around the mechanism, and I'm wondering whether you have considered going directly through the risk weights. So in using a kind of accounting formula to see that really for those banks who were affected by geopolitical risk, the risk weights went up, and that's why they decreased lending. And I'm wondering also to the question that was just asked on demand, whether you have any information on pricing, on interest rates, because that might enable you to identify whether the effect comes from supply and demand. Even though I buy your supply story, that might be a way to answer that.
Yeah, so on your last point, again, this loan level data offers information on interest rates too, with the caveat of the short time period, but we could, you saw the chart that we had on the probability of default. We can do something similar for interest rates too. We haven't done that, maybe interesting to look at. Regarding risk weights, implicitly the expected probabilities of default that the banks assign, they dictate the risk weights. But I think we could do a better job of connecting, you know, connecting this more in the econometrics to be really sure that sort of increases in this expected probability of default are linked to reductions in lending. I think we can do more there. But in principle, that's what the banks, you know, that's the measure the banks use that dictates the risk weights. So we're capturing that. Okay, thanks so much.
Perfect. Okay. First, I would like to thank the organizers for including this paper in the program. This is brand new work with Marco Machiavelli, Lina Hahn, and Andres Silva. And the views expressed in this paper are our own views and do not necessarily represent the views of the New York Fed, the Fed board, or anyone associated with these institutions. So we got interested in a subset of these co-authors in geopolitical risk with the previous paper on state-backed cyber attacks and their propagation through supply chains. But in this paper, we are doing something different. We are asking to what extent economic linkages and economic leverage matters for economics and is used in geopolitical confrontations. More specifically, we are looking at export controls that have the goal to deny to foreign adversaries access to critical technology. And when I say critical technology, I think of technology that can be used for, potentially for military use. And there is a long history on the use of economic leverage in confrontations. Of course, Ukraine is top of mind. We had the discussion yesterday about energy. But also, if you go back in time, you go to the Cuban crisis and the embargo there. You go to World War I and Germany retaliating with U-boats to the blockade imposed by France and Britain. So that's a long history of the use of economic leverage. But let's go back to export controls, which are again the focus of this particular study. Specifically, the Bureau of Industry and Security in the US prevents US firms, and actually global firms that have substantial US inputs, from exporting specific goods to specific firms around the world. For data reasons, we will be focusing on Chinese firms that are targeted by these export bans. And our simple question is, are these measures effective? And when I mean effective, I mean, are they effective in stopping the flow of this critical technology, in this case to Chinese firms and China in general, and to what cost? And specifically, I will ask whether these type of policies trigger a sort of reconfiguration of supply chains, where I have in mind some sort of decoupling of the supply chain in the US for these specific goods with the supply chain in China, and whether there is some sort of domestic reshoring or friendshoring, which are terms that have been widely used recently. So let me just give you a summary of the results. I mean, the result is really the title of this slide. There is an immediate decoupling between the two economies following export controls, but there is basically very slow or no reshoring or friendshoring. So after the imposition of export controls, we see that US firms that are exporting to targeted Chinese companies, of course, they follow the rule, and they do not export goods anymore to these Chinese firms and interrupt these supply chain relationships. But they also terminate relationship with other Chinese firms that are not targeted by the export controls. So that's what I mean by a broad-based decoupling. And what's interesting is that you see also a substantial drop in the formation of new relationship by these firms with Chinese firms. So I found that quite interesting in speaking to the broad-based decoupling. However, when we try to analyze whether there is a formation of new relationship with, say, friendlier countries or domestic customers, we do not see much. And we are taking a pause period after the imposition of export controls of 3 years. So we are giving enough time for the supply chains to reconfigure, but there is this near zero elasticity of substitution, at least in our sample period. And the implication of this finding is that this is costly for US firms that are exporting to Chinese companies, because they do not find a customer for these, again, highly specific technological heavy goods. And so we see this substantial impact on US exporting firms. Let me tell you a bit more about the export controls, but the details are all in the paper. So the Bureau of Industry and Security in the US has a list called the Entity List. This is basically a list of firms around the world. Again, in our paper, we focus only on Chinese firms for data reasons, that are that are basically university, firms, and corporations, to which the US firms are forbidden to export specific goods to. When I mean specific goods, I mean technological heavy goods. If you go back in time, say in the late 90s, these were clearly goods that were used for military use. You can think of any good and product that could have been used to build weapons of mass destruction. This is the late 90s. Then now, 20 years later, 30 years later, you see that the list of goods has expanded dramatically. Even goods that are of civilian use now are actually part of the list of goods that cannot be exported. And also the scope of interventions of the Bureau of Industry and Security has expanded dramatically. And in December 2022, there is a new list of target firms in Russia, Venezuela, and China, to which US firms cannot export goods that can be used for military use. In this slide, I have 3 examples from our sample of Chinese firms that are directly targeted by the export controls. And these are quite familiar. Huawei is the largest smartphone manufacturer in the world, which is in 2019 was added to the list following allegedly circumventing sanctions to Iran. And the second firm is actually also in the news actually today and just yesterday. It's a semiconductor company that is trying to react to these export controls to basically figure out how to do semiconductors in China. In terms of data, we have 3 data sources. First, we hand collect from the Bureau of Industry and Security addition and deletion of firms, target firms from this export control list. We match this list with supply chain data from FactSet Revere, which is arguably the most comprehensive supply chain data out there. So basically for every, in this case, Chinese firm that is targeted by the export control, we are able to link this firm in the supply chain to its suppliers, in particular suppliers in the US. And finally, for our suppliers, which will be the focus of our analysis, both for the supply chain reconfiguration and the direct effect on these firms, we are able to pull firm-level data from stock market data from CRISP and balance sheet and income statement data from Compustat. Let me talk about the supply chain reconfiguration. What we are interested, basically in a definitive setting, is to understand whether the suppliers, the US suppliers of firms that are targeted by the export controls, how they react in terms of supply chain reconfiguration. Do they find new customers out there? Are these new customers in China? Are they elsewhere? And to this end, we have a staggered diff in diff. And to this end, we basically stack observations for multiple cohorts in one single observation. And what is a treatment and a control here? A treatment is, again, a US firm that is linked to a customer that becomes targeted by the export control list. And we look at the behavior in 3 years before and 3 years after the addition to the export controls. What is the control group? Well, it's a firm that in the pre-treatment is exporting to China and is a firm that is not yet treated or never treated. Perfect. So this is a standard diff in diff specification. Let me just mention that the unit of observation is firm I, cohort C, and T is a year. There is a standard post-dummy, but just one word about the fixed effect. We have the standard firm cohort fixed effect, standard for this type of stacked regressions. And we have all 2-way fixed effect regressions in the paper to show consistency there. And then we have cohort industry year size quartile fixed effect. So we are looking basically in a control group at firms in the US that export to China in the same industry, in the same year, and are roughly the same size of those firms that are exporting to targeted Chinese firms. So this is the type of regression we are doing. Since we are dealing with count variables, we use the Poisson regression. So let me show you the first set of results about the reconfiguration of supply chains. In the first 2 columns, we are asking the simple questions: are supply chain relationship terminated between the US suppliers and the targeted Chinese companies. And we see that, yes, that's the case. These are the first two columns in this table, and the magnitude is quite large. The export controls lead to 55% more terminated relations with Chinese customers. Now, in the third and fourth column, we are looking at the terminations of relationship with Chinese firms, excluding those targeted by the export controls. And the results are still very sizable and statistically significant. What that tells me is that this seems a broad-based decoupling from Chinese customers, even those that are not directly targeted by the export controls. The last two columns, we look at new relationship. And even the formation of new relationship is dramatically affected by the introduction of the export controls. Now, if we decompose the post period in yearly domain, standard diff and diff, we see on the left-hand side the terminations, and on the right-hand side the terminations excluding those firms that are directly hit by the export controls. I mean, I see two things in these two plots. I see no clear pre-trends, but even more importantly, I see this large immediate effect that kind of subside after. And then the question is, okay, these firms are cutting the relationship with the Chinese targeted firms. Now, let me think about the reconfiguration of supply chains. Now we look at the total number of customers, and that is dropping too. That tells me that these US suppliers are unable to completely, let's say, undo the effect of export controls to finding new customers. However, if we look at domestic customers, we don't see any significant effect on the formation of new relationship with domestic customers. This is nothing but a convoluted way to say there is no really reshoring. Well, let's look at other geography. And here we look at the shares of customers in each region. As a share, the domestic customers almost somewhat mechanically go up. In the first column, I say almost mechanically because in the second column, we see a large drop in the share of Chinese customers. What's interesting is like, if we look at the Asian share, excluding China, there is not a significant effect. If anything, the point estimate is negative. And there is even a negative effect on the European share. So no clear effect on reshoring or friendshoring here. So the takeaway is basically a broader decoupling and very slow, or to be honest, absent reconfiguration, at least in the 3 years post the imposition of the export controls. So what is the implication of this? The implication is that these US firms that are exporting to Chinese companies and the ones that are targeted by the export controls are suffering in economic terms. Well, we just can ask the stock market whether that's the case. We can look in a 30-day window and do a simple Fama-French abnormal return around the imposition of the export controls, where on the left-hand side we have the Fama-French 3-factor model, on the right side we have the Fama-French 5-factor model, and we see a sizable drop in the valuation of the US firms that are exporting to the targeted firms. We can do a back-of-the-envelope calculation based on this minus 2.5% drop in stock prices and abnormal returns. And what we observe is a $130 billion loss for US firms dollars that are exporting to Chinese targeted firms. Where is this coming from? Well, we can rely on Compustat and look at the income statement. What I'm showing here is the same diff in diff analysis, this time looking at cash flows on the left-hand side. And we see a sizable drop in cash flows. Here in a table format, we again look at cash flows, saturating the fixed effect gradually, and we see a remarkably stable statistical relationship as we saturate the fixed effect. In the last two columns, to mimic the supply chain analysis I've done before, we are including what we call a China fixed effect, which are only restricting on the firms that are exporting to China. Again, I find quite staggering to see with these layers of fixed effect how stable the statistical relationship is. We can also look at other firm-level characteristics. We see a drop in income, a rise in interest expense, even a drop in employment, but no clear effect on capex. What that is telling me is that while there is an adjustment in employment, and that's an 8% drop in employment, which is somewhat sizable, the fact that there is no clear effect on capex means that the US firms are maybe investing to change a little bit their supply chain, or simply they don't see their long-term business affected as much. But this is a wild speculation about here. We do a bunch of other tests in the paper to rule out reverse causality and omitted variable bias, and in the paper we have more details about this. But since I'm almost out of time, let me conclude. We study export controls that are, I don't need to say this here, very topical topic these days, and we find a broad base and immediate decoupling. However, the reconfiguration of supply chains seems to be absent or at least slow. Now, a caveat, we are looking at very specific type of decoupling, which is a decoupling because of export controls that are aimed at preventing a foreign adversary to reach strategic technology. So these are highly specific goods that might be not so easy to reshore or friendshore. And what I would say is that this is a very exciting area of research. We are providing some correlations and some data out there, but we really need a framework to understand the optimality of these interventions. What are the trade-offs? Because we are seeing a clear price paid by the US exporting firms, and with no clear effect on decoupling and reshoring. So the question I have here is there a goal to boost domestic demand? To what extent state intervention is needed? And I think these are very exciting areas for future research. Thank you.
I'm fine, thank you. Yes, thanks. Thank you so much for inviting me to discuss this paper. Matteo said several times that this is very preliminary work. Obviously, we have a very different definition of preliminary. This is a very clear and clean paper about decoupling of the US and China through export controls. Obviously, this is a hot topic, and I need to say the views are my own and not the IMF's. But because there are so many findings in this paper, sorry, I'm just going to look at this, this side. I'm going to start by quickly summarizing a few of the findings. So the setting is really that there is a list, I'm going to here take all three lists together, of Chinese firms that the US is prohibited to export to. So there's obviously some US suppliers that are affected by this and that cannot export anymore to these Chinese firms. So a lot of the literature so far looks at imports and also looks at export controls, what happens to the targets. But this is really a paper of what happens to the exporters when their own home country prohibits them from trading. And the findings, I'm going to order them in my opinion of importantness. So first, they find that affected suppliers have fewer trade relationships with China overall, not just the affected firms. They face lower cash flow, higher financing costs, and lower employment growth. And they lose around 130 billion on market capitalization. This is very big. It's about 0.2% of the US stock market. So now I'm going to mention the findings that I was very surprised to see in this paper, and where maybe I'm going to suggest you could do a bit more to explain them. So first of all, affected firms also decrease other trade relationships with China. So let me say that this paper has a very clever identification methods through a range of fixed effects, but also through building controls groups of two groups. One group is US exporters that export to China and affected firms by that list. And the control group for that is other firms that also export to China, but not to an affected firm. So what I was very surprised to see is that only the US suppliers who export to affected firms are kind of faced by uncertainty all of a sudden, and they cut more ties to China than they would have to. The other group, you would think they're also faced by the same uncertainty, do not do that. They do not, just because of the threat of new export controls, cut more ties. The second one is there seems to be little circumvention through other countries, and that's very surprising in in this conference, even when we often talk about reshoring, friendshoring, and circumventing these regulations. Let me also point out the contribution of this paper. As I said, it's a very smart identification method to have this granular data and build these control groups. And also in terms of the findings, I think the contribution is that they put it together in terms of market capitalization, that if you believe financial markets are efficient, this is really, really a big effect. They also look at real outcomes. And in terms of trade, it's more the number of trade relationships, but you can clearly see that there's ties that are cut. So I'm going to focus on 3 comments today. First, how can we connect this number of trade relationships really to the macro picture? So I hope here we're using microdata to doing macro. So maybe I'm going to suggest some ways to sum it up. How can we explain the surprising findings I just mentioned? And then I'm going to make a comment about the integrated value chain, because I think in some way your paper is capturing a lower bound of what could happen. I think there might be a much bigger effect even. So first, connecting this to the macro picture, so you all saw the regression results, but I want to remind you that this is a result on the number of trade relationships, and we don't know from this paper how big they are. So I would urge you, I mean, this is one way, I think this is the UN trade. They always plot this US-China trade dependence. You could plot something like really in terms of US dollar or GDP, how much did this trade relationships really go down? Did they only cut the small trading partners, or did they really cut the important ones? So an example where I think it might be problematic to have the number of relationships on your left-hand side is you show, and you're very open about this at the beginning, that the affected firms are quite different from the non-affected firms in a sense that they're larger and they also have more relationships. So when you show then that they cut more relationships, it's not clear whether that is just because they have more relationships to start with, or whether that is really important in terms of also a percentage. So maybe, yes, they cut more, 1 or 2 more relationships, but maybe actually the control group cuts more in terms of percentage and ends up with a lower share of Chinese trading partners. So let me jump to my second comment, which is on the findings that I found quite surprising. So the first one was on the no reshuffling of trade relationships. So there's a lot of, I mean, this Economist article, I guess, summarizes a lot of anecdotal evidence that we don't want to use, but there's also a literature on trade volumes, 2 main papers by Freund and co-authors, and also Alfaro and Core and Alfaro's Jackson Hole speech, and they really show how a lot of these regulations are circumvented. I do realize that your analysis is very different in a way that this is often focused on imports, and also this is often focused on tariffs, which are kind of a tax, and you're really looking at something that is prohibited. So it's kind of binary, but maybe there is scope to explain why your different setting makes your findings so contrary to this. Let me show you this more analytically, what this literature is really showing. So this is a graph from a new CEPR book on geoeconomic fragmentation. This is in chapter 15 by Freund and co-authors. And they really show this is a positive relationships of when there were import tariffs to the US, that the US really started to import through other countries, let's say Mexico, and you see a very positive correlation then of Mexico with China and also Mexico with the US. Because this is happening really systematically throughout countries, you can really see that it is a very strong suggestion that when there are kind of these measures, the US starts going through other countries to still maintain some of the trade. I was also really surprised to find that you'd find no friendshoring. I think there's some analysis that do, but again, this might be tariff and import related, and maybe your story is really on exports, but it's surprising to see the contrary. As I said before, so one thing I was really surprised to see is that the threat of new export controls is really only significant for the treated group, because you might think the control group that is also trading with China is facing the same uncertainty. So if you follow this literature on trade, there's a lot on uncertainty in trade, but there's this paper that Frederica just presented, and Linda has another excellent paper on banking and uncertainty, and they really show that uncertainty affects the economy, whether or not it's the uncertainty that matters, but whether or not you have a tide or not. So I was surprised to see that it's really only correlated to the affected ones. And my last comment is that I think you find a very big result, and that points to a really big effect that is important to explain in the literature, but maybe you're actually underestimating the total effects, because what I was thinking of here is what often is called the integrated value chain, and trade experts know this better than me, but what I was thinking of is what you're really showing here is the green, which is, so a US supplier produces a chip for a phone. This is just an example, and excuse my ignorance if this is realistic or not, and cannot supply it to China anymore, or this particular Chinese firm that is on the BIS list, which is, as Matteo said, often telecommunications and strategic firms. So what you're really looking at is this. But I think what you might be missing is that this Chinese firm can now not produce the phone and not send it back to the US. So maybe you're finding this lower bound because the US supplier in turn might need phones, or other firms in the US economy might miss out on those phones, or might have to produce them at a much higher cost domestically or somewhere else. So let me conclude. I think I'm out of time. This is a great paper, very clear, great contribution. And it's really, I think, the first one that sheds light on the effects for the exporters when their own country kind of, you could say, shoots itself in the foot. It's very well identified, has nice granular microdata and a very smart identification, and it was a joy to read.
Thank you. Yeah, this is it's a really great paper. I echo what Katarina said about this sort of reconfiguration, the lack of that. I think it makes sense because it's not tariff, it's ban, and it's very specific sectors. I would think a little bit more of how to justify that. So for instance, like apart from the evidence that she's shown on generalized and Laura's paper or Caroline paper, even we were looking at like EV batteries, which is very specific, somehow strategic, and you can still see this readjustment. But I think that one of the things you said at the very end is super interesting, because generally when people find this evidence of readjustment or elongation of supply chain, from a policy perspective seems to be like, you want to interrupt that, and basically firms can circumvent it. And so if the policy objective is national security, you're basically not achieving your scope, and you're imposing costs on the sort of private sector to go around and have very long and weaker supply chain. What you find is here instead, at least if the policy objective is national security, you get to the objective. So I guess from a policy discussion, what you find is extremely interesting to understand the trade-off between efficiency and sort of national security.
Yeah, it's a great paper, and I'm not totally surprised by the results, even if the magnitude of the results are very impressive. But congratulations. I was wondering if it is related to the market structure of the sectors that are concerned by the exports restrictions. So I think an export prohibitions has an impact which is totally different in a monopolistic sector or oligopolistic sector or competitive sector. So do you have a characterizations of that, and do you have any idea about that?
I found it very interesting that firms break up relationships with customers who are not targeted. What's your hypothesis? Why is that happening?
Can you see any stock market effects at longer time horizons, say after a year rather than 30 days?
Okay, maybe I'll try to address like a subset of the question. So first of all, we have not looked at the stock price reaction over the long term because we were afraid of confounding. We can try to see whether there is a permanent effect. So trying to go in reverse order, your comment about our hypothesis for the interruption of the customer relationship with firms that are not targeted. Here we are like speculation. One could be that the US firm is concerned about re-export. So re-export is part of this BIS rules. In other words, if I'm a US firm and I'm exporting to a non-targeted Chinese company, which is itself then exporting to, say, Huawei, well, I'm in violation of the rules. So that could be a concern. Another concern could be that I'm afraid that down the road this firm will be directly targeted by the firm, so I want preemptively to reorganize my supply chain accordingly. But this, again, are speculations. But the re-export also talks a little bit about the circumvention. The circumvention is not as easy in this case. In other words, re-export, as I just mentioned, are prohibited by the rules, and also every global firm in the world is subject to these rules if it has sufficient input coming from the US. Which brings me to another point, which is these are super highly specific goods. It's very tricky to make the comparison with like usually trade interventions, because these are very specific goods that are very difficult to send elsewhere. I would even mention that even with EV batteries, which is a great point that, Andrea, you made, like EV batteries are, even if they're specific, they're not even remotely close to, like, we are talking about night vision technology that could be used for military use, for example, and not much application out of that. I want to thank my discussant, excellent points. I touched upon some of that. Now, it's always great to hear that your effects are a lower bound. So I will try to do some more of the equilibrium effect that through the integrated supply chains and value chains might actually increase back on the envelope calculation, even if it's always tricky to do that. What else can I say? As I mentioned, the difference with the literature that you showed on the trade wars is, again, because these export controls, I think almost export controls is kind of a misnomer. They are effectively an export control, but the goal here it's not a retaliation of tariff, for example. It's really preventing access to technology of highly specific goods. But this comes in our favor in the specifications, because, as you mentioned, we could look within a bilateral between two countries relationship, trade relationship, and look compared to other firms. So we are not, our results are not affected by things like trade wars or the CHIPS Act, anything that affects all the firms in China, because again, we are comparing US export to Chinese firms. About the competitive landscape, one thing I would mention is that it's in our to-do list for the next iteration of the paper. What we are seeing as a reaction is that the foreign governments are heavily subsidizing the local industries in a reaction to the export controls. There is a beautiful article yesterday in DFT and today in Bloomberg showing the heavy involvement of the Chinese government in subsidizing chip production in conjunction with Huawei in China, and the amount of funds that are poured in this sector are incredible, and so this seems an equilibrium effect of the export control. So those two articles, for those interested, are really good. Thank you.
I guess this is a question for you, but also for the discussant or for others. So usually, I think you know, most economists' intuition is if you want to take economic security or national security objectives seriously, but you want to do this at sort of minimizing spillovers for efficiency in the rest of the economy, you do it in a very targeted way, right? That's my intuition. So should I interpret this paper as essentially offering evidence to the contrary? And the argument might be that if I have sort of broad-based interventions that are less specific, and so prima facie we would argue against them, they are easier to circumvent. So in the end, the economic costs are lower, while these highly specific interventions, they come with very strong enforcement, very specific, and as a result, actually, their potential costs could be very large. And so, however you do it, you know, you're sort of screwed economically. But maybe maybe the sort of the dumb approach to sanctions. You know, maybe the main argument against the dumb approach to sanctions is not that it causes large economic harm, but that it, or unnecessary economic harm, but that it is not sufficiently effective from a security point of view. But actually, you know, the contrary approach, which is you keep this fence very narrow, right, and build it very high, is surprisingly costly. That's the way I would read this paper. I wonder if you agree.
Yeah.
Back to my question. You say that the export controls are very effective in achieving their goal because of other firms cannot re-export. This makes me think of the discussion we heard yesterday about the Russian sanctions. What is your opinion about the difference in effectiveness and enforcement, and what can explain these differences?
Yeah, also about effectiveness. I mean, you said a few times so the effect is to prevent the flow of technology to the Chinese firms or to other firms. So, and you're looking at that in an indirect way, if at all, right? You're looking at the exports. Yet, I mean, you do know the names of the Chinese firms. Is there any way you could actually look at what happens to these Chinese firms and what type of technology they use? Because you can think of a lot of ways how they could circumvent this and still get the technology.
Right.
I have a comment that goes in the opposite direction on the kind of potential effects of the sanctions. So I was reading recently a 2021 review from the US Treasury of their sanctions framework. And it talked about how a goal was to have sanctions, when you think about sanctions, to also think about minimizing the impact on domestic firms. And so I just wonder in the application of these kind of sanctions if there's any pre-work to establish whether the firms in the US have already the ability in their relationships with firms, you know, if it's semiconductors with Taiwan, for example, to do replacements so that the costs to them are actually lowered once they're implemented, and if there's any pre-work to kind of get that in place.
Yeah, let me respond in a random order. I don't know, Linda, as to about pre-work. We can look into that. We do see that there is like no significant increase in the relationship with, say, for example, Asian firms not located in China. That would include Taiwan for a specific semiconductor, but we could do more micro study. About the effectiveness of these policies, I mean, they are effective in triggering decoupling, but they are costly. So I like the way you put it in a way to pitch the paper. So, I was also surprised by how there is no reconfiguration even in a 3-year period after. But I go back to the point that these are very highly specific goods. The last point I want to make is about checking how the targeted firms react. We cannot do that in the data that well because we don't see the exact trade flows or the type of goods they produce. We just see the relationship. We can check whether they open new relationship, but to me, the reaction of local governments heavily subsidizing that industry to basically create a domestic ecosystem which was not present before, thanks to, in this case, the US export, that is telling me that whatever reconfiguration is happening, it's not enough, at least to completely undo the effect of the sanctions. Thank you.
We'll do a 20-minute coffee break, and then we reconvene here. So welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hello. Welcome back. In this next session, we'll have two exciting sounding papers. First by Gernot Müller, and then by Matthias Tönig as the second one. So the floor is yours for 20 minutes. Okay.
All right. So thanks for putting the paper on the program. It's joint work with Jonathan and Willi, who are also here, and Moritz, who's on the phone, I guess, outside, and Andre Meyer. Wars are humanitarian disasters, but also economic disasters. This is particularly the case if we think of wars which take place on a country's own soil. In fact, if you look at the list of economic disasters which Barrow compiles for the 20th century, basically all major disasters which Barrow defines as episodes when GDP falls by more than 15% are countries which have the war on their own soil. And if you think about this for a second, then you may realize, okay, it's quite unlikely in an integrated world economy that the effects, these large effects of wars on the war side, are confined to the war side. So what we try to do in this paper is to address this question: what are the external costs of war, the spillovers of war? Okay, for that purpose, we set up a new data set which covers wars since 1870, so we cover the last 150 years. And we identify, and importantly, we geolocate interstate wars. So really where the idea is to identify the place, the geography where wars take place. And given that, we try then to establish and compare in particular the economic impact of wars on home, that is the war side, and on foreign. So that is how they spill abroad, the economic impact of war spills abroad. This is important, we think, because it's true, if you take the perspective of a country, which is the war side, wars are rare events, as Barrow puts it. Yeah? This you see in our sample from that graph, which plots for each year in our sample the number of countries which suffer from a war on their own soil. This is the purple mass. This is very little. The unconditional probability in our sample is 1.3%. This is the number which Barrow puts forward for rare disasters. However, if you shift perspective a little bit and take the perspective of a country which is adjacent to the war side, the figure looks quite different. This is the red mass, and it's quite a large number of countries which in each year are potentially exposed to the spillovers from wars. That's the background, and what we do in the paper, we establish empirically the effect of what we define is a large war, and we define it by looking at wars where the toll of dead, missing and wounded people exceeds 10K. If we look at these wars, the average effect on the home country amounts to a GDP reduction by some 30%. Yeah? This is a dynamic effect which is fairly persistent. It plays out over time after the start of the war, while inflation goes up by some 15 percentage points, also for an extended period. So it's a massive supply shock in a nutshell. Yeah? Now, looking at foreign, there's a key distinction to be made. If foreign is close by, if it's adjacent to the war side, then we see also massive effects. GDP declines by about 10%, and inflation goes up by 5 percentage points, so these are large numbers. However, if you look at countries which are far away, then there's no inflation spillovers, and the output effect can be actually positive. Now, in the last part of the paper, we try to make sense of these numbers by putting forward a three-country model, a new Keynesian model off the shelf, if you want. And we have a home country, which is the war side. It's highly integrated with a foreign country, and then there's the rest of the world with which the war side is much less integrated. We devise a war shock scenario for home, and in order to capture what's going on in the data, we make this a massive supply shock. So we have a reduction in TFP, capital stock is destroyed, and there's also an increase in iceberg costs to model limited market access. And then we let the model run, and in particular we study what it predicts for the spillovers to foreign, and we see that the model is quite on track in predicting these spillovers. Okay, that's what we do. In terms of literature, there's no time to discuss it, but of course I want to flag here Philippe's contributions from some 15 years ago. What they do in this paper, they take basically the opposite perspective. They ask how trade influences the probability of war among countries, while we are looking at how war spills over to other countries, and we find it does so mostly through trade. Okay. So we are looking at annual data starting in the 1870s, so we cover this last 150 years of data, building on earlier work by Moritz and Christoph. So we have time series data for some 60 countries. We use existing measures of distance. Yeah? So where we really contribute to the literature is in establishing and geolocating war sites. And here we start from the well-known database, Correlates of War, which collects data on interstate wars defined as events, conflicts, when the dead on the battlefield exceeds 1,000 people. So that's then an interstate war. And this database runs until 2007. It starts in 1860. But then checking various sources, if we use that threshold, we find that there is no war since the end of the summer period, except for the invasion, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which we have in the sample. So altogether, we have 75 wars in our sample. But what we don't have from that database is really information on where the military action takes place. So this is where we make an effort to specify, to geolocate the place where military action took place. Yeah? And in a nutshell, we try to disaggregate wars to the battle level. Yeah? And to give you a glimpse of how this looks like, we have here a map from the 6 Days War, and which involved these 4 parties, Egypt, Israel, Syria, and Jordan. And then using, in particular, information we have from Glotfelter, but also other sources, we try to, we specify the place where this military action took place. These are the yellow circles. These are the battles. And so we end up with specifying Egypt and Israel as war sites, while Jordan and Syria aren't. Okay? Altogether, we end up with identifying some 500 battle sites. This is more or less granular, admittedly. Some of the information we have is not very detailed. For instance, for World War II, we have only information on the Eastern Front, which is a big thing and covers many countries, of course. Still, we do the best we can and collect the number of dead, missing people, missing, wounded people for each battle, and then we aggregate this up to the country level. And that's important. I want to stress this to understand the exercise. We do this using today's borders. Yeah? And we do this when we specify battle sites, and we also have data on macroeconomic performance, which we eventually investigate how it responds to the war, and there we also rely on today's borders. Yeah? So in this way, we are consistent in our analysis. You have some info, so then we focus on large war sites. These are when the dead, missing, wounded toll exceeds 10K. As I said before, you have some information here in that table, some descriptive statistics. Importantly, we have some 88 large wars in our sample. If we then bring in macro time series, we can assess the impact of wars for using 36 time-year observations for the start of the war when we look at home, but 1,800 time-year observations for foreign. So there is some data which we can use to estimate these effects. Before we go there, just some descriptives. In these 2 panels, you see information on output growth during wars and inflation during wars. Here, specifically, we are looking at a 5-year window, and we report average value during that 5-year window after the start of the war. Here, we measure growth performance relative to what we call country level. So we benchmark growth during war times against a country's own historical record. On the right side of that panel, we benchmark this against the cross-sectional average in that year. either way, you see that growth is low during wars, yeah, and inflation is high, unsurprisingly. This is data for the war sites, yeah, but the numbers are quite large. These are average values for that 5-year window. More importantly still, if we look at foreign, these are countries which are not war sites, but more or less close to the war. Here we use a 5,000 kilometer threshold to classify countries as nearby and distant. And here you see stark differences. Growth is low in those countries which are nearby, lower than their historical average, but high in countries which are far away from the war. Similarly for inflation. Okay, we want to be a bit more serious in terms of understanding the effect of war, and so we put forward what we believe is a simple empirical framework, and the first step is to make sure that we can identify the effect of wars by verifying that wars are largely exogenous to the business cycle. Yeah? We do this in a narrative identification approach, going through the 75 wars in our sample and checking various sources and making sure that the casus belli, we have various categories in the paper, and except for 2 instances, we never see that wars were started in order to address, you know, in light of a looming recession, so to speak, which would then maybe account for some of the findings. Yeah? So we can confidently rule out that possibility, and we define then simply 2 dummy variables. One variable is called home, and we set home to 1 at the beginning of a war if that war starts in country I in year T. We have a second dummy variable which is called foreign, and we set it to 1 if in another country than I, a war starts in year T, except if that country becomes party to the same war down the road. Yeah, we don't want to contaminate our estimates with that possibility, so we do not consider a war in this case for a foreign country. And then we have that simple specification, a simple local projections where we look at some outcome variable and how it's affected by these war dummies, and then the coefficients gamma h and psi h pick up for various horizon h the impact of war on the domestic economy, on home, say, or on foreign. That's the simple idea. Yeah? I should also stress here, because of these dummy variables, what we pick up is the effect of an average war, and here's some important information about the size of war sites in our sample. This amounts to, on average, 6% of GDP, where we measure world GDP with the sum of GDP of the countries in our sample. Okay, so this is a first result. It shows you in purple the effect of the war on the domestic economy. You see in the left panel, output falls relative to trend by some 30%. That was the number I quoted in the beginning. Yeah? So this maximum effect is some 5 years after the start of the war. Yeah? Average war, how it plays out over time, and after 5 years you see this maximum effect. For inflation, you see in the right-hand panel a strong increase. It stays high for about 5 years, by 15 percentage points, roughly speaking. So this is perhaps what you would expect the war to do. It's a massive supply shock. What is, however, somewhat surprising, if you look at the black line, that gives you the estimate for foreign, and here you see no effect. So you might pause a little bit, or what we do in the paper, we try to zoom in and condition the spillovers from the war on the distance of a country to the war site. And here we modify our simple regression framework a little bit and move to a smooth transition model, which weights observations for the foreign countries with their distance from the war site. You have that transition function f, which is in our setup nothing but the relative distance of the war site, of a country to the war site. I say relative distance, you see it here. The d is the maximum distance in our sample, and dit is the distance of a country to the war site, or to the closest war site, to be precise in this context. Yeah? So what this estimator does, it weights observations for these foreign countries with their distance to the war site, and then we can evaluate these estimates looking at limiting cases. So the parameter psi n would then give us the estimate for a country, for a foreign country, which is hypothetically as close as possible to the war site as it can be, while psi d is then the effect in a country which is as far as possible from the war site. Okay? this is what we get in this instance. Yeah. So the effects for home are the same. They are unaffected by this modification. But what we now see is a big difference of these spillovers on foreign depending on their geographic distance to the war site. If a country is nearby, that's the red line, you see output declining by some 10% relative to trend. If it's far away, output may actually be increasing over time somewhat. Yeah? For inflation, similarly, there's a strong effect, 5% increase, 5 percentage point increase for inflation in nearby country and no effect in the distance country. We find these results fairly robust, except for the positive spillovers. They do depend on the specification. Yeah? One more thing to mention here in terms of robustness, when the world wars are important, so they bias identification. I want to be clear about this. If we drop the world wars from our sample, we still get the same patterns in the data, but the results are no longer significant. So it's really these large shocks which help us to get things identified. Last remark on this empirical specification, we also vary it and move to a quantitative measure of the shock. So we move away from that dummy specification and look at the economic size of the war sites. So we can also see how this plays out. We get overall a consistent picture, but in the interest of time, I can't show it here. Okay, so I want to spend the last couple of minutes to ask, to assess whether these effects, which are large, are economically plausible. And to do so, we take an off-the-shelf 3-country model, building actually on Gopinath and co-authors. So what's important for our analysis, we have isomorphic countries, but these countries differ both in size and in terms of economic trade integration, because this is essential, as it turns out, as we learn in the process, to understand these spillovers from the war. Otherwise, the model is standard, incomplete financial markets. We have capital and labor, which is immobile across countries. We have, a new Keynesian setting, monopolistic competition in goods and labor markets. Nothing fancy here. Of course, we have trade integration, which differs across countries, and that's just because final goods which are used for consumption and investment, also in the production process as intermediates, are composites of domestically produced goods and imported goods. Okay? And that's important for how things plays out. On the policy side, we are very parsimonious. We have simple Taylor rules in all 3 countries, and we don't specify fiscal policy, really. Also, our war shock is very parsimonious. It does 3 things. So we did some more work on the paper since I sent it to Philippe. So we had 4 features. Now we have only 3 features because 1 feature didn't play out as important. So what we use now is the war destroys the capital stock. It lowers TFP. This we borrow from the rare disaster literature, Guyot in particular. And then we borrow from Philippe's earlier paper, where they document that during wars also market access is reduced, so we have these iceberg costs to account for that. Well, that's it. To quantify the shock process, we use a Bayesian matching routine and try to target the evidence which we have for the war site. That's the game, output and inflation in the war site. On top of that, and that's also what we did in the last week, we wanted to discipline our analysis, and so we also estimated impulse responses for the capital stock and for TFP. And when we specify or quantify the war shock scenario, we do target the responses which we see in the data, so that we don't have any degrees of freedom left here. Yeah? Importantly, the 3-country model, as I stressed before, allows us, well, I should say, when we estimate the responses of capital and TFP, we have a somewhat restricted sample, so we redo the estimation for that restricted sample. Yeah? It looks quite similar, but what's important for that restricted sample, the average war site amounts to 10% of GDP, 10.8. So war is really happening on a large scale in this restricted sample, and we look what it does to a small country, which is only amounting to 2.5% of GDP. Yeah? We also account for the trade integration, which we actually see in the data for this scenario. Okay? The other parameter values are fixed at conventional values. I should just stress that domestic and foreign goods are complements. That's important to understand how the shock transmits from one country to the other. Okay? So this is how we pin down the shock scenario in home, in the war side. You have seen the responses in purple for output and inflation, so it looks similar. This is for the restricted sample, on which we can also estimate the response of the capital stock and TFP. That's the solid lines. What the model then does is it predicts a similar adjustment for the war economy for home, for the war side economy for home. It's right on track. And you might say that's unsurprising because we target these responses. Yeah? We target these responses, and so that's perhaps unsurprising. What is surprising, I believe, is that the model is also able to generate the kind of spillovers we do see in the data. Yeah? So it's doing a good job in predicting the output collapse and the increase in inflation which we see in the nearby country. On top of that, it also gets right the dynamics of the capital stock, which we can also estimate for the nearby economy. And you see the model predicts the decline in the capital stock. And what's, I think, worthwhile emphasizing is that while we have the war destroying capital in the domestic economy, these spillovers, supply-side spillovers, come about endogenously and make this supply shock spill over as a supply shock to the foreign country. We can then do lots of things with the model. I'm out of time. I just want to flag here, this is trade of foreign. You see that imports from home collapse. Yeah, there is just this massive supply shock in home. So you don't have the goods. There's also market access being reduced. You can switch a little bit and import more from the rest of the world, but what the model says, this effect is limited. Yeah? And so in the end, you see macro aggregates declining. These are composites of domestically and produced and imported goods. They are complements, and so you don't have the imports to produce this final stuff, so overall, the macroeconomy slows down quite a bit. Okay? That's the story which the model tells. So I conclude here because I'm out of time. Let me just stress a last fact. I mean, these spillovers from the war, which is a massive supply shock in the war side, operate as supply shock along the supply side, and so in foreign they give rise to a policy trade-off. Yeah? So also in foreign, output declines and inflation goes up. In this sense, the external costs of the war are even more severe because policymakers in foreign will probably be unable to contain the economic fallout from the war. Thanks.
Okay, great. So let me start with some thanks and congratulations. So thanks first for the invitation. And congratulations to the authors. You'll see I like a lot the paper. I think that what I like is first the data work. Bernhard did not have a lot of time to present the data, but there's a lot of work in the data. And the second thing I like is this novel way to look at a very old problem, which is to focus on war sites and the impact of being a country in which there was a major war site, and the impact, the economic impact, not only on the country itself, but also on other countries. So I think this is an interesting new way to look at this old issue. Also, one contribution of the paper is an intriguing result, which is the fact that potentially there's a positive economic consequence of distance on distant countries from a war site. So let me first give you the major takeaways from the papers. So indeed, the way they view war is that it's a massive supply shock, and they're going to in particular focus on the effect of capital destruction and the trade cost increase. Indeed, they're going to have this result. I'll come back on this also, that war sites are affected, countries which are war sites are affected, but potentially not belligerence, which is also an intriguing result, with spillovers through diffusion, in particular via trade and intermediate inputs, and with persistence via endogenous investment. And these two mechanisms are very well explained with a very standard, plain vanilla new Keynesian model that can rationalize these facts. And again, there's this result that on which I want to come back on, that potentially distant countries can be positively affected. So the focus is on war sites, on this with these new data sets, and basically looking at potentially, at focusing on war sites rather than belligerence. So I think this is a novel way to look at this whole issue. There's this one paper by, which I did not know, but which I think is also looking at the same issue, Pilksin and Kozkan at the EBRD, which is also looking at war sites. But I don't think there are that many papers that focus on that dimension of wars. And in some sense, it's related to an old controversy on, you know, if you're thinking of the controversy between Keynes and an economist who has been completely forgotten, Etienne Mantoux, on France and Germany after World War I. In fact, if we remember well, France was the major war site on World War I, not Germany. And in fact, France comes out of World War I partially destroyed, and in particular in terms of economic impact, it was very detrimental. In some sense, most economists would think that now that Keynes was right, but for the wrong reasons. In fact, Germany was not destroyed, and in terms of the economic impact of World War I, Germany recovered quite quickly. In fact, Keynes had very pessimistic predictions on German iron and steel production. And one way to think of it is exactly your story, is that actually what matters is whether you are a war site or not. And it was France which was the war site on World War I. And that's indeed the major, I think, a very important result, where they show that indeed, and that's the empirical part, where indeed, if you were a war site, you can get up to something like 30% decrease in GDP, whereas for belligerence, as you see in some sense, and that's belligerent but not a war site, the impact is basically null. And for third countries, and that's going to be important, it's actually the average of two effects, one which is potentially positive and one which is negative. In a sense, it speaks to something that we are experiencing now. If we think about Russia-Ukraine war, the war site is Ukraine, and clearly that's where the major impact in terms of GDP is much more than Russia. So let me raise one concern, and in some sense you won't be surprised that I raise this concern, is the exogeneity of the war events. So you assume, and you have a very good narrative of why you take these wars as exogenous to the business cycle and to trade, and I'm going to focus on one issue, which is trade, and again you won't be surprised. So in our paper with Matthias Tönnig and Thierry Meyer, indeed what we were showing is that trade openness with the rest of the world may increase the probability of war. So basically, if you think of the correlation that you're looking between war and the GDP in the rest of the world, what we were showing is that potentially there's a reverse effect, in the sense that an increase in the rest of the world GDP increases trade with the rest of the world, but that means that potentially decreases bilateral trade and increases, in this case, the probability of war. So basically, given that you're talking a lot about the trade effect of a potential war, what my concern is that in fact there's potentially a reverse causality in the sense that actually trade may also affect the probability of war from that point of view. And there's an opposite effect for trade with potential belligerents. So basically what I'm saying is that potentially there's a spurious positive correlation between what you find the rest of the world, GDP and wars, and potentially this is an explanation of the positive correlation that you find between a war and the rest of the world GDP. And so that means that maybe there's a bit of an underestimate of the negative spillover effect on the rest of the world. One question I have is, and it's absent from your theoretical model, is there's no human losses and no impact on labor supply. And that, I think, is a bit of a problem because, in fact, you're looking at major war sites and therefore with major human losses, where the mean of dead, missing, and wounded is almost 200,000 persons. Again, if I take the example of World War I, and here the impact was similar for France and Germany, it was almost 10% of active male population that disappeared. And so clearly it has a big macroeconomic impact. And so from that point of view, I'd like to know more about what was the effect of labor supply destruction compared to what you focus on, which is physical capital and productivity destruction. So could the model explain this, even if it includes the shocks on labor supply? Again, it's not in the model, and in some sense, I think it's missing. And we know that potentially there was some substitution, in particular the role of female labor supply during wars, but also afterwards. So in terms of the comparison of the data and the model, so it's a good fit. Again, it's not surprising when you look at the home country because the way you find the parameters is to maximize the fit. So the fit of the model has to be judged on those countries which are not the war site. So looking at countries which are either nearby or distant countries. So it's pretty good on the nearby countries. Here on the distant countries, that's where you have this empirical result that, and here so it's the full line. You find a positive impact, and it's not totally small. It's 5% increase in GDP for countries which are not war sites, but far away from the war site. This is not in the model. So you see that here there's a discrepancy between the result of the model and of the data. It's better for the foreign countries. So it begs some more questioning. Why do you have a positive spillovers on distant countries? It's not that small. It's in the empirics. It's not in the model. So obviously, it could be that either something is missing in the empirics. Again, my reverse causality concern. Maybe you should control for the similarity of production. I can think of stories where a major war site produces oil, and other countries which are producing oil are going to benefit from this. So I think you should go a bit deeper in this result, and in some sense that's the same question: is something missing in the model, in the sense that in the model there are no raw material, no energy, no terms of trade shock actually, and that may be missing, and that could be an explanation of what's happening in the distant countries. Let me finish also by asking to do more in some sense. I like the paper, I like the model, so I'd like to understand better the mechanisms at war. So you have the same war shock, ETA, but maybe you've changed in the past few days, but anyway, that's the version of the paper I have, on the capital stock, on technology, on the investment specific technology, on trade costs, on TFP, no shock on labor, so I'm complaining a bit about this. So we'd like to understand, I mean, you have a great model, so we'd like to understand a bit more what is the role of, at the end, you show us this result, but it's a synthetic of all these mechanisms. So we'd like to know more about the role of each of these mechanisms, these channels, and so in one way it would be to shut them one by one and to understand which one really is producing these ones. Let me finish with the role of international trade in goods and assets. So the iceberg trade costs increased by 13%. The way I understand this 13% is that that's the one that maximizing the fit with the data. But it'd be interesting to compare, to look at how much trade falls. I think it's actually pretty good because with your elasticity of substitution, that means that we would be around 32%, and I think that's around the existing literature. And the last point is, in these international new Keynesian models, trade in assets is actually pretty important in terms of smoothing both consumption and investment. So it'd be interesting to see what happens to the current account. And here I want to cite a paper by Gita because she's the star here. Because in fact, two things could happen. On the one hand, it's a large negative shock, so it points to we would expect a current account deficit. But at the same time, it's potentially it's a permanent growth effect. And her paper was showing that in this case, it would point to a current account surplus. So I think that on this side, you can do also more. But again, great paper, and you know, I just want more juice from the fruit. It's a great fruit.
Okay, thanks, Philippe, a lot. This is a very generous discussion and very cool interesting points. Should I respond? Yeah, briefly on, I think we can do a lot of stuff are straightforward, such as labor, the decomposition you suggest. We can do that, we will do that, it makes a lot of sense. The bias thing you bring up is also intriguing. You know, reading your paper again, on writing this paper, I thought, okay, how does this connect? And I think the way you put it here, that in principle, more trade or a boom in the rest of the world could potentially explain why we find these positive spillovers is intriguing. Although quantitatively, these spillovers, 5%, are quite sizable. But I think we will try to think about this. I mean, again, the idea in Philippe's paper, for those of you who haven't read this recently, is that when you trade more with other people, you have, all else equal, a stronger incentive to go into war with your neighbor, so to speak. But yeah, so this could, in principle, rationalize these positive spillovers. I should also say that these positive spillovers, you know, they disappear for the size specification, which we look at in the paper. So we are currently trying to get our head around this. So this is very helpful input at this stage. Thank you. Yeah, should I start?
Thank you very much for your presentation and the discussion. My question is, does your model inform anything about the costs that a country incurs if they move to a war economy? And maybe what can we learn about the role of belligerence here? Yeah, that's it.
Should I collect questions? Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah, thanks, Gunnar. That's a great paper. Lots of fun to look at and understand. I have a question. Why did you guys pool the pre- and post-World War I data? Because you have different monetary regimes, and the new Keynesian model doesn't work for the pre. You know, you have gold standard. You don't have a Taylor rule, at least in theory.
Thank you, great paper. I haven't read it. I have a few questions. One actually relates to the previous one. First of all, is the data series, 1870-2022. They're very different events and different situations. So I wonder how your model takes them into account, and specifically, whether you take into account the systemically important countries versus, let's call, the innocent bystanders. Because obviously, the impact of a war on systemically important countries, economically important countries, is totally different from those which are non-systemically important. I have another question, sorry, it's threefold question. It's about the role of fiscal space. If you have any way in your model to assess the fiscal space of countries at war, and in particular the impact on debt, and the access to capital markets. My third question is a sort of a thought exercise, and basically relate to what Philippe already said about the economic consequences of war. Let's say, because we don't want to refer to current wars, let's say you were J.M. Keynes in spring 1944, preparing for the Bretton Woods Conference, and you have already written the economic consequences of peace, and now you are, with your data, you can write the economic consequences of war. What kind of lessons you can take, imagine you are Keynes, from your data in preparing the Bretton Woods? I know it's a thought exercise, but I thought it could be interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm out of time, yeah? One more question, or yes, taking
Okay. Okay. So some of the deadliest conflicts, especially like in the post-Second World War period, have been civil conflicts, right? So Rwanda, Yemen, Syria, and so forth. So what's your rationale behind excluding those and kind of focus on the international wars? Because conceptually, if you want to understand the spillovers, the economic spillovers of conflict, wars, I mean, that's something that you should take a look at, no? Is it because they are more endogenous or something like that?
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot for all these questions. Let me start with the last question. I mean, we only look at interstate wars, and only because, of recent events. We haven't had time to see whether really there is any difference when we include civil wars in our sample. So I guess that's an open question which we can easily address. I guess the question on Keynes is harder, working out, I have to think about it, honestly. And all your other points are well taken, and we have not investigated this yet. I mean, controlling for whether a country is systematically important, and also investigating in more detail fiscal space and something like that. I mean, these are key issues, I agree. We had no time or capacity to handle that yet. On my point, yes, monetary policy rules, you're right, of course, but I think we have now the tools ready to investigate this in the model. I don't know on top of my head, we haven't really run this systematically with fixed exchange rates, but I think given that we have the model, if the model would tell us there's big differences, then we can split the sample and see whether this prediction is also in the data. I think that would be a nice test. Yeah. Thanks a lot. And the costs in the war side, yes, indeed, we are trying to quantify this. We are currently setting up a website tool where we try to, evaluate different scenarios and add up, or in an admittedly rough way, these costs of war for the war side by comparing the foregone GDP growth and adding it up with the loss of the capital stock, so that we can then systematically compute numbers for wars which differ in size, but also the costs which occur to the neighbors. And these costs, according to our estimates, then differ with the distance from the war side. We are close, but not exactly ready to launch that project. Thanks.
So, shall I start? Yeah, okay. So, thanks for having me here. I'm very excited and delighted to present this paper. It's the basic motivation of the approach is that, there is this burgeoning literature on, geopolitical fragmentation of global trade, and those papers that we are, listening to those days typically are interested in trade policy, in a context of violence or in the shadow of violence, but taking the conflict risk as given. Okay? And as Gita was mentioning yesterday, a true policy concern is that geopolitical fragmentation may actually feed back on the risk of conflict. And so that's the approach I'm taking in this paper, is that I'm really interested in modeling the two-way causation between trade policy and geopolitics. So the paper is slated as being published ultimately as a chapter in the forthcoming handbook of economics of conflicts at Elsevier in North Holland. And so what I do here is I built on the developments in the trade literature and the conflict literature in the past 15 years to build a generic model of interstate conflict and international trade. And it's generic in the sense that I will try to convince you that it's, the main message is not too much sensitive on the parametric assumptions, So the model is quite light, actually. And so I use this model to, to derive a welfare formula of trade gains in the shadow of war. So in a state of nature where you don't know exactly whether there will be an outbreak of conflict or not. Okay? And I show that this welfare in the shadow of war involves a set of endogenous geoeconomic factors in the sense that they all depend on the trade regime. And those factors are, first, the ex-ante opportunity cost of war, then the probability of war itself, and then depending, and then the true cost of war if on the equilibrium path you observe war, but there is also out of equilibrium path effect in the sense that we can quantify the diplomatic concessions that have to be made to pacify. Okay? And I show that there is a kind of sufficient statistic element here in the sense that all those geoeconomic factors can be derived from the ex-ante opportunity cost of war. And then, the aim of the approach is to provide a quantitative, method. And so, okay, this is not working anymore. And so I simulate some trade policies really with the aim of, illustrating the method. So you should, those are not definitive numbers, but I will show you that some interesting action takes place when you quantify the model. And a basic takeaway element is that the welfare impact, when they are estimated in a quantitative model in the shadow of conflict, differ quite substantially from what you would get from a model calibrated only for peacetime conditions. Okay. Good. I basically plug a diplomatic model, game of negotiation between states into a structural gravity model of trade. So the first component, the diplomatic game, is aimed at explaining why rational leaders, in spite of huge cost of war, as we just seen in the previous, in Bernhard's presentation, still fail at de-escalating tensions. Okay. So this is called the paradox of war in the economics of literature conflict. Then the second element, the structural gravity model, really is a very standard quantitative framework that is used in the academic literature, but which is also used by international agencies to quantify welfare gains. And in this setup, I use this quantitative trade model to quantify the opportunity cost of war. Okay. And in building this model, I'm revisiting the paper with Philippe and Thierry, but where I add additional results. So all the results related to the geoeconomic factors and to the welfare analysis are new with respect to what we did 15 years ago. Okay, so here's a setup. It's a multi-country world with a matrix of bilateral trade frictions, and trade frictions are conditional on the peace or war status. The sequence of events is the following. So, I take as a fact that there are many reasons why geopolitical disputes may arise in the world. Okay, so they are exogenous, and so there is a dispute between a country I and a country J, and here I model it, but as a dispute about a public good, that is transferable from one country to the other. Okay, so think of it as a territory, a natural resource, or a water body. Okay, and I assume that the other countries that are not directly involved in the dispute will not intervene in the diplomatic process, right? Just to keep things simple. Okay, then I and J, the two potential belligerents, adopt the diplomatic protocol, and then there is an element of private information that is revealed to each player, private information related to the true cost of war. Okay? Then negotiation take place, and with two potential outcomes. Either they manage to agree upon a transferable transfer from I to J. This transfer can be positive or negative, right? It's positive if I transfer something to J, negative then meaning that J transfer to I. And if they set an agreement upon this transfer, then peace is maintained and there is a de-escalation of tensions. Otherwise, if they fail at negotiating, then war breaks out. And then, depending on the outcome of the negotiations, the market's clear. Production, trade, and consumption take place. So how do I model the war here in this context? I model it as a lambda % of human losses, a decrease in TFP of alpha %, and an increase and some trade disruption, with trade between belligerents being increased, trade frictions increasing by 2 bilateral %, but also to give justice to what you observe in the data, I also assume that trade frictions between one belligerent and the rest of the world increase as well by 2 multilateral %. Okay. Good. So this is the utility cost of war. Utility cost of war for I is simply equal to the utility in peace minus utility in war. Utility in peace is made of the real consumption plus the value of the contested public good in peace. Okay. I assume it's a linear element, because it's like an external homogeneous good. If you think of Grossman-Helpman, policy for trade paper, it's valued by equally by the two players, and so that allows to transfer utility in the negotiation game. So that's why it's an additional element here. Okay, net of real consumption in war plus the value of the public good if war occurs, and so I is a private stochastic shock, privately observed stochastic shock that potentially represents damages, right? So the value of the public good is potentially lower in war because of destruction. Okay, such as the utility cost of war is equal to the differential of real consumption between peace and war, an element that I call opportunity cost of war in the rest of the paper, plus this piece of private information. Okay, so it's observed only by I. Okay, so that gives justice to this well-known concept of fog of war. You believe that you will conquer the Ukraine in 3 days. It takes you more than 2 years to do it. Okay, so basically, there are some elements you don't observe. And then last assumption is that there are destructions such as peace Pareto dominates war. Okay, so the joint surplus in the joint utility cost of war is positive. Okay. And so the paradox now is, why is it that war occurs? So I'm going to spend some time on the diplomatic game, simply because I think that the new element here in the framework, the trade model, the trade quantitative model is very standard. So I'm going to skip the details about it. Okay, so in this setup, under public information, if the two war shocks would be observed by the two players, then they are rational. You can show that they will always agree upon an agreement, a transfer. And basically, you should observe a positive transfer from the country with the largest utility cost of war to the country with the lowest utility cost of war. Okay? Simply because I'm suffering more from war, well, I'm more ready to make you a concession to avoid war, right? But here, diplomacy, and I think, again, it gives justice to what is diplomacy the true nature of diplomacy is that you have to bargain and negotiate under asymmetric information. So you have to disambiguate information, you have to communicate, those things are important elements in diplomacy. Okay, so here diplomacy is bargaining under asymmetric information, and given I'm aiming at building a quite generic model, I assume here that diplomacy is quite unconstrained. Okay, so the two players, the two countries, are free to choose any type of negotiation protocol. Okay, they can agree upon having a round table in Ankara just one day trying to find a solution. If there is no solution, then they go back and fight. They can agree upon meeting regularly in an anonymous way in Stockholm, and then trying to design a peace solution. So any type of negotiation protocol, and moreover, each leader can unilaterally quit the negotiation table. Also, it's a no-commitment mechanism. Okay. And so the first step of this diplomatic procedure is really what is the optimal protocol that those leaders choose. And here I built on a well-known result from the mechanism literature by Meyerson and Satterwhite in 1983 that shows that in a closed setup, so some adaptation have to be made here, but in a closed setup, the procedure, the optimal, the second-best procedure is simply a simple Nash bargaining procedure. In the sense that, first, each leader announces a utility cost of war, I, announcement of J. They check if those two announcements are compatible with the aggregate resource constraint. Positive here. If not compatible, then negotiation fails and war breaks out, and each country receives its utility in war. If they are compatible, then peace is maintained, and the transfer that takes place is simply equal to the differential of utility cost. So if the announcement of I is larger than the announcement of J, then I will transfer something to J. Okay, that's it. Very simple. But quite powerful. It's the beauty of this result from the mechanism design literature. It dominates any type of alternative diplomatic process you can imagine. Okay, so it makes, I think it's quite important when it turns to the quantitative exercise to show that the quantitative results are not sensitive to the details of the diplomatic protocol you consider. Okay, and then you can solve for this game and find that actually, optimally, I will announce a utility of cost of war that is below its true utility cost of war. Okay, simply to extract more concessions or to give less. Okay, but of course, because of this strategic misreporting, then there is a risk of negotiation failure. If the two players abuse and then really misreport too much, then it will not be compatible with the aggregate resource constraint, and war will occur. So when do negotiation fail? So this is a representation of the domain. So in order to solve, you need at some point to do some parametric assumptions. So here you have to assume that the utility cost of war are distributed uniformly on this domain. Okay, so they are negatively correlated in the sense that if you lose more, it's surely because the other party wins more. And so what you can show is that, so this is the domain, and for all those realization of the utility cost of war, negotiation fails, meaning that you observe a negotiation failure when the joint realization of the utility cost of war is low. So intuitively it means that because it's low, Sure? No, it's calibrated for 25 minutes, right? Okay, okay. Then they don't have too much to lose, and then they start, okay, they misreport information. But what you also show is that diplomacy is quite efficient at de-escalating the most intense forms of war. Okay. So then you can compute the probability of setting an agreement. It's simply equal to the blue surface over the total surface, and you can show that the probability of appeasement, of de-escalation, is simply equal to the square of the joint opportunity cost of war. Okay, so a larger opportunity cost of war means that you observe more settlement, peaceful settlement. Then you can compute what are the average concessions, so what are the costs of maintaining war out of the equilibrium path. So this is simply equal to the average transfer, and this average transfer is simply equal to the differential of opportunity cost of war. So when you observe an asymmetry in the opportunity cost of war between the two players, then that will create some transfer. Okay. And then you can compute the true cost of war when war is observed on the equilibrium path, and it's equal to the opportunity cost of war net of this element, you know, so net of this, all those realizations. But still, the true cost of war is increasing, in the opportunity cost of war. So good. Then, you know, the welfare formula is simply given by utility in peace, net of the probability of peace times the cost of maintaining peace, net of the probability of war times the true cost of war. And again, all those elements can be, so the first element, utility of peace, can be, you know, the welfare in peacetime is quantified thanks to your trade model, and those elements all can be derived from the opportunity cost of war. Good. So then the trade equilibrium, the general equilibrium closure is very standard. I use a workhorse model of structural gravity. As you know, those quantitative models have many, many micro-foundations, but still, they all deliver a gravity equation that I use here to quantify the opportunity cost of war. And here, for simplicity, I use the Anderson 1979 framework, so there is no intermediate sector, there is no capital, only labor and productivity. So how do I quantify the opportunity cost of war? I go for, simply the opportunity cost of war is what is consumption in peace, that's my factual, what would be my consumption in war, that's my counterfactual, and I use the machinery of the structural gravity model to compute through the exact algebra this opportunity cost of war. But the beauty of this approach is that, of all this gravity literature is that you don't need a lot of data to compute the opportunity cost of war. You just fundamentally need the shares, the import shares observed in peacetime, and a parsimonious set of calibrated structural parameters. Good. Then what is the opportunity cost of war in this context? It's simply equal to the TFP loss, the productivity loss, plus the fact that because of the war, trade is disrupted, and then the country starts to trade with itself more. Okay, so that's an increase in self-trade. And what we show in this setup is that the opportunity cost of war actually increases with bilateral sourcing. The more I trade with my potential enemy, the larger will be my opportunity cost of war, so the larger will be my desire to settle peace. Whereas if I trade more with the rest of the world, multilateral trades, that reduce my opportunity cost of war, and so I'm less keen to pacify. And so that increases the probability of war. Okay, I use this setup to, assess quantitatively a number of trade policies. But you have to think of what a fundamental security dilemma. The fundamental security dilemma is that if I implement a policy that increases my bilateral dependence vis-à-vis my rival, it's good. That will increase the probability of peace, which is good for my welfare. But at the same time, if I do that in an asymmetric way, I have to make more concessions to maintain peace. This is costly. And when war occurs, my costs are really big. Okay, so it's unclear whether you should, at which point you should couple or decouple from your geopolitical rivals. That's why you need a quantification. So the quantification is based on a double-nested procedure. Okay, so if the policy is not implemented, you compute the opportunity cost of war. Peace, factual. War, counterfactual. That's the first counterfactual exercise. Then you assume that the policy is in place. You recompute the trade matrix, and then you have to recompute peace and war in this counterfactual war. Okay, so it's a double-nested counterfactual procedure. Something, yeah. Okay, some empirical application, just the calibration of the model. I use the competitive paper, you know, that of the previous one to some extent. I use the Chupilkin and Coxan 2022 results on TFP loss. Basically, on GDP loss, they find that it's 8% drop in GDP that you observe in interstate war. They use a synthetic control model, so it's very conservative with respect to what Gernot presented us. Okay. So this is a story of the geoeconomic of the US-China pair across time, starting 1970. So I use the trade data from, that I use with Thierry. So we have the trade data until 2018. So this is evolution of bilateral trade and multilateral sourcing of the US-China pair. So what you observe after the accession of China to the WTO is that actually there is a stagnation of multilateral trade, but bilateral trade openness is still increasing between the two. So it means that the level of bilateral dependence between China and US has increased big time since 2001, but in an asymmetric way. When you look at the details, actually, US is way more dependent on Chinese imports than China is dependent on US import. And so it means that because of this asymmetry in bilateral dependencies, it means that the opportunity cost of war for China is quite stable, around the 8% TFP norm, but the opportunity cost of US after the accession of China to the WTO actually increased up to 10%. So because of this asymmetry in the opportunity cost of war, it means that in case of geopolitical disputes, then the US have to make more concessions. Okay? And this is the evolution of the concessions made by the US to China in case of disputes. It was in the negative domain between 2001, meaning that China has to concede to the US, but actually it becomes positive after 2001 and it keeps on increasing. Okay? And the model tells you actually that you can use it to assess what is the probability of a successful de-escalation of disputes. Between 2001, it was below 100%. It's 100% now. So they managed to pacify all time. And then I finish on, I can use the model to assess quantitatively whether in this context, in this type of setup, the decoupling, the US decoupling from the Chinese economy was a smart move or not. So here I use a model and I simulate in 2018, so the year where the policy was implemented, what are the consequences of increasing trade costs on import from China, unilaterally, from 0 to 20%. So the model shows you that if you start to increase, as the US, you start to increase your trade cost, your barriers with China, bilateral trade will decrease, and multilateral trade with the rest of the world will increase. So there is a redirection of your trade. We know that, we observe that in the data, out of China towards the rest of Asia. The geoeconomic consequence, so in a standard model, if you remember 5 years ago, trade economists were telling, oh, Trump is doing really disastrous policy. Indeed, in a peacetime, in calibrated trade model, the prediction is that real consumption, because of this increase in trade barriers, decrease. But now you can take into account, factor in the fact that there are geopolitical tensions. And using the geoeconomic welfare formula, what you can show is that by decoupling from China, actually, the US reduced their opportunity cost until 2%. Okay. Meaning that the cost, the concessions, because of the decoupling they have to make to China are decreasing. Okay, so the average concessions are reduced. That's smart. But the probability of peace is maintained at 100% until this threshold, which is around 15%. maybe less, 14. And then, if you keep on increasing your barriers with China, then the probability of conflict starts to be non-zero. You restore geopolitics. You know, this feedback effect I was mentioning at the beginning of the presentation, the very fact that by decoupling, you actually validate its self-fulfilling prophecy. You validate the fact that then you can enter into a war with China. And as soon as this probability goes down, actually, the total geoeconomic welfare effect goes down. Now, if you sum the geoeconomic gains and the standard trade gains, as measured by real consumption, this is what you get. First, it's good overall. It's true that real consumption goes down, but it's more than offset by the geoeconomic gains. But here, then it starts to go down again. So there is an optimal level of decoupling. That's what quantitatively this analysis shows you. Okay, and in the data, it's 19%. It's 14% the optimal point here. Okay, so I stop. I just tell you if you're interested, then we can discuss more. I also use the same analysis for the Russia-Ukraine pair. The basic story with the Russia-Ukraine pair is that 30 years ago, Ukraine was super dependent on import from Russia in a very asymmetric way, meaning that then they had to make a lot of concession to Russia to maintain peace in case of a dispute. But then we observed a decoupling of the Ukrainian economy from the Russian economy, and so the opportunity cost of war for Ukraine with Russia was around 15% 20 years ago. Now, in 2018, it was around the 8% TFP norm. Okay, so meaning that it was also a smart move from a geoeconomic point of view, because then, you know, the concessions they have to make decreased. But still, this has the effect of increasing the probability of war. Okay, and then the last policy experiment I do is that I assume that in 2018, the Ukraine enters into EU. Okay, so what you get here is that should Ukraine enter into EU in 2018, then multilateral trade of Ukraine with the rest of Europe would increase big time. So that would accelerate the decoupling of Ukraine with Russia. This is good for the real consumption of Ukraine, but by decoupling massively from Russia, that would have increased by 11% the risk of a conflict with Russia. And this effect, Russia in 2018 did not care economically that Ukraine start to trade more with the rest of Europe. The consumption drop because of the redirection of Ukrainian imports out of Russia toward Europe would cost at that time less than 20 base points, 2 base points of real consumption to Russia. It's really marginal. But because of this big decrease, this big increase, if you want, in the probability of conflict between the two, the overall welfare effect would be a loss of 1% for Russia. So in the sense that in 2019, what those quantitative models tell us is that Russia would have opposed or would have been concerned by adhesion of Ukraine to Europe, not for a standard trade gain reason, but because of the geoeconomic consequences. Thank you very much. Yes, that's why I abuse of the time. The discussion is unfortunately sick. Yeah.
Great paper. So I like a lot this analysis of the decoupling with China with the three mechanisms. You did not show what happens to China and to the rest of the world also. I guess here, especially for the rest of the world, and maybe this is missing from the model, you would need certainly global supply chains and the spillovers that these could have. But it would be very interesting because in some sense, yes, there's the question of decoupling with China, but it has an impact on Europe, for example. And so it would be super interesting to understand what is, so you showed the optimal strategy for US, which is a bit of decoupling, but not too much. what is the optimal strategy for Europe, and what is the welfare impact and potentially the optimal strategy of China, given these three effects. And I think, again, these three mechanisms, these three channels are super important and super clear. I'd never thought of this issue in this way, but I'd like to know more.
Thanks, Philippe, for asking the question. So I would be happy to
we did not coordinate. Huh?
Yeah, exactly. So, like De Gaulle, De Gaulle was asking to the journalist who has the right questions. Okay. Yeah, anyway, I would be happy to. Well, first, it's a generic framework, as I said, for a handbook chapter. I think if you buy, the overall mechanisms, really, in particular, the trade model should be enriched. And I think you are right. To address your question, we should have intermediate good sectors. We should model in the Bakifari kind of model, the supply chain explicitly, the network, and then I could answer with a quantitatively meaningful model to your questions. So it's an invitation to work with this type of approach, but with more realistic models. Okay, but I think I hope what this shows is that it's the diplomatic game is quite generic, and it can be combined with any kind of structural gravity quantitative trade model. That is much more realistic. Yeah. So I'm happy to work with you on that if you want. Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay, we'll do a lunch break, and then we have the next keynote here in this room.
Yes, hello everybody. Welcome back. It's a great honor to very, very briefly introduce Adam Tooth of Columbia University. He actually needs no introduction. He's one of the eminent economic historians of our time. He grew up in Germany and has done, I love his wonderful work on German economic history. But you will probably know his many activities, also podcasts, newsletters, and many of those contributions are actually devoted to geopolitics, to geoeconomics. So we couldn't think of a better keynote speaker than you, and the title is right, exactly what we were wishing for, The Return of Geoeconomics. Thank you so much for taking the trip, the long trip here, and we look forward to your talk. The floor is yours.
Right, well, it's a great pleasure to be here. Are we on the first slide? I can't see from where I'm at. Did they move me forward? It's really an extraordinary pleasure to be here. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure they were synced with each other. Control freakery, sorry. It's really an extraordinary pleasure to be here. Anyone who works in either the field of economics or indeed economic history knows the vast contribution that the Kiel Institute has made to our understanding of the world. And in fact, notably recently, the work of Moritz and Christoph personally has been hugely important to an entire generation of people trying to get to grips with macro finance and global debt flows and so on. It's really an honor to be here with you and to speak in this environment here. It's also extraordinarily broad-minded of the Kiel Institute to invite to such a wonderful group of economists, a historian like myself, who enjoys very much listening to economists and has enough economic training to appreciate at least the sort of atmospherics of the papers being presented, and I hope to follow the main lines of the argument, but also does come from a very different corner. And the question I have to ask myself, of course, is what value added can I make to this meeting? And I arrive at a rather kind of grim conclusion, which is that I think the thing I can probably add to the meeting is a sense of alarm, because what strikes me about listening to the papers about questions as fundamental as sanctions, economic warfare and so on is the kind of cool way, I won't say light-hearted, but the cool way, the technical way in which these questions are presented. And yet, to me, they mark a kind of almost vertiginous moment of departure and break. And I want to kind of bring that back a little bit by way of this question of the history of geoeconomics. So forgive me, this is not a light after lunch talk, but I think it's worthwhile doing this. And it was provoked a little bit by the cameo that we had last night of the State Secretary and Gita Gopinath following each other and giving us two views on geoeconomics and the German Foreign Ministry. And the first was the Foreign Ministry's presentation, which was, this is the first conference of geoeconomics that we've done, and we're so glad to be welcome in Kiel. This is so urgent. The world has changed. We know we need a new business plan, which is, I think, a kind of, many of us share this perception that none of us can quite believe that we're here talking about the things that we're talking about. And then Gita wrapped her talk, very technical at first, but then it had that resounding 5-minute conclusion on Europe's significance for this question in a very different way. I think if you remember, she said, and really looking back 80 years, and she emphasized 80 years, to the apocalyptic conditions of Europe in the 1940s, Europe actually is one of the laboratories in which the solution to geoeconomic problems has been worked out. And this is the moment where I, as a historian, become, as the Germans would say, hellhörisch. My ears prick up. I start listening, because it seems to me that there's a tension here between two rather different temporalities of views of what the geoeconomic problem is. One is that it is indeed a new problem that we need to wrestle with. The other is that, in a sense, it's the eternal problem. It's the fundamental set of parameters which always define the matrix within which, shall we say, normal economic activity transpires. And it's that tension that I really want to dig into, because I want to offer a third version, a third way of reading, in no way in contradiction with either of these, seeking, if you like, almost to reconcile them, which is that geoeconomics seems new to us now and to the German Foreign Ministry because we're coming out of a period in which we convinced ourselves that the geoeconomic problem had been solved. This is the economist version of the famous end of history thesis. That's why we're having this dual shock of, oh my God, old problems but new, in new form. And why is it that we might have been in that place in which we imagined that the problems of geoeconomics were solved? Why? Because it suited us, the West, I'm going to speak broadly about the West, us here, it suited us as incumbents to fundamentally hide the basis of our power, which structured the world in which it didn't seem that geoeconomic problems any longer arose. And why is that? Because it's better not to see how the sausage is made when it comes to geoeconomics. Because throughout modern history, the foundations of the geoeconomic game have been unappetizing for liberals to face squarely, because they have been about violence, ultimately. In the background of so many of the papers lurks the question of coercion up to and including war and the deployment of gunboats. And it sits on the kind of outer peripheral vision of our view. But if you look at this map here, of the world that maps the Kiel world, if you think of the world that the Kiel Institute was born into in 1914, if, as our decolonial friends say, well, let me back up a second. So what's going on here is that violence is sitting in the background of these things that we like to talk about: labor and capital, networks of knowledge, flows and barriers to flows and goods. This is what so much of the papers are about. And what I want to, as it were, harp on is this issue of violence. And I want to harp on it as a concrete problem, as a real problem, as a problem which structures this map that we see before us here. Because if you look at this map, if you look at the broad straight spaces in it, and we face the reality of the history which shaped this, and you go where our decolonial friends suggest we should go, and we turn the map upside down so as to decenter the global north and to reposition the global south at the top. And if we stand back from the polemics which are associated with these terms, I think we all know that really the term settler colonialism is not a politicized term of abuse for describing the forces which shape the basic matrix of modern geoeconomics, but simply a matter-of-fact description of what went on in North America, in Latin America, in Australasia, the discovery of the New World, which profoundly shapes the development of the modern world economy from the 16th century onwards, and of which cities like Hamburg and Kiel are the beneficiaries, as are, of course, London, Antwerp, the great port cities of Northern Europe, are all directly tied up into a trade which is first land grab, then commodity development, the triangular trade of the Atlantic, and the slave system. Not all settlers are colonial. This term, the settler concept, has a continued relevance for geoeconomics today. If you think of Amazonia and Bolsonaro's politics, if you think of the cocoa frontier in West Africa today, or gold mining in the Sahel, which is driving much of the disturbance which is going on there, this is a frontier of settler development that isn't in any obvious sense colonial. Not all settler colonial projects ultimately form the sort of nation states which emerge from the settler colonial projects of the early modern period so often and so successfully. This is a point I want to emphasize here. Not only is settler colonial, to my mind, a relatively neutral description of what goes on in these violent appropriations of land and resource. More often than not, certainly in the Anglosphere, which, as you can hear from my accent, I am born into, in the Anglosphere, it is the foundation for the democratic and parliamentary democracies which we boast of today. But not all settler colonial projects actually achieve that success. In Germany, Germany's extensive, or the German-speaking world's extensive settler colonial activity in Eastern Europe never does yield a compact empire. It yields the dream of such an empire, but not its reality. And not all colonies were settler colonial. Most importantly, British India. The British population of India never amounted to anything more than a smattering. Even the Brits didn't have the hubris of imagining that we could settler colonize the huge landmass of South Asia. An empire like the British Empire, which you could think of as the most radically extensive and comprehensive geoeconomic project to date, was always a mixture, therefore, a mixed economy of different modes of imperial power. Part settler colonial in Canada and in North America and Australia, part a logic of plantation agriculture in the Caribbean driven by slavery, and then part indirect rule across much of Africa and India. And you see here, and I picked this map deliberately because this is the maximum extent of the largest imperial geoeconomic project that, that we have to date developed in modern history. We can date it precisely. And I emphasize this date for its connections to the present moment, the 29th of September 1923, which is when the British took over, fatefully, the mandate for Palestine. And this was the moment at which their superstition of the Ottoman Empire in the Middle East established them as the de facto imperial presence, which they continued to be all the way down to the late 60s, anchoring the Anglo-American dominion over global oil in that region for a 45-year period. This huge expanse of geoeconomics is itself not just the product of wars, sometimes genocidal, waged against native populations, but of course also wars waged against Germany. And you can see here on the chart the incorporation of Germany's East and West African colonies into the British sphere of influence. The map somewhat understates the scale of British Empire because it doesn't include Egypt, which was held in an indirect form as the central base of British power in the Middle East and its control over the Suez Canal. The point I want to make here is that after the project of stabilizing geoeconomics in the wake of an apocalyptic war did not begin with Gita's moment in the aftermath of World War II. The first effort in this direction was made, the first deliberate effort to structure a geoeconomic system of power that would stabilize peace, and the conditions for large-scale economic growth was made after World War I. And it has a poor reputation because it's associated with that debacle of international organization, the League of Nations. But if you think of it in terms of the League of Nations, you misunderstand the foundations of a system which in some ways was eerily reminiscent of our current moment and is therefore still worth thinking about, precisely because it fails. And the real foundations of this system were not the League of Nations, in which the Americans famously don't participate, but in fact, dollar power. This is the Dawes Plan. This is actually a Communist Party cartoon from Germany from 1924. You see the peoples of Europe paying homage to what was already then emerging as the lead currency of the global system. We can date this quite precisely to 1916, the first American presidential election, which the entire world watched in awe, hoping that Wilson would not be elected, and then he was. A whole complex history unfolds from there. The fear was that America would exercise its veto over Entente war finance to end World War I, to the advantage actually of Germany. That's of course not what transpired, in large part also because of the engagement of J.P. Morgan in the Allied war effort and Germany's precipitous aggression against America. In any case, by the 1920s, the world has come to be organized as we recognize it today around the dollar. And the second element, often underrated, is massive naval power. These, ladies and gentlemen, are the 1920s equivalent of nuclear non-proliferation agreements today, but as you can see here, naval power then was held even more tightly than nuclear weapons are in the present moment. It's a hugely underrated hard power element of the first geoeconomic fix of the 20th century. Basically what it said was that the United States and Britain would share global naval hegemony, Japan would have a regional power, and everyone else would be and also ran. Navies matter so much because they are ultimately the hard power backstop to a blockade, the mechanism through which you, if necessary, starve to death the civilian population of your opponents. Liberalism was always, as Carl Schmitt analyzed, an iron fist in a velvet glove. If the League of Nations was the velvet glove and the dollar was the means of soft power persuasion, then the ultimate means of sanction was the huge preponderance of the navies. And if you know anything about the military history of World War II, you'll know that neither Japan nor Nazi Germany, Germany not even being on this list, were ever able to break out of the basic conditions and parameters of naval power, of strategic global power laid down at that moment. So this was not a febrile, fragile, non-existent geoeconomic fix. It had some very powerful delimiting parameters that would shape the rest of the 20th century. It was, however, also, and this is a crucial point, which I see hovering again around the edges of much of our discussion here, but never perhaps really focused on directly, it was already also ideological. And I don't mean ideological here in the sense of, you know, a big banner with a kind of brainwashing exercise and a youth league that's going to instill these ideas into you. I mean it more in the sense of common sense. The 1920s 1920s attempted to reorganize global common sense around ideas of peace and austerity. Austerity not just because it's a block against socialists, but because it's a block against militarists. If you want to enforce, as you can see here, a naval restriction, if you want to limit how many battleships the French can have, one thing you can do is remind them of how much money they owe to the United States. So you establish issue linkage and exercise financial pressure, and you do this in the name of the French housewife who doesn't want to have her budget cut as a result of huge taxes, which you're going to have to pay to finance your unnecessary battleship, because after all, Britain and America will take care of your global security. This sort of common sense is part of the 1920s fix as well. And I'm harping on all of this because it seems to me eerily reminiscent of the world that we have just left behind and that we are in the process of exiting. And it's not just an ideological lesson. It's not just a sinews of power story about money and ships. It's also a sociological argument. It's an argument about social class formation. This project of peace, of pacification in the 1920s, has about it some of the elements of the story we tell ourselves or used to tell ourselves about China. Grow a middle class and you grow a convergent, pacified world. These will be two figures that represent that story for the 1920s. Shidahara, the great Japanese statesman who signed up, or whose government signed up, to the kind of deal that we saw at Washington, and Gustav Stresemann on the German side. The transmutation of an imperialist into a conforming Nobel Peace Prize winning German statesman in the 1920s. So it's a combined element of a global governance structure, the League, a monetary deal with the dollar, a hard power basis in the Navy, an ideology of pacification, and a sociological project of, if you like, a global bourgeois harmony. And it's blown apart by the Great Depression of 1929. The reason why we, in retrospect, cannot see this structure is that it proved fragile in the face of the epic historic shock. This is Kindleberger's famous trade diagram. We all grew up on it, which shows the implosion of that world. Because as the trade connections go away, as the possibility of financing from Wall Street disappears, for macroeconomic reasons, forget geopolitics, the possibility of any kind of leverage by any kind of hegemon collapses, because none of the future promises remain credible. And it's into that space that we see exploding not pacification, not a retreat from the world, not in many of the insurgent countries of this period, a kind of pacifism that's rooted in the idea that dying for Danzig is an unthinkably crazy thing to suggest, but instead an assertive, new, ultra-aggressive form of geoeconomics, which makes the land-grabbing settler colonialism of the 19th century and even of the early modern period appear tame by comparison. Because in the 1930s, what we see is the authoritarian regimes, one by one, starting with Mussolini's Italy and Europe, with Imperial Japan in Manchuria, and then Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union in alliance in 1939 against Poland, exploding the parameters of this geoeconomic fix, which liberals in the United States, Britain, and France had attempted to put in place, and which the Great Depression swept away. And it's important to emphasize here, consistently throughout this period, that it is always a combination of violence, economic logics, modernization strategies, ideologies, all together. In other words, the new forms of geoeconomic fix that are being advocated answer liberalism at every single level. They have answers all the way along. If it's true that you now find historically meaningful references for some of the work you're doing on geoeconomics today in the interwar discussions of mercantilism, it's not by accident. Because it's in that period, in buildings just like this one, indeed probably in this building, which was an annex of Hjalmar Schacht's Reichsbank in the 1930s, these logics of geoeconomics were first being articulated. And they're being articulated all over the world. I've just referenced Mussolini, who pursued a genocidal program of settlement in Libya and Ethiopia in the 1930s. They're being driven by Japan, whose greater East Asian prosperity sphere is so huge in scale that you really need to be in outer space to appreciate the scale of the Japanese project. But it too is anchored in Manchuria in a classic settler colonial vision that is illustrated here by this poster for Manchukuo, which is intended for a Western audience to draw Western attention and investment into this highly promising field of territorial development that Japan is exploring and developing. These are the delineations of the nightmare that Gita Gopinath so quickly referenced at the end last time. This is what our structures that we are now clinging to and trying to make work are answering to. And the most awesome, the most terrifying, the most violent of these projects is, of course, the German project for imperial conquest and the pursuit of Lebensraum and racial restructuring in Eastern Europe. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, and it's important to emphasize this at this point, in this location, in Germany right now, that 30 years of historical research show us that the Holocaust was, of course, driven by anti-Semitism, a visceral, ideological, Jew-hating ideology, but it was never, ever, and this was the distinctiveness of Nazi anti-Semitism, separate from imperialism. It was never, ever separate from settler colonial politics in Eastern Europe. That indeed was the distinctive element of what made the Nazi Holocaust, the Nazi anti-Semitism, different from all of its religious and 19th century precursors. It was an anti-Semitism of this age of revived global geopolitical competition. We can literally show, and I and other colleagues have been in the trenches on this for decades, for practically every massacre of Jews perpetrated by Germany and their auxiliaries between 1941 and 1945, the specific conditions in terms of the resources deployed for the killing, the labor requirements of the location at that time, and the amount of food available to either feed or not feed the people killed at that moment, and what the specific imperative was for the murder to be carried out at that moment. We can document and show the entanglement of the project of geoeconomics with the Holocaust in the most excruciating detail. And so to treat this as though it was a purely ideological phenomenon is to profoundly misunderstand why it has the scale that it does. To just finally grab this point, the killing of Jews in Europe by Germany and its auxiliaries doesn't start in the 1930s on a large scale. It's a product of the war unleashed in the Soviet Union after 1941, both as an occasion, for sure, but also as a motive force of the acceleration of that violence. And against that backdrop, against this apocalypse of geoeconomic violence that Gita Gopinath invoked, we have also to understand correctly the nature of the peace made afterwards. Because one truly, it's so counterfactual that it really defies belief. And I've heard it uttered in the halls of this ministry on the occasion of the Versailles Peace Treaty in 1919. The anniversary was celebrated here extensively. The bizarre idea has become lodged in official memory in Europe that the reason for the success after 1945 of European reconstruction is that Europeans learned the lesson to make a less punitive, less violent peace. It's an absurd misreading of the circumstances after 45. The conditions were much more radical than after World War I. The inhibitions were much lower to do violence to populations in the course of making the peace, and the consequences for the populations of Germany and Poland were absolutely spectacular in the aftermath of the Potsdam decisions, because a wholesale rearrangement of the largest ethnic cleansing in European history was driven through the displacement of 12 million plus Germans from the East back into Germany. This is the failed problem of German settler colonialism in the East, and the replacement in Poland of those populations by Poles that were moved westwards from territory annexed from the Soviet Union. This is the violent basis, concerted, directed, purposeful violence on the basis of which peace was made and a new geoeconomic fix was constituted. And an essential part of that fix was the Western backing for the creation of Israel in the aftermath of 45. Which itself is a direct logical consequence of the accumulation of traumatized survivors of the Holocaust in displaced person camps across Europe, who then migrate, are either allowed to, or after 48 rapidly do migrate to Israel, and join what, against the historical backdrop of European politics, has to be understood. How else does one understand Zionism against the backdrop of the history I've been telling you here, as essentially the last great European settler colonial project of the 20th century. It's the last time in which a large group of Europeans, fired by desperation, of course, persecution, always part of the settler colonial story, talk to the Puritans, persecution, desperation, but also by a missionary zeal, the sense of a promised land, and of course the sense of economic and civilizational superiority over the populations that they were going to be displaced. Not for nothing, backed by nonconformist radicals like Lloyd George in the government which supported the Balfour Declaration by the United States after 45, and working directly with British and French imperial strategists in 56 in the preemptive strike launched against Nasser, the insurgent nationalist regime in Egypt. And yes, logically and totally in keeping with the violent peacemaking project of the post-World War II period, displacing over 700,000 Palestinians in the Nakba. To shut one's eyes to these illogical entanglements is simply to deny the consistency and coherence of modern history, in which Zionism appears as a relatively normal form of West European remaking of geoeconomics at the West of European origin. Of course, then, in the European core itself, as Gita was emphasizing, we see the flourishing of this giant windmill of economic growth. But again, one has to ask, what is the violent propulsion driving this? And of course, it's the wind blowing from the east and the establishment under the Stalinist rule in Eastern Europe of a similarly dynamic project of state building on the other side of the emerging Iron Curtain. So you can see what I'm driving towards here, a story about geoeconomic success, of geoeconomic consequence, from which the story of violence is never absent but always integral and a component. To talk of the period after 1945 as a period that is the post-war period ignores not only the post-colonial wars that Britain and France engaged in on a huge scale, the Dutch as well in Indonesia, but also the omnipresent risk, ever-growing risk, of nuclear confrontation between the two sides. It's a peace lived under the shadow of the possibility of nuclear annihilation, a threat which I never expected to face again in my lifetime, but after all has come back to us in the last couple of years. From a purely economic point of view, again, it's useful to look at Britain to see what's going on here, because if you track the trade pattern of Britain, the hegemon of that giant geoeconomic structure that I mapped for you in 1923, you see a truly fascinating pattern developing over time. You see a move from a 19th century form of relatively balanced integration of Britain with its empire. So the baseline here, the black line through the middle, is Britain's trade with the EU countries. And then you can see the share of trade with the US and the British Empire fluctuating around it. And you see that the early 20th century, for Britain as well, was a period of imperial concentration. It isn't just the Nazis or Imperial Japan or the Soviet Union that's thinking in terms of Großräume. The British Empire as well acquires a centrality to British trade that it did not have before and doesn't have to happen afterwards. And then what you see in the 50s and 60s is the long retreat of the British Empire from Britain and Britain from its empire, and the increasing dominance of gravity effects and Britain's deep integration into Europe. This is the story of the successful geoeconomic fix of Europe in the post-45 period, shown against the balance of trade of the most successful imperial power of the preceding era. It is also a story that, as Branko Milanovic has told us, and the great compression literature, which has been rightly honoured with the Nobel Prize, shows us, produced substantial sociological political economy effects within the blocks. So that story of geoeconomics always going hand in hand with a sociological project of class formation and reformation holds for this era too. What do we know happened? We know that differentials, income differentials within the bloc countries compressed. So the welfare state began to operate, redistributed taxation kicked in important ways, the labour market shifted technology and so on. And at the same time, the gap between both the first world and the second world and the third world, as Branko Milanovic's data shows us, gaped larger and larger than ever before. So this was a limited geoeconomic fix in the aftermath of World War II, hedged by the Cold War, spawning decolonial struggles all over the world and producing equality within the core and radical inter-country disparity on the outside. And we know it's a race. It's a race between the West and the Soviet-led bloc on the one hand and the other. It's a geoeconomic competition. And we know that by the 1980s, one of the conditions for the peace that we used to inhabit was that the West outpaced the Soviet Union dramatically in that production race. This is the story that the vast majority in this room were born into. This is the story that we know. Capitalist democracy triumphs over its rivals to a dramatic extent. The question, however, for economic historians is, how does it triumph? Does it triumph simply because it outproduced the Soviet bloc? Or is it, in fact, a story, and this is an idea first launched by Charles Mayer and developed by subsequent literatures, is it really a story about how the West dealt with growing internal crises better than the East's ability, the Soviet bloc's ability to deal with those crises? If we go back, if I can, to the Milanovic data, you see this, right? 1980 is the high point for the conversion, the compression of income differentials within the West. After that, we know it spreads open. We know there's a dramatic transformation in the political economy of the West from that moment onwards. And I heartily recommend to you Fritz Bartel's book on the triumph of the West in the Cold War, which makes the controversial, but I think overwhelmingly convincing argument that the key advantage of the West is not just its efficiency advantage, but on the basis of that, its ability to break compromises in a more politically tolerable way, to absorb the political fallout from disappointment more effectively than the Soviet Union and its allies were able to do. He makes an incredibly instructive comparison of Poland in the 1980s with Thatcher's Britain, both of them dealing with massive restructuring processes, one leading to regime collapse, the other to the instauration of Tory, well, if not hegemony, then at least political dominance well through to the 1990s, and in the form of Tony Blair, the extension of that project into the 21st century. In any case, what we know is that this collapse of the Soviet Union is really what cleared the ground for the geoeconomic terrain which most of us entered our professional lives under. This is the story of the extraordinary expansion of the Western structures of geoeconomic stabilization into Eastern Europe. This is also the story of the project of the two-state solution in the Middle East in the 1990s and the early 2000s. This is the story of Shimon Peres's vision to broker a deal between Palestine with the backing of the United States, explicitly on the model of the post-war West European geoeconomic fits. In other words, that you can bury even the most savage pain. You can bury Germany's Nakba, if you like, under the extraordinary success of the economic miracle. You can make Germany reconcile itself to new borders, the displacement of roughly 20% of its population, if only you can offer the prospect of a positive sum, expansive regional economic success story. Explicitly backed both by the Europeans and the United States in this period. So far, our best and only solution to the horrible, insuperable impasse created by the emergence of Israel as an independent state in the 1940s. And this, of course, the third element, if you like, the East European, the Middle East, and the East Asian fix. The third element is the vision of Chimerica, which Moritz, of course, in his precocious youth, spawned with Neil Ferguson in that essay, I think, of 2006. The merger of China and America as a giant synthetic economic bloc. Extraordinarily, for present conceptions, and we were talking earlier about who has responsibility for China policy in Germany today, it's the Foreign Office, not the Economics Ministry. This is the man responsible for America's China policy in the early 2000s after China's WTO accession. That, of course, is Hank Paulson, ex-CEO of Goldman Sachs, serving as two successive CEOs of Goldman Sachs did as US Treasury Secretary, managing the strategic economic partnership with China on behalf of the Bush administration, his explicit job to hold at bay the protectionist impulses of Congress in this period. So here we have, as it were, the geoeconomic fix, the depoliticized geoeconomic fix, the promise of convergence between China and the United States, written out in terms of a new ideology, if you like, of bourgeois leadership, of business leadership in American policy at the time. And what I would argue we are living amongst, the precondition for this conference today, the precondition for this jarring disjuncture between the memory of 80 years ago and the German Foreign Office's recognition that what we're doing here is new, is that on all three of these fronts, in Europe, in the Middle East, in East Asia, the promises of the 1990s have collapsed. In all three of these fronts, on all three of these geoeconomic spaces, the logic of those deals promised in the 1990s has broken out from underneath our feet. And that, in a sense, is what creates the space for the conversations that we're having here today. And the obvious thing to ask, and this is what I'm going to spend the final minutes of my talk addressing, is what caused this model to collapse. And one place, obviously, to start, given what I said about the interwar period, is 2008. I think it's hard to deny that certainly on the part of the Chinese, the State Secretary was very clear about the fact that Germany's perception is that something changed in China. Well, one of the things that changed in China was not simply Xi's accession in 2012, but the realization on the Chinese part that the Americans can't be trusted to run the ship of the global economy. And I don't think so, and the bigger point here, the more general analytical point here, is that shocks matter in the history of geoeconomic orders. It's not just processes and structural change, it's discrete conjunctural shocks. History, in other words, matters. Not just 2008, I think, but 2020 as well. 2020 is underrated as a driver of disintegration. The sheer collapse, for instance, in the travel of Westerners to China and vice versa since 2020 is something to behold. It's as though we impose sanctions on each other, and effectively, of course, in a quiet way, we did. But it's not just, of course, a story of shocks. It's also a story of structural change. It's a story, on the one hand, of China's rise, which barely needs belaboring, but I think in some senses hovers over our conversation here without being made central. Something did indeed change in China, and before Xi emerged on the stage, it was simply the largest process of economic growth in world history that changed China. So those two things are really driving this. But it isn't just China either. It's quite clear that by the early 2000s, not just there, but in other parts of this system, tensions and pressures were beginning to build back. And they were building back from within. Clearly, the most signal moment now in our memories is the speech by Vladimir Putin at the Munich Security Conference in early 2007, in which he explicitly called out the geoeconomic order of the West and said, this far and no further. We may detest it, we may hate it, but we cannot say we weren't warned. And then in 2008, after the hasty extension of an offer of NATO membership to Georgia and Ukraine, it's not Ukraine that's picked off, it's Georgia that's pissed off in the first armed confrontation of the post-Cold War period between Russia and a Western proxy. It is also in this same period, and this is crucial to understanding the dynamics in the Middle East today, that Netanyahu, on the right wing of Israeli politics, in the wake of the Second Intifada, realizing that from the point of view of right-wing Israeli politics, the prospect of a two-state solution was no longer welcome or indeed feasible. It's at this moment onwards that Netanyahu begins to appear before the Knesset, waging diagrams like this, saying, we have to do something about Israel's trade deficit. If we want the autonomy to pursue what from his point of view is the destiny of Israel, which is to sabotage a two-state deal and enshrine essentially Jewish control over the entire territory of Palestine, we have to expect external opposition. We have to harden ourselves against that, and this is the argument made in brilliant work by the Israeli political economist Ari Krampf. We have to harden ourselves in the way that we do this by building self-insurance, like everyone else in the world economy of the early 2000s. And if you look at Israel's foreign exchange reserves, since essentially the onset or the end of the Second Intifada, it looks an awful like one of the insurgent emerging market states, which are challenging the structure of the global order. It is playing a game of resilience so as to be able to harden itself against the prospects of external pressure. The autonomy displayed by Russia, China, and Israel is supported by their success in the world economy. This is the irony, right? This is their ability to resist external pressure consists precisely in their success within the global system. It's not an exogenous fact. It's not ideology intruding. It's ideology mixed with the high-tech economy, the oil exports, and so on. And it depends, therefore, in each case, on a subtle internal balancing of different political groups, depending on which way you're moving at any given moment. It depends on the one hand in holding in check the hard-line security and ideological elites. In each one of these cases, we can point to who they are, and managing that against the cooperative instincts and the resources enabled by their international outward-facing elites. All states do this, and these are three very strategic actors who do this very, very successfully and very, very deliberately, and with huge consequences for the robustness of the whole system. And how easy it is to do this depends on the world in which you're doing it. This literally is a Likud poster series from 2019 that celebrates simultaneously Netanyahu's meetings with Putin and Trump. And in a world of Putin and Trump, this kind of power play by a player like Israel is relatively easy to pull off. A world in which you have Trump in the White House, Putin on good behavior, and Hamas quiescent. The situation, of course, becomes much more difficult in the current moment. So all of these players themselves face multiple constraints. But the third element, apart from the shock, apart from the emergence of these strategies, if you like, of autonomy, the third element in the situation is the tension within the US hegemon itself. These problems of balancing between internationally focused elites and domestic ideological elites are not those of other regimes, regimes unlike us in the West. They are internal to the United States at this moment. They are powerfully driving the upheaval in the United States. And this isn't, historically speaking, the first time that the US has deconverged from the West. If you wanted to have two other previous moments, it would be the disappointment delivered by Congress to Wilson's project of the League of Nations in the interwar period, and then, of course, the Nixon shock of 1970 and the early 1970s, when American economic nationalism dismantled the Bretton Woods order. In each case, of course, the argument is it's broken and it needs to go, but in each case, America is the first mover in making the break. Now we are dealing with successive delivery of blows coming from MAGA and Biden economics. What is driving this? Very briefly to conclude, one element is no doubt the culture wars in the United States, the decomposition of the GOP as a governing party in the conventional sense of the word, which begins not with Trump but with Sarah Palin's nomination for the McCain ticket in 2008. It's worth remembering that in 2008, with a Republican president and Hank Paulson as Treasury Secretary, the Republican Party was AWOL in managing the financial crisis, the greatest crisis to strike American capitalism in its history since the Great Depression. This is one element of the story, but there is also, and we have to reckon with this in Europe, a profound shift in the positioning of America's, if you like, less ideological elites, or rather a reworking of the ideology of the more conventional parts of the American decision-making apparatus, what you might call the civilian and the national security blobs, using Ben Rhodes' phrase. On the one hand, the economic policy blob, on the Democratic Party side, has rewritten the history of America's globalization so that the China shock, so carefully analyzed by Orta, precisely quantified, as small as it is in those estimates, is nevertheless made responsible for the debacle of American democracy in 2016. And there's different ways in which you can work the numbers to make this plausible, but this is a key guiding idea of Biden's economic team on the one hand, and the other, of course, is the decision by the American national security state to label China as a near peer or indeed just peer competitor with American power. And as those two pieces move, the old geoeconomic order simply splinters before our eyes, and we're in the space that we're inhabiting today with the German Foreign Office desperately looking for a new business model. If you go deep into this, and you look really into the, if you like, the soul of the American decision-making elite, and no one is better placed to face this question or pose it than Larry Summers, now, if you like, outcast from the democratic policy decision-making loop, but all the more clear-eyed for it. In 2018, he posed this question. The fundamental question is, if we imagine a future different from the present, one in which China dominates, is it in fact conceivable that the American political class can encompass that reality? This is the deep ideological questions at stake. Beyond technical issues, is it possible for America to imagine a world in which it is not preeminent? Germany can think diversification, multipolarity. That is permitted within the ideology of German foreign policy. It's very unclear, it seems to me, whether that same argument can be made for the United States. Summers, I think, on this, as on many other issues, has been borne out in an interesting way. And as he says at the end of that, how can we avoid the risks of war? Now, this is really where I want to end today's talk. Because if you were close, if any of you were close to the decision-making apparatus in Washington earlier this year, if you were close to journalists who were, I have to say it was probably the most terrifying moment of my adult life. because it was quite clear around the balloon incident, notably at the beginning of this year, that the decision-making system in Washington was malfunctioning to an extraordinary degree. People were leaking all over the place. Journalists were telling stories about generals talking about war in 2025, and we're not talking middle-ranking generals. We're talking all the way up to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. There was a sense in which, on the American side at least, the prospect of war with China was moving from the unthinkable contingency to the not if but when bracket. And increasingly the talk was of 2025 as the moment at which this unthinkable contingency would emerge. And the response from the American decision-making establishment is extremely telling. Because what we've seen in the subsequent few months, is a rowback. What we have seen is a move by the decision makers around the Biden team to define a new parameter for the geoeconomic order. And I think the question I just want to leave you with is how you in this room, experts as you are in the technicalities and the profound calculations of optimality that go into economic policy at this level, how viable you think this is. Because the space to which Europe and the United States retreated was A, a move from decoupling to de-risking, and B, on the American side, a move to small yard, high fence. In other words, an idea of sanctions as being a space in which an important part of the economy was exempt from politicization, and the core element of security and high-tech was defined for a special regime. And this is the offer that America is making to Beijing. To my mind, it's a wildly implausible offer which offers none of the assurances that you would expect. And if you were a seriously multinationalized business like Apple, the most valuable company in the world, which has no plan B really, other than manufacturing in China, it's very hard to see whether it meets the criterion that the State Secretary so powerfully put in the room yesterday in her talk, where she posed the question of Germany's business plan for the future. I'm not sure in the current moment whether we have a business plan on either side. I'm not even sure at this moment that we really have a viable peace plan in any of these key arenas, East Asia, the Middle East, or on Ukraine. And that is what I think opens the space for this extraordinarily interesting conference, which at some level, as the State Secretary hinted, takes on thereby a kind of historic aspect. The Kiel Institute will have hosted the moment at which the German Foreign Office began seriously to tangle with this stuff, and it's really a privilege to have been part of it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Adam, for this firework of ideas and insights. I think it's exactly what we need also as, to broaden our ideas and ways of inquiry going forward. But now we come to what is maybe, I can say, my favorite part of this whole event, namely the ceremony for the Excellence Awards in Global Economic Affairs. Every year since 2007, the Kiel Institute has awarded its internationally highly regarded Excellence Awards to young talents. These Excellence Awards are very close to my heart because it's what we want to do at the Kiel Institute. We want to foster young researchers, support their research at a rather early stage of their career. The winners of the Excellence Awards have already made an astonishing and outstanding contribution. That's why they get the reward of the award, after all. But this is going forward as much as it was in the next years, and maybe even more, really a core mission that we subscribe to is to promote young researchers, give them the means and the abilities to shine in all kinds of ways that I'm not going to go into here. Also, changing the way we hire and network our young researchers. Before we come to the award ceremony, I'm going to do what I really like to do, because what we do here would not be possible without the support of others. And the three institutions that make these Excellence Awards possible are first the Otto Group, You might know them, a global e-commerce and services group from Hamburg. The second is Sauer Compressors Company, which is a leader in high-pressure compressors from Kiel, and a car company that you might have heard of, Porsche, which is sponsoring our Porsche Award. Our call for applications once again attracted a very large number of outstanding applications. And for this reason, we've even added another Excellence Award that is sponsored by the Kiel Institute itself to reward an additional amazing researcher today. We've also talked to all our prize winners, and instead of me summarizing probably rather badly why they are, what the amazing work that they've done, we're going to ask them to give us a 2-3 minute, very short but crisp idea of what they plan to do in the next years. So this is your chance to get a glimpse of the research agendas of the brightest young minds in international economics at this moment. So it's a great honor and pleasure to announce now our 4 prize winners for the Excellence Awards. The first prize award winner is Dr. David Yang, professor at Harvard University, and he receives the Excellent Award in Global Economic Affairs associated with an Otto Group Fellowship for his outstanding contributions in the field of political economy, especially on authoritarian regimes. And we heard from Adam right now, this is something we need to understand much better, how they work and respond to threats and make political decisions. David's outstanding research allows us to better understand forces that generate status quos or changes in authoritarian regimes, and he's drawing on lessons mainly from historical and contemporary China. David, please join me on stage, and I will also, Elisabeth comes with all. Come on. So, should we take pictures? Then, David, come on. Okay. No, that's the wrong one. That's not the right one. Here we are, David. Wonderful. So, congratulations. Excellence Award in Global Economic Affairs 2023. David. Congratulations. You can use that and be on stage if you want.
Well, thank you so much for the honor, and I would like to first take a minute to thank the Kiel Institute, and thanks for the recognition. It really means a lot to me, and I also want to thank my mentor, my advisors, which at Harvard really give me the space and the freedom to think about the big question and bring rigorous economic tools to answer this question. My collaborators, and really has been wonderful to help me sort of embark on this venture over the years. So as mentioned, my main research focused on understanding authoritarian regimes, in particular on China, thinking about my past work has been working on how the authoritarian regimes of China remain stable and what are the forces of change moving forward. And in the next couple of coming years, there's a number of ongoing projects I'm working on, which is trying to understand China's role in the world, how China exerts its influence around across the borders, how does the firm around the world react to China's emergence, react to the political uncertainty involves China's rise, which in some sense, like, very much following the talk we just heard. It's vitally important to understand the new global order that we enter now with a strong understanding of the domestic politics in China, with understanding of domestic economics in China. It's the first time for quite some time we see a authoritarian country enter at the frontier in the innovation and technology. It's the first time we see a country that exhibits both the as an economic powerhouse, but a lot of fundamental features of a developing nation, and developing nations challenged domestically. It's also the first time we see a global trading powerhouse that's not embodied a liberal democratic order, but a deeply authoritarian and increasingly so. So I very much hope sort of some of my ongoing work and then many of the work in this community will help us understand both the domestic politics in China and also how that's going to potentially shape the rest of the world is engaging with China. And thank you again for this recognition.
Thank you, David. Fantastic. Thank you so much, David. We look forward to all these great papers that are going to come. The next awarded prize winner is Dr. Nitya Pandalai Nayar, professor at the University of Michigan. And she receives the Excellent Award in Global Economic Affairs associated with the Sauer Compressor Fellowship for outstanding research in international trade. The significant role that trade and multinational firms play in transmitting shocks in the global economy. This obviously has strong implications for business cycles and a lot of other granular things. Nitya, congratulations. Here you go.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the Kiel Institute and also the sponsors, and of course, all of my collaborators and my mentors who have been fantastic in supporting me while I got here. I want to also thank my very supportive family and my 3 very young daughters who very kindly allowed me to leave for 4 days to get the prize. In fact, my daughter Maya asked me whether the prize was for excellence in reading or for excellence in math. And so this is going to give me an opportunity to talk to her a little bit about what I actually do. So that's also fantastic. So as requested, I'm going to talk. I've been working my whole career on understanding international fluctuations and how shocks transmit across countries, in particular with an emphasis more recently on the role of global value chains. Going forward, I plan to continue working in 2 specific areas. So the first, closed economy macro has made tremendous advances in understanding how agents' beliefs are formed, how agents form expectations, and how this impacts their decisions and results in and has implications for aggregate economic outcomes. International macro, on the other hand, has largely ignored these developments. And we still, to be very concrete, in international macro, we are still looking at TFP shocks as a driver of business cycles. We're studying the transmission of shocks through global value chains, which are very complex under the assumption in models that assume that agents know what is happening everywhere in the world, which is unlikely. So I plan to work on trying to expand to bring some of these advances in closed economy macro into the study of international fluctuations, the transmission of shocks across countries. Second, I've been studying for a long time how global value chains link countries and how the presence of global value chains implies that countries' economic outcomes are jointly shaped when shocks occur. But what I'm interested in studying now and what I'm working on now and going forward is understanding how these value chains themselves are adapting to risks, including geopolitical risks that have been mentioned at this conference extensively, but also risks like climate risk, and what this adaptation is going to mean going forward for how shocks transmit across countries and for countries' economic outcomes. For instance, you might think that if supply chains diversify away from countries that face significant climate risk, and these countries are also low-income countries, this could actually have significant implications for income inequality across the world. But I'm looking forward to working on all of these with the support of the Kiel Institute, so thank you very much again.
Thank you, Nitya, and congratulations again. Our next awarded prize winner, and let me remind you, by the way, we're going to have the calls for next year's Global Excellence Awards out soon. All you have to do to qualify is be no longer than 7 years after your PhD, and I think no older than 37, but I'm not 100% sure about that rule, and write excellent papers and sort of bring a new research agenda out there in your early years of your academic career. Our next awarded prize winner is Dmitry Myukin. He's a professor at the LSE and receives the Excellent Award in Global Economic Affairs associated with the Porsche Fellowship. There's no Porsche coming with it, but Porsche Fellowship. And for his outstanding contributions in international macroeconomics, especially on currencies. His papers on general equilibrium frameworks with dominant currency pricing have, I think that's fair to say, now become a benchmark in the literature. Dmitry, if I can ask you to come up, congratulations. So, yeah, Dimitri, we're keen to hear what you are going to do in the next few years. But congratulations again.
Thank you so much, Morris. Thanks so much to the Kiel Institute. It's a great pleasure, great honor to receive the prize, especially given that my co-author and advisor, Oleg Ishoki, and several of my colleagues at LSE, and also many people in this room got this award before me, so it's, it's a great honor. I also want to use this opportunity to wish to congratulate and wish best of luck to Kiel Institute, right, with this expansion, with setting new agenda. I think it's really important. It's a big public good, so good luck with that. So yeah, I'm supposed to say something about my future agenda. It's actually pretty hard, I think. So just looking back, I think what I learned in my limited experience in the profession is that you start somewhere, but you don't really know where you go. So one thing that I still remember is that after my first year at Princeton, I thought that one thing I will never do are these boring exchange rate puzzles. And then I took international course, and then we wrote the exchange rate disconnect paper with Oleg. So similarly, and again, it's kind of related to what we discussed yesterday, I was desperately searching for the topic for my job market paper, and then suddenly Gita Gopinath gives this amazing Jackson Hole speech in which she puts forward this concept of international price system. She kind of summarized the literature and then put forward some new bold hypothesis, and that kind of inspired me to work on the international topics on the international dominant currencies, right? Finally, we also worked with my co-author, Konstantin Yegorov, who is also in this room, on the implications of dominant currencies, right? And our conjecture originally was that that can rationalize why many countries in the world peg the exchange rate to the dollars, and eventually we wrote a paper which shows that it's robustly optimal to have inflation targeting even under dollar currency pricing. So looking forward, I think there are still many questions unanswered. I think there are two main challenges in this literature. The first one is that there were very few episodes, historical episodes, when we switched from one dominant currency to another, right? And for most of these episodes, we don't have any data at all. So we really need to be very clever how to exploit granular micro data to learn anything about the currency choice of private agents. And the second challenge is that there are very strong complementarities, right? We see that the dollar is used as the main invoicing currency in international trade. It's the main vehicle currency in financial markets. It is the main reserve currency for central banks. It's the main anchor currency for monetary policy. And so the question is, what drives what, right? Can you have one without the other? Is it possible to see the future world where in international trade we will use renminbi, and in the global financial markets we will still use the dollar? Right? So similarly, we see that countries peg to the dollar, but I mean, the exchange rate between the dollar and the renminbi is pretty stable. Imagine now that China switches to really highly volatile floating exchange rate. Will countries still keep the peg to the dollar, or will they switch to renminbi, right? So those are all open questions. And I think this is exactly where we're going. So I think there's, this is an exciting agenda. I think there is an exciting way forward, and many people, again, in the room contributed to this. So hopefully we will make much progress in the next few years. Just in conclusions, let me thank again the Kiel Institute, my great co-authors, and of course my family and my dear, dear mother. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dimitri. That was very inspiring. Finally, our next awarded prize winner is Ernest Liu, Professor of Economics at Princeton University. And he receives the Excellent Award in Global Economic Affairs associated with the Kiel Institute Fellowship for his outstanding research in networks, trade, and industrial policy. His usage of production network theory has provided new insights into industrial policies, international tensions, and the diffusion of innovation. Ernest, can I ask you on stage, and congratulations. I'll give you the. We're keen to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Moritz. Extremely honored to receive this recognition from the Kiel Institute. Of course, research is a collaborative endeavor, and I would like also to thank my collaborators, colleagues, mentors for all the support over the years, and my family who may be watching over the stream. Thank you. So about my research agenda, to summarize it, it is to think about questions in macroeconomics, in international economics from a network perspective, to take the interconnectedness across industries, technologies, or countries seriously, to write down network models and take them to data to answer macro or policy-related questions, often from a global and long-run growth perspective. So I've worked on, I'll briefly summarize 3 topics that very much also encompass many of the ongoing work. One is, of course, in industrial policy, that is to think about, in settings where industries are interconnected through production linkages, input-output linkages, how could government identify or define key sectors or strategic or pillar industries? How should government implement industrial policy in selective intervention, promoting a few sectors for the benefit of the aggregate economy? What can we learn from the East Asian experience of industrial policy, which are often seen as industrial policy success, versus other episodes that are seen as industrial policy failures? More recently, I've also worked on and continue to work on the area of innovation policy, which is a modern reincarnation of industrial policy that is for the society to think about how should we allocate R&D resources or innovation resources across technologies. What makes some technology special? What makes semiconductors special or strategic? And thinking about these questions in context where there are cross-fields, cross-technology knowledge spillovers, and global or cross-country interactions. And finally, the third topic is very much related to the theme of this conference, that is using a network perspective to think about the two-way interactions between cross-country economic interaction and exposure to political outcomes and international relations. Now, to work on these topics, it's necessary to involve macroeconomic modeling, to think about distributional and strategic aspects of globalization and the political economy of incentives of decision makers. So I'm very excited to continue this agenda, and I feel very fortunate as an economist because we as the discipline have just the right tools and machinery to study these important central questions in the context of globalized world. And I'm super excited to keep working and keep pushing on this agenda. And thanks very much again for the recognition.
Thank you, Ernest. Thanks for being with us. Thank you, Ernest, and obviously congratulations to all of you. Thank you very much for the amazing work you do. As you might have noticed on the program, we have a few minutes to spare. And after now you've heard what some of the, if not the brightest minds of the profession are going to do over the next years, we want to take a few minutes, and this comes really from the very deep sense of gratitude. I'm going to ask Christoph on stage with me as well, to thank the people who made this possible within a very short period of time. I think we're both aware that we have pushed some parts of the organization to the limit, and we've at various fronts opened new avenues for the Institute to go into. And we are extremely blessed to have a hardworking and extremely cooperative and brilliant team in Kiel who made that possible. And I'm going to make sure that I don't, maybe you want to say a word as well?
No, you're better at this.
Okay, good. So, good for you, because the first person I want to thank, and I put my Institute hat up, is Christoph himself. So Christoph, you really did an amazing job during this conference. But then there's also the entire communications and event team at Kiel. So maybe Guido, Elisabeth, where's Matthias? Can you come and then we'll... So this... Come up, Elisabeth. Thank you so much. Guido. So here we have Guido, Walemon. Oh, Matthias, come up as well, please. Matthias Rauch. Melanie Radke is not here, but we thank her in spirit. She's also part of it. Melina, come up, please. Thank you. So this is a real warm danke to all of you for what you've done. I'm going to name a few others who are partly here, partly not. So Martin Poske is maybe in the room, or maybe he's outside. Antonia Commons, Robert Kose, Michael Stephan, Martin Schwarz, Birgit Wolfrath, and two institutions. First of all, the Auswärtiges Amt, the Federal Foreign Office, who were kind enough to give us this amazing space and be a co-host with us. And then obviously CEPR, not just Philippe and the presidential level, but also Despina Chatzilari and Elise Chrétien, and obviously Tessa for her fantastic leadership and support. So maybe can you join me? Let's join in and give them a very large, big hand for all they've done. Thank you so much. Great, so there is a coffee break now, and then at 3 p.m. we continue with the panel. Thank you. So there's a little bit time to relax.
think tank focusing a lot on trade issues. Meredith Crowley is professor at the University of Cambridge and at CEPR. Moritz Schularik is a third speaker. I think he needs no further introduction as our host. And Janka Oertel is actually a political scientist on the panel, the only one, I think. And she is a director for, I think, Asia policy at the European Council on Foreign Relations, and based here in Berlin. And yeah, I think that's our panel, and we want to make this as interactive as possible. So I would say 5 to 7 minutes introductory remarks, and we start with Antoine Bouet, who's the only one with a PowerPoint. So he's going to kick us off with some definitions and some equations and charts. No equations, okay, but charts.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitations, and thank you, Moritz and Christopher. This is a great conference, and I'm really happy to participate in this panel. So, decoupling from China. I would like to start by definitions of decoupling and also the European perspective on this problem. So, the notions of decoupling has different meanings in China, US, and Europe. If you look at the popular view in the US, decoupling means the replacement of imports by local productions to increase the number of jobs. And also concerning the US administration, sometimes the US administration shares this popular view, but there is also another dimension which is linked to security, and it is strengthening the security of civil and military infrastructure. And it has implied tariffs, it has implied export restriction, and also recently, at the end of 2022, local content rules extended to some friend countries. Of course, the problems were the fact that the definitions of friend countries was countries with which the US has signed the free trade agreement, and so it caused consternations in Europe. But so this is the US visions of decoupling. In China, it's different. It refers to the notions of dual circulation, which means that it's a strategic shift started in 2015, and the idea is to eliminate the dependence of China on foreign technology, dominate the domestic market, and from this domestic market increase competitiveness on global markets. So it's internal circulations and external circulations. But at the starting point of this, there is these notions of cutting the technological change with foreign corporates. And Europe has an intermediate position. Because it is, of course, seeking to reinforce its arsenal of trade policy instruments, but also its support for industry. We have big subsidies, for example, in Germany, to attract some semiconductors corporates. But the fact is that Europe wants to identify products for which there is a risk. So the notions is more a de-risking than decoupling. And it's different because it is focusing on its approach on products. What are the products which are risky? And it has been called open strategic autonomy. You may think that it's contradictory, but in fact, open and autonomy. But the problem is to decrease the risk and to remain relatively open. So it's important, yes. So I would like to give you a few statistics about that. So this is you have the graph, yeah, it's okay, it works. This is a work by Laura Alfaro and David Shore, and this is a comparison between US import market share change for the top 15 exporting countries to the US. The comparison is between 2017 and 2022. And you see that you have a decrease of the share of China from 22% of the import market share in the US down to 17%. So it's substantial. The decoupling has started between US and China, and it is at the benefits of Vietnam and Mexico. So for example, Mexico, what happens is that Chinese firms have invested and located productions in Mexico in order to benefit from the Made in Mexico label and also the absence of import duties. And so what has implied this strategy is the fact that import prices have increased, so there is a cost, of course. And in fact, Chinese firms still continue to export to the US. And this morning I learned that the export restrictions are very costly for the firms that imposes export restrictions. Now, if we look at the same graph for Germany, and these are very recent data, you see that the share of China has increased. So there is no decoupling between EU and China, between Germany and China, and this is the same thing for France. Now, I just want to say imports, US, German market share, import market share, and France, in France. So what I would like to finish with the strategy of Europe, because it's an identification of risky products. So what are the products for which we have a risk of disruptions of global value chains? And so the European Commission has defined a few criteria, 3 criteria, products for which we have a concentration of extra European imports. Second criterion on importance in European demand, and third criteria in terms of possibility of substitutions by European productions. And so what we have done at CEPI is to look at this type of products. What are the products that respect these 3 criteria? So these are called dependent products. And it's from 1996, from 2019. So what we see from the data is the fact that there is no clear pattern in terms of number of products. It's around 300 products. There is no clear pattern in terms of sectoral compositions. In fact, the list of products change from one country to the other. For example, half of the products that were identified as dependent in 2014 were not in the list of 2019. So there is a churning of this list. And the last fact is that the first supplier of these products is more and more China. So I think that the de-risking strategy is different in Europe from the decoupling strategy, but it can lead to trade decoupling indirectly.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for this overview. Meredith, over to you. Can we decouple from China? Should we decouple from China, or should we de-risk, or is this even not understandable? What is the difference between de-risking and decoupling?
Okay, so the way I'm going to answer the question is to start, first of all, with what are the policy objectives of the European Union in decoupling or trading less with China? And then are the policy tools available to the EU capable of helping it achieve its goals? And so just in my perspective, what are the policy objectives? So Europe has a sort of top-line policy objective of mitigating climate change through reduction of carbon emissions, both within Europe and then externally. And more specifically, since September 2023, Mrs. von der Leyen explained to the European people that one of the policy objectives is the establishment of a clean technology industry in Europe. And that embodies some other objectives, such as trying to sustain employment, maybe energy independence, maybe there's some national security objectives in there. So in order to think through whether or not something like an electric vehicle import tariff on cars coming in from China can sort of feed into these European objectives, I want to go back in time and look at a case study of solar panels and the European experience with Chinese solar panels from 2012 to 2018. So for those of you who don't know, in 2012, the Chinese market share of solar panels in Europe hit 80%. So 7% of total Chinese exports to Europe were in solar panels. There was a domestic import competing producer who wasn't really happy with this high level of competition and the low cost of Chinese solar panels. They petitioned for import restrictions. Those import restrictions were granted, and they were imposed in the form of a price floor and a strict quota system. So Chinese exporters could sell a fixed quantity if they sold them at a price above what a floor was that was established by the EU. So this was essentially a transfer of rents from European consumers to Chinese producers. So 2012, so what the immediate effect was, the import value of Chinese solar panels fell by more than half. They stayed low. When the policy was removed, solar panel imports from China went right back up. There's really no large domestic production of solar panels in Europe anymore. So if the objective was to support, renaissance of a clean technology, that didn't really happen. If the objective was to make Europe more resilient in terms of rolling out more clean energy, unfortunately, that looks like, if anything, it was just delayed, and ultimately, Europe was just that much more vulnerable to oil price shocks and gas price shocks. So it seems like from that perspective, it was a very negative policy for European welfare. On a more positive note, you could say, okay, well, what led Europe to being in that sort of position in the first place? Solar panels are a technology that the cost comes down the more you produce. So it's a learning by doing industry. The German government understood this very well in the early 2000s. They had the goal of wanting to mitigate climate change, so they offered consumption subsidies in the form of high feed-in tariffs to people who bought solar panels and put them on their roofs. The problem with how this played out was those solar panel subsidies were really taken advantage of by Chinese producers who were also benefiting from production subsidies. So ultimately, the first stage European policy was helpful in getting Chinese industries down the cost curve. Globally, that had some benefits in the form of the faster the technology price came down, the faster we can roll it out globally. But it's a sort of mixed policy outcome. It seems like the import restrictions weren't great. And so if we think forward to future policies that Europe can be following, I'm not convinced that restricting imports of different technologies from China is always and everywhere a good thing. Clearly, there might be some things where there's this important national security concern. And if we're in that area, we have different objectives we're trying to achieve, and so maybe import restrictions are more valuable.
Well, thank you so much, Meredith. And you talked a lot about the green issue. And of course, the big question is, can we actually decouple in the green area from China at all, given how big the dominance of China is also in the whole critical infrastructure, critical raw material supply chains, where dominance is above 90% in many of the critical raw materials that are needed for the green transition. And where I think also the question is, do we want to decouple, given how cheap it is what China currently produces? Perhaps you just want to say one word on that dimension, and then I want to go to Moritz.
Sure. So I don't know how cheap it is. So the critical minerals are cheap if you want to purchase them in the United States or in China. But they also have a huge environmental cost within China, which is borne by Chinese people, right? And so maybe we should be producing these things at higher cost in places like Australia or even in the United States, which used to produce a lot of critical minerals. So I think it's complicated.
So it's an externality in China.
Yeah.
Moritz, perhaps now coming to you and enlarging again a bit the field, I think one key issue that we have to think about in the relation with China is, of course, Chinese financial repression and the very high savings rate that leads to basically a question where the excess saving in China is going to go to. For a long time, it's been going to the construction sector. That is over, that nice period. No more concrete can be built in China. Everything is already full of concrete, and the productivity there is extremely limited. Now, in principle, China should change the economic model towards more domestic consumption, but that means shifting economic powers. So are we going to see a surge in investment in manufacturing and global export surge by China, which is going to put a huge pressure on the rest of the world to just absorb the excess supply from China? Or, well, and any other comments you have on the decoupling, obviously.
Right. I mean, it's really funny you say that, because we put out a piece this morning actually from the Kiel Institute on sort of the Chinese economic outlook, and I was there not long ago and can confirm what you just said. I've never seen China, the mood in China so bearish. Beijing and Hong Kong feel extremely depressed. If you talk to young Chinese, they say, I have no idea how this country is going to look like in 10, 15 years. There's even this new cultural phenomenon that's called lying flat, which is basically, you know, instead of like this entrepreneurial spirit that dominated the young graduate cohorts in China so much, now like the young guys stay at home because youth unemployment is high and it's unclear whether all these efforts will pay off. So the perception, I found it striking, the perception on the ground in China is a very different one from the discourse we have in Europe. We're obsessed with Chinese strength. If you go to Beijing, there is a real concern about Chinese economic weakness. And part of that is what you just said. How do they deal with that? So I think they have two big issues. One is this gigantic property boom that went bust. And we know, partly from the research that many people in the room have done, is you need to react quickly, you need to keep nominal GDP up, you need to reorganize the banks, and you need to do all of that reasonably fast before you get into these deleveraging cycles. And they're doing none of that. They're doing none of that. China is in deflation already. The public response so far on the financial sector is very underwhelming. And they're even about to repeat a very European mistake, namely imposing public austerity on the local governments at the same time as the private sector is deleveraging and the construction cycle has turned. So I think the growth outlook for China, and you said it, capital accumulation always runs into diminishing returns. That's done. The labor force is shrinking, so all they have left is productivity growth. And if you ask me, with the current leadership, their aversion to private sector reforms, their the debt hangover from the property bust, I really don't know how optimistic you can be for productivity growth. So I come back thinking, yeah, if they do 2-3% over the next decade, it's already a success in terms of growth rate. But let me talk quickly about the panel, and because there are different ways of asking that decoupling question, which I think can come to very different answers. So, I mean, here in Germany, what we have all in mind is that Russia scenario from last year, where we, I think wrongly, but politically for sure, constrained ourselves in our response and our support for Ukraine early on in the war, because we felt that Russia would weaponize our dependence on them for gas. So, so I think many people are thinking now in terms of a potential Taiwan risk, that we want to reduce our dependence in China, from China, so we have a free hand in foreign policy and security policy when we need to. So one question then is to ask, like, what are the, in the case of a war scenario, what would be the economic cost of a cold turkey hard decoupling? We say, like, here is full embargo on Chinese goods. We just don't trade with China anymore overnight. And we actually looked at this, and I don't know if Julian in the room, and Julian, and with Ben Moll and David Paquet, so we repeated that what-if paper and used the same Bakefari model, and we're going to put it, actually it's going to come out at the Paris Symposium of CEPR, so it's still under embargo, but I can give you the gist of it. And we find the costs are serious. We're talking about probably like 5% GDP, or welfare loss equivalent of GNE, actually. And that's severe, but it's also not devastating. Yeah? But then what also comes out of these papers, and I think that's many of you in the room have worked on this, is that the time horizon matters a lot. So on impact, the costs are large, but if you have more time to adjust, trade elasticities increase, you can reroute the trade and the cost fall. So that's, I think, the background where many people think like, oh, de-risking or like a cautious decoupling is a smart idea because we buy some insurance. In case things go wrong and we have to do the hard decoupling, it doesn't cost us as much. On the other hand, you pay away the gains from trade every year with certainty, and the risk of a war is uncertain. So I thought I had something smart to say, but then I found out that Matthias actually has a paper on this. As always, these Martin, Tönig, Meyer guys are ahead. And so then, and this is my last point, then the question then becomes, what's the optimal way to deal with this situation? And I think I don't have clarity, and I maybe give this also into the room and for the discussion later. I really don't have clarity on which effect dominates. So I think in what Matthias does, the key idea is always that if you reduce trade with China, you also reduce leverage on China, which means that the risk of conflict, the risk of war goes up, because there's less to lose. But that's kind of exactly the opposite of what we had in the Russia-Ukraine case, where we felt constrained to help Ukraine because of the potential cost it would have on us. So I'm trying to find out if we really de-risk and decouple, what does this mean for the probability of conflict? So if we endogenize the conflict risk, does that go up or down with the decoupling? I think in the simple model where trade is good and pacifies, decoupling increases the risk of war. In that Ukraine scenario, I think had Russia anticipated that a less dependent Germany, less dependent Europe would have massively helped Ukraine, the probability of Russia attacking Ukraine would have gone down ex ante. So I'm not sure which effect here dominates, and I think that's a fascinating question to think about.
Right, wonderful. And it's of course a different model, the Ukraine, Russia, Germany model to the one Taiwan, China, Germany, and I think it would be very interesting to do this indeed. And I mean, I have to say also this 5% point, I find that a very interesting point, because there is of course the question, does it make sense to preemptively forego the benefits of trade integration just for the sake of having less disruption in case something goes bad, right? And that's the question that, of course, many German companies in particular have answered to the no, basically saying, why should we go out if we make 40, 50%, 30% of our profits there at the moment? Let's set our business up in a way that if something goes south, we find a way of basically surviving, and then we take the hit on our share price. But until that moment, we continue making good money in China, which many of them are actually doing. So Janka, I know that you've been patiently waiting, and I could see how you were sort of moving around, getting nervous about many of the points that us dry economists were making. So please.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the kind invitation. I was born in Kiel and actually went to university there, so this is a sort of home game for me. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. It's really great to be here. Also, to be allowed to be here as a non-economist. And for Guntram telling me I have to be a bit rowdy because economists need that. So I will try to do that. First of all, I would like to say it is a bit funny to think about the fact that we would have a choice here. It's like we can sit here and we can debate, do we want to de-risk? Do we want to decouple? What is better? What is the right sizing of this? While this is already happening live as we speak, all of this is ongoing already. China is decoupling from us and is leaving us very little options. And at the same time, our de-risking strategy is going to be very much dependent upon China's answer. At the moment, it means whenever we de-risk, China's risk goes up, and they don't want that. And whenever they de-risk, our risk goes up, and we don't want that. So it's a pretty zero-sum logic that is at play here. And it also means that if we say we want this industry-led, that whenever we want to enforce our companies to engage in de-risking, the Chinese government is going to make nice offers to these companies to do precisely the opposite, because they have absolutely no interest in these companies doing just that. So I would like to go back to some of the kind of baseline premises that we look here about the nature also of the Chinese leadership. Let's maybe take a quick look at what Xi Jinping says he wants, because that's a good guidance for what the Chinese leadership wants. So basically, it's about putting China center stage. It is an acknowledgement that a headwind's ahead, that Chinese people will have to eat bitterness and struggle to get there, that it is a decisive aim to make the world dependent on China while being less dependent on the world, that politics trumps all, and the economy has to follow the political decisions. And it is, in the end, about stripping the US of its capabilities of weaponizing the American economy against China to avoid this from happening. So I think this is a pretty clear-cut case of what the Chinese leadership wants. If you add the economic malaise that I think, Morris, that you've kind of pointed out to that, that's a pretty potent mix, because it puts us in a position where kind of the idea that China could achieve this in a friendly way with us, that we could all de-risk a little bit and get along nicely, somehow doesn't work out anymore. So we're in a situation where now we have to tackle one of our other illusions, and that is one that has been kind of in the economic field very prominent. China needs stability to grow. China has no interest in conflict because it is a growing economy. It wants to kind of benefit from the peace dividend in the region and wants to trade with other countries, and that's true. Well, that is no longer the case. China is the biggest beneficiary of chaos at the moment. And it's not only the biggest beneficiary of chaos at the moment, it is actually what I would like to term the great enabler. It is allowing these conflicts to happen and is actually fueling them. If you look at the trade figures between China and Russia, you can see what I mean in terms of allowing that war economy to actually sustain itself. It is about financial transfers to Iran. It's about Venezuela. It's about Zimbabwe. It's about all these places where instability is actually beneficial for China's strategic aims. And this comes to the point that the economy is subordinated to that. So as a regime that is willing to sacrifice the wealth of its people, growth, for political aims, because it understands that it is a period of time that one has to go through in which relative gains are more important and in which the cost you can inflict through chaos upon Western economies is very high, and therefore the relative cost for China is lower, and therefore it improves the strategic position in a larger struggle, is very much at the heart of the problem. And if I am allowed, I would just make one point on the EVs, because I think that's a really important case here. Because Meredith, I would very much agree with your kind of analysis of the solar case. But electric vehicles are inherently a huge national security risk. If they were a trade problem, I would be very happy and sleep nicely. Unfortunately, these cars are training for automated driving, have sensors for facial recognition, have full kind of surveillance capabilities, are connected directly to their producers, and we are going to face a glut, exactly as you have kind of said. You know, we're having this glut of production. Manufacturing is the only growth-producing sector. You see the roll-on, roll-off ferries that will produce all these products. The US market is close to them, Japanese market's close to them, Korean market's close to them. The absorption capability is here in the European market as long as we remain open. If we remain open, we create not only a trade risk to our car companies, but we actually create a huge national security risk in an unregulated space where we don't have the regulation in place yet on what exactly these cars can or cannot do in a European market. And it's different from a 5G scenario in which you have 3 operators to deal with and you can rip and replace at any point in time. Once these cars are in the market, they're in the hands of consumers and you can't take them away from consumers anymore. So I would say we have a lot of work to do at the moment in figuring out the combination of the national security challenge and the economic challenge that China poses to us. But it's not a question whether we like it or not to decouple from China. I think we're right in the midst of it.
Wonderful, thank you so much, and I think that was a sort of good sort of waking up to some economic thinking. But let me push you on one point, and then I want to throw one point that you made at my fellow economists. So let me push you on the point of China is a beneficiary of chaos. And of course, I see some areas where it is a beneficiary of chaos. But given the economic situation in China, and given the unwillingness of the Chinese leadership to distribute economic power and rents to the consumers, which clearly they do not want to do, because if they were to do it, it would shift also political power, and that they don't want, right? So they want to sit on the resources and do the financial repression and keep the saving rate at close to 50% and all of that. Given that, they need the rest of the world to absorb their excess manufacturing capacity. And that's why President Xi goes to San Francisco and is playing nicely with President Biden. So they need the global order to absorb the excess capacity, don't they?
They don't need order to absorb the capacity. They just need us to continue to do trade with them. And I wanted you to make that point because I find that one particularly great. This is the point for banning Chinese electric vehicles right now. Because what you could argue, and I just want to make that as a provocative point, I'm not sure we're not going to do that, but provocatively, you can say, now is the time, now or never. Right now, the Chinese economy is in a pretty bad spot. Right now, what we call the overcapacities, where we need absorption capacity, are just an overcapacity with nowhere to go if the markets are closed. That creates huge economic pressures on China and actually may change the logic on the Chinese end. Only if there's hard pressure coming also from the previous open markets can we actually achieve that. And I think this is a case for, and I think it's a really strategic question right now that we have to ask ourselves. Do we want a continued careful mode, or do we believe that right now is actually a moment where fortunately time is on our side for 1 second, and we want to make use of that with kind of decisive measures right now, because that's actually something that could enhance the pressure and could potentially lead to change, which otherwise is not possible at all. I know that's a bit provocative, but I wanted to throw it out there.
Well, I mean, so the old saying, Wandel durch Handel, you change it by saying no trade is gonna go, might actually trigger some change in China. But let me get my fellow economists react to perhaps some of what you heard. In particular, I mean, I think one particularly interesting dimension is the security dimension. Are we able to sort of decouple in security relevant areas only, and that perhaps EVs is part of that? Is that the right strategy? Or, I mean, any other point you want to pick up? Perhaps if we do the same order again, Antoine?
Yeah, just very rapidly. I think that, yes, I think the idea, and it's good that we decouple only in sectors where there is a national security issue. Because it's really important not to decouple in every sector, because it would be very, very costly. And I think that Germany supports this idea even more than France. The other thing is that I think that, of course, China has shifted its strategy, and now it gives the priority to economic control, but it also needs some economic growth, even if there is problems of distributions of these gains. And I think that the exports to the US, there is a starting decoupling. And so there is a big concern in the China concerning the US market. And the EU, there is no decoupling today. And maybe it means that we've got a lot of leverage, because China needs the European market to export more.
So I think my thinking on how we should govern these questions has evolved a bit. So I spent a lot of time thinking about the World Trade Organization, how we organize international trade rules. And I used to think we should have one set of rules that covers all industries. And I now think what we've observed over the last 20 years with all of the conflict playing out in the WTO and the US withdrawal from most WTO practices, that we probably need sector-by-sector agreements, because different markets have different market structures. And I agree with Janka's point. So solar panels, my understanding is, are technologically not that complicated, but also it was a learning by doing industry, and Europe didn't put the import restrictions on until costs were pretty low already. And a contrast would be back in 1982, the US had a terrible, bad automobile production facility. We were importing tons of cars from Japan. We were laying off thousands of workers, and the industry asked for protection from the US International Trade Commission. The US ITC said, under WTO rules, you guys don't qualify because all the problems you have are your own making. You mismanaged your industry for the last 15 years. But the next step was Ronald Reagan said, well, we need Morning in America and industrial renewal. He put on a very restrictive quantitative measure on the import of Japanese automobiles. They were in place from 1982 to 1984. In 1982, the price of a Japanese auto in the US was about $5,000 US. By 1985, the price had risen to $8,000. And of that $3,000 price increase, about half was a quality improvement. So the Japanese were smart. They knew that they were on a quantitative restriction. They could make more money by offering a more lush vehicle. But the other $1,500 was like pure rents that went to the Japanese producers. Economists have long said this was a disaster of policy for US consumers because they had to pay so much money. But another side to that story is, if what you wanted was a rebuilt US auto industry, today we still have lots and lots of automobiles produced in the United States. So once the quotas were removed, the the US industry had revitalized. And some of this revitalization came from Japanese auto producers setting up factories in the US to circumvent the voluntary export restraint. So it's very complicated to think through these things. I think, yeah, national security is like a sort of existential threat. And so if we have existential threats that are very small probability events, we might as a society be willing to pay a very, very high price to avoid them.
Look, I think what I learned over the last few days is this elegant idea of a small yard-high fence is very hard to actually define. Because now Janka tells us cars are also in the yard. And maybe someone's going to tell us that wind turbines should also be in the yard because they can be remotely switched off, and then we are out of on Chinese production and we don't have energy anymore. So I'm getting increased. I mean, it sounds so nice, and I said this yesterday with Gita as well. Like, I mean, de-risking, what a great word. I mean, who could be against de-risking? It sounds like so obvious. Like risk, and we have less of that. That's good, of course, and everyone nods. But I think if you try to so really implement that and define what it means, it gets very, very messy.
Maybe a word on the wind turbines. I couldn't agree more, unfortunately. So when the Russians started the invasion of Ukraine, they took out the Kazat band to kind of stop satellite communication of the Ukrainian forces that disabled 3,000 windmills in Germany because they had open access points, and we had never thought about proper attacks on that. The wind industry is under enormous pressure at the moment. We have run studies on solar industry, railroading stock, telecoms, where you could see that the selective market closures that are happening in China with the growing up then of that industry and that entering global markets is putting huge pressure on European companies. It's hard for them to structurally compete against that. Therefore, there are very few actors left. That means that in the strategic sectors that we need for the green transition, from electrolyzers to wind power to solar power, we will have virtually no European companies left if we don't protect them, or if we don't subsidize them, or if we don't do both, probably. And we cannot afford for energy security in a country like Germany that wants to base that mainly on wind and solar in the end, what we cannot afford is only having Chinese producers that produce the turbines that are all remote controlled, that have huge cybersecurity challenges attached to them, but also an access question. Then can parts be withheld in case of a conflict, things like that. So I think we need to think through how we can strategically secure industries of critical relevance, and I think the green industries belong into that sector of critical relevance for Europe, and that is problematic at a time where these industries are already under enormous pressure, not only structurally, also sometimes due to mismanagement, I think, to be honest here as well. But when we tried that study at the time, we couldn't get wind hard. We wanted to do industry interviews and get the wind industry in there as well, and we couldn't get the examples. And a year later, Siemens Gamesa announced that they would have to leave the onshore business in China because they can no longer produce there, and they're no longer getting the tenders, and they can no longer be competitive there. And I think it shows the speed with which this is happening, and this is all catalyzed by the abysmal situation in the Chinese market at the moment. It basically, the time frame that we thought was like 2 to 5 years seems to be only 2 years now.
Right. So I have to say, I do want to take questions, but I'm getting quite nervous being on a panel with 4 economists and more people agreeing on protectionism and sort of a sense that the distinction between a security question and sort of an economic question it gets increasingly blurred. And I have to say, I mean, conceptually, I'm not yet ready to go that step, right? Because conceptually, there is a difference between a cybersecurity risk in a wind turbine and the fact that you don't have any industry producing wind turbines at all. I mean, there is a difference, right? And we can think about how to make even foreign imported wind turbines cyber resilient, et cetera, et cetera. So I'd love to have a bit of sort of still, as an economist at least, I would love to see still this distinction between the clear security dimension and the economic dimension. But perhaps someone wants to bring in a question, and I know that you want to react also to the protectionism point, Antoine. Anyone with a question? I can't see very well. Okay, everybody is either tired or so fascinated by our discussion that I think, Antoine, perhaps you say something on the protectionism, and please think of a question. I mean, don't leave me alone here.
Yeah, you misunderstood me. If,
right.
I mean, I do not support protectionism and subsidization, and because I think we have to be very, very prudent on that point. I was very, very surprised, for example, by the subsidies in Germany for a factory that will be built in Dresden by TSMC. So I think the subsidies is 5 billion euros.
There's even a bigger one.
And 2,000 jobs. So if you divide 5 billion by 2,000 jobs, it's 2.5 million euros by job. I've never seen this kind of subsidy. So, I mean, we have to be very, very prudent in the identifications of sectors where there is a real risk. Maybe in the electric vehicle or semiconductors, it's the case. But I mean, the problems of public finance in Europe is very important. So we have to be very prudent.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this example is one where I have to say, as an economist, it's extremely difficult to evaluate it, given that the data is basically, and the information of the contractual requirements for a company like Intel or TSMC is non-public. It's not disclosed. So we don't know what they actually promised, what they will deliver. We hear some press reports on it, but it's very difficult to really assess whether this is going to solve the trick or not, solve the problem of supply chain around microchips.
Right, if I can just come in, there's
yeah.
also this question, I think that's clear on everyone's minds, but let me say it nonetheless, which is, if we get the chip production from Taiwan to Europe and the US, are we still going to defend Taiwan? Why would we? So, I mean, the de-risking has a lot of equilibrium implications that I think we haven't thought through.
And we haven't thought through the European dimension of this. I mean, the fact that we can throw 15 billion at the problem is nice, but Lithuania was trying really hard to get that TSMC investment as well. Spain was really trying hard to get Intel there as well. And it doesn't really create a lot of European unity if there is individual countries being able to throw large, vast amounts of money around without actually coordinating that well on the European level. You could also think about these things at the European level. I think that would be more intelligent.
Even if I were tired as a Chicago-trained economist, I had enough material here to get very much awake. Just one data point which I want on the CP data that you mentioned. I just looked at the Eurostat data on the share of China in our imports, and that last year has actually fallen compared to the years before. So I think it's not so quite clear whether we are increasing the dependency from China. But I wanted to amplify a point that Guntram makes. It really beats me why we should consider solar panels or windmills as a security risk. As you said, Guntram, it should be possible to make whatever cyber-safe windmills in Europe. After all, they're sitting here, so our people can check them and can control the access points. But more in general, let's assume China refuses to sell us any more solar panels. What happens to our economy? Nothing. The existing panels continue to produce faithfully for another 20 years the electricity, and that's it. And for windmills, it's similar, except perhaps we need some spare parts, but I think that we can manage in Europe. So I cannot see why this mantra of people saying the green transition is essential for Europe and we have to have, whatever, a green industry in Europe. If the rest of the world doesn't sell us the photovoltaic panels and we stop in installing them, the world gets a little bit warmer, but that's also their problem. So I think we should be really careful to conflate our desire to have a green transition with a national security problem.
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, Meredith and then Janka.
So I'll just push back a little bit that I think if you look at the policy the U.S. is following, which is this under the Inflation Reduction Act, there are consumption subsidies for buying an electric vehicle, but the chain of who can feed into that, who would be eligible for the subsidy is restricted to essentially like US military partners, right? The Koreans are taking advantage of it. The Europeans can't, but sooner or later the US would be able to open that policy up to Europeans. And so I think the real issue is wanting to stay at the forefront of certain types of technology. So the EV story, I think a lot of it is about trying to keep the US at the sort of forefront of technology. And once you have a critical technology at the very edge being developed in countries you're not very happy to deal with, then you've exposed yourself to a lot of risk. So originally when the Inflation Reduction Act came out, I thought, oh, this is terrible. This is deepening the cleavage in the world economy. But if you think about something like a consumption subsidy policy that would be open to, say, half the economies in the world, and these economies are tightly aligned with you in terms of norms of democracy, then maybe it's not such a bad policy because it secures you and secures the technology from a state you might not be very happy with.
And I think it's really important to differentiate. I would never throw solar and wind together in the same basket, for example. I would not say that all of these areas need exactly the same kind of tools as well. I think it's really important that we diversify our imports. I don't think it is very clever that 90% of the solar panels come from China. I think they could also come from other places in the world, because actually that would also contribute to globalization, right? It's really good if they are not produced only in China, but also in other places in the world. And I think that's something that we can contribute to by not buying only from China, which also limits our risk. I think it is sensible to relocate some production of Chinese producers to Europe, for example, because that is something that also lowers our risk. We see that we have a strategic and competitive advantage, for example, in the battery industry, for those battery companies that want to produce zero-carbon batteries, for example, in Sweden, where there is an entire ecosystem emerging where also Chinese producers are buying into that, and that actually makes a lot of sense. So I think it requires a nuanced and differentiated answer, but to negate the fact that there is a security risk as well by being fully dependent on a state that basically tells you that you are an existential threat to their existence, I think is something that would also be naive. So I think kind of doing both of that at the same time, acknowledging the existing security risk, acknowledging also that then we just have to make it safe, is not super easy. We're sitting here in Germany, where 65% of our radio access network is Chinese technology. So you will have a kind of windmill that is then kind of connected to a Chinese network, then connected to a Chinese producer that puts a software update on there, and then good luck checking all of that all the time. So I think there are some elements to trustworthiness, there are some elements to friendshoring, but there are also a lot of elements to just diversifying the risk as much as possible.
Wonderful. There's a question there in the back.
Yes, thank you very much. This is very interesting, but I'm trying to make out sense of its policy consequences. And what Daniel said electrified me in some sense. Who is the big danger here really? What's the big danger? We have a security risk. Things are complicated. One technology is not like the other. We have to look at it very carefully. All okay. But this is a crisis, and a crisis is really dangerous for an economy because there are industry interests. And I think this is maybe the biggest danger we face. I mean, in particular in this situation, this is exactly the situation in which politicians don't know what to do, and political scientists have theories about what happens in this case. There are people running around with blueprints about what they desire, and this is exactly the moment when these blueprints are actually grabbed by the politicians because they need to do something, they have to show action, and then we get all the things we don't like. We get all kinds of interest policy enacted. And isn't this a real big danger at this very moment, that we react to this crisis, which sounds like, oh, clearly it's security issues, that the lobbyists of particular industries enter and try to protect them, to get money, to get subsidies and whatnot. And isn't this maybe the larger danger which we deal with if we think about the necessity of building another windmill in the next 2 years or delay it for another future years? I mean, after all, China wants to make business. Okay, so why shouldn't they sell us windmills? Maybe for a little bit higher price, but that's all that can happen. What I see there is really a desire to make a country rich and to make the population rich. And if this is the prime agenda of China, then we get a totally different view about all these security risks, etc.
Right.
Sorry, too long.
Thank you. Moritz, perhaps you want to talk about the political economy.
I think Janka should answer the last question, which is like, what's the agenda of China? Is that really still only get rich and be nice? But I agree with Kai and Daniel, and that's what I also wanted to meant when I said this sort of small yard high fence de-risking idea sounds so attractive, but in reality, the size of the yard will be determined by lobby groups, will be determined by interests, is really not clear, not clearly defined, and I'm also shocked by we read the same papers, and then politicians say, yeah, we definitely need solar panels on the list because they are essential for a green transition, and you say like this, but this has nothing to do with national security. This is a very different debate we're having. So I agree, Kai. I think that is a big risk, and I think last year with the Russia, the only thing is, okay, let me push back on one point, which is I also thought for a long time it was actually attractive to do what Gundram said, like let us trade, and when push comes to shove, we just need to swallow these 4 or 5%, and we deal with it as we've dealt with the Russia thing. The problem is that in that crisis, when that happens, the same interests are going to be extremely powerful, and as they have done last year in the Russia case, will restrain our foreign policy or security policy choices. So I don't think it's as innocent to say like, okay, let's just continue business as usual, and when the problem is there, we can always like do a U-turn, because that U-turn potential is also just kind of dependent on the same interest.
So I think Antoine wants to react, and I can take perhaps 1 or 2 more questions if you raise your hands. Yeah. No, but Antoine and then Janka, yes. Antoine, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just to say that de-risking strategy doesn't mean protectionism or subsidizations. I mean, if we identify products for which we have a risk, so it means that we depend on extra-European imports, and these imports are concentrated on 1 or 2 countries, which are in a position eventually possibly to weaponize this position. The solutions may be to diversify the sources of imports, also to make some strategic alliances, or to have a new policy of stocks. But the first response is to try to diversify the sources of imports, and it can be, by free trade agreement, for example, and this is what the European Union is trying to do also.
So Janka, perhaps to you, and perhaps let me add a point to the one by Kai, which is about the climate dimension. Now we get the cheap stuff from China, and this allows us to roll it out at a very high speed and actually very cheaply. We will not be able to replace Chinese supply chains in the green space for the next 5 to 10 years at least. Would you be ready to sort of delay climate action by 10 years?
No, but I don't think that that's a sensible argument to make. Let me start by the first point first. So after all, China wants to do business. That was what we thought was true for a really long time. And if you read what's coming out of the Chinese government at the moment, and I would say the Chinese leadership, because it's not true. 4 weeks ago when I was in Beijing and having conversations there with economists and with kind of researchers, they would like to do that, yes. But the Chinese leadership is very clear in what it wants, and that is not to put the economy first. It's not to do business first, it is security first. And it is a regime that feels inherently threatened, it feels inherently encircled, and it is acting as such. And it is really difficult to convey it, or to convince it from a different reality. And I think as Europeans, we have tried that very, very hard to do that, but it is coming back to haunt us at the moment. And I think we have to also acknowledge that. It's not like I'm saying, any of this stuff is a great idea, fantastic, let's take globalization down. I'm just trying to take some logical deductions from where we are at the moment and take where the Chinese leadership wants to be as kind of the starting point. We will not continue to make the same profits in China and sell 40% of our cars. We are being crowded out of that market as well. So the realities are just very different right now. And on the green transition, I think the question is pretty clear. It's not, you don't have to start tomorrow. That's precisely the point. We don't want to tomorrow replace all of the solar panels coming from China, but to embark on a path that diversifies in this sector seems to be a very, very logical and reasonable thing to do, both from a security perspective, but also from a green perspective.
So let's take one more question, and then we have the last round on the panel, please.
All right, thanks. So I just want to, underscore there is an issue with identifying these critical industries. Maybe solar panels is not so much of a problem, but isn't then the real issue the macro risks? I mean, if I take this 5% number at face value, which Moritz put up, then I think we just have a simple time inconsistency problem. We may say now, okay, let's keep on going as we go, and then if we enter this conflict, then we can just swallow the 5%. And as you said, I think that's not going to happen. And then, even since the other side is maybe anticipating this, we may have a war being more likely because of that, because it's entirely anticipated. So, and I think the implication of this is not to target specific industries, but really decouple rather than de-risk and do across the board disintegration.
So almost endorsing a 10% import tariff that Trump proposes, if I understand correctly. Okay, so let's, I think, unless there is one last question. Okay, first we take the last question there. Yes, please.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to ask this question. It's just that this 5% now seemed like the magic number going around. So I just wanted to perhaps ask whether that takes into account possible sanctions we might take in the case of conflict in the South China Sea, and how that would affect the costs, potential costs for Europe, whether there might be US pressure to take these sanctions and so on. So just perhaps you can develop, as we don't know the study yet, a bit on this 5%, as this seems to affect how we think about the costs also of diversification. Thank you.
Okay, so each of you 1 minute, is that okay? Can we manage? Antoine, please.
Yeah, maybe the problem is that I always believe in interdependence of international trade, and so I think that if we are aggressive protectionist against China, there will be retaliation, and I think that there are some goods on which China can be very restrictive in terms of exports. We had some example recently with gallium, germanium, and graphite, and they can do it again. And I think that it's really important. At the same time, the European Commissions, they try to identify products for which Europe is dependent, but they also try to identify the products for which China is dependent on Europe. And it changed the picture.
So I think that the first level lesson we've learned from the last 20 years is that integration of China into the world economy brought down prices everywhere and improved human well-being, lower prices in high-income countries, millions of people lifted out of poverty in China. But, unfortunately today there are, I think, some serious security risks we have to take seriously. And I think Kai's point about, are we just opening up the door to rent seeking is a very important and valid one. I would say that's why we need to be careful in developing the instruments. And so something like a consumption subsidy where, if you want to develop an industry, it's open to producers from many different countries. And it's a sort of wide gate, but it's only restricting access to Chinese firms. That might be one way forward.
Great, thanks. So let me quickly start with the 5% question. So what we do in the paper is we really model a Cold War 2.0 scenario where all of the Western bloc's trade with China disappears completely, and all the global trade that goes between the West and China right now gets rerouted to trade within the West or trade with the West and the neutrals, like the Indias and the Brazils, etc. And in that scenario, the cost of that hard decouple, this really cold turkey, one day you shut it off scenario, depends a lot on, we found that out, and I think Julian is probably here so we can follow up after this, depends a lot on the trade elasticities, and they're different over different time horizons. So if you have to shut it down right now, in the short run, elasticity is very low. It just takes time to do all this stuff, find a new supplier and reroute trade. And so that's where we think, like in the first year, on impact, we're talking about something 4, 5, whatever, It's 4 or 5%. In the long run, when we have time to adjust, these trade elasticities are much higher. If you take the standard assumptions in the literature around 4, then the long-run cost of decoupling from China is much smaller. It's like 1.5% of GDP. Yeah, so that's, I mean, that's sort of this point. So to Gernot's point, I think it's a super interesting idea that there's a time and consistency problem. I think you should talk to Matthias about this, because the idea that we just, when the conflict over Taiwan arises, that we would then happily take these 5% to defend Taiwan and take really hard action on China might just not be credible. I agree. And if you think it's not credible, then I think you have a strategy now to tie your hands, just you do with monetary policy or whatever, to be credible. And I think that's something that we all need to think about, is like, this is sort of China being integrated with Europe and then doing something to Taiwan, but leveraging European trade and the welfare effects of a decoupling as a weapon for us not to come to the rescue or aid of Taiwan. So there's a lot of things that I think in this whole de-risking, decoupling strategy question we need to think about.
So let me make 2 little points. One, on Chinese retaliation, always think asymmetric. Very likely is that China will not retaliate against the German car industry because it doesn't have any better lobbyists in Europe at the moment, and it actually creates jobs in structurally difficult regions in China because all of the employees of the German car companies are Chinese employees, so that makes no sense. But it would be totally sensible to retaliate against French wine and cheese and create European frictions around these. You know, that's how I would think about retaliation. And the second point is, China is enabling the Russian war efforts at the moment. And if you saw the news today, the attack that the Ukrainian special forces have done on the train line between China and Russia, this is Ukraine taking de-risking in its own hands. It's pretty effective if you actually just do that. I think we should avoid these kinds of scenarios, because this is exactly trying to stop flows of goods going into Russia that we are not effectively dealing with at the European end, and that the Ukrainians are now dealing with in their own style.
Wonderful. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Yeah. I speak very loud. I speak very loudly. Okay. No problem. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah. When it. But can I use? I can use this. I can walk. Okay. Yeah. Somebody tell me, should I start or? It's all yours. Okay, good. Good, so thank you very much for the invitation. I was surprised when the organizers told me that my paper was about geoeconomics, given that I didn't know that was even a thing before the invitation, but I'm being persuaded that I fit, that I belong here. This paper is called Learning by Necessity, which is a play on the notion of learning by doing, and I think it'll be clear as we go along exactly in what way it's a play on that question. So this paper joins a long literature in asking, can firms' productivity be affected by demand pressures? In standard economic models, there's a firewall between the demand curve and the supply curve, and it's sort of illegal to assert that demand affects the supply curve, and through, for example, its effect on productivity. But there's also an intellectual tradition, a literature on learning by doing, in which that implies essentially that demand could affect productivity. So I want to dig in to this question. It's relevant to the theme of the conference, both in that I'll be studying the context of the Second World War in the United States, but also because wartime tends to be a period of pressure, both in terms of demand, supply curves, supply chains, and other effects. So what I'm going to do is study the US Second World War aircraft production, and which has two distinct advantages. Number one is that the data available through some archival work on my behalf is more detailed on the production process than what we have even in some of the best data in modern times. Number two is because the progression of the war, as you will see, will provide some plausibly exogenous variation in demand across plants, which I will use for the causal identification of demand for aircrafts of different types. The bottom line is going to be that total factor productivity measured in quantity units increases by about 1/3% per each % increase of demand, which you can think of as getting 1/3 of the demand satisfied for free, quote unquote. You'll see that that's not really the case through increases in productivity. Okay, up to here, this would be kind of a revision of the learning by doing story, just with better, more modern notions of identification. What is learning by necessity? This is going to be the new idea of the paper, which I will show that quote unquote learning by doing occurs only, or primarily, sorry, in plants that are capacity constrained. Plants that are below, that have slack in their production will behave in a very Keynesian way. They'll get demand and they'll utilize their factors of production more intensely. But plants that are at their production possibility frontier, arguably, those are the ones that are actually going to take costly actions in order to increase their productivity. And so this is not a passive learning story, as usually is implied by learning by doing, which doesn't really unpack the mechanism. It's a much more active decision to upgrade your technology due to demand pressures. Okay, so I won't give a lot of historical context, both because most of you have heard of the Second World War, and also for lack of time. So the only thing I will mention is that World War II was the largest fiscal shock in US economic history. But also that aircraft procurement, so this might sound like a microeconomic study, but aircraft procurement peaked at 10% of pre-World War II GDP. So we're talking not about some random sector. This is the largest sector in the US economy at the time, and a substantial portion of the US economy during the war. Okay, I also won't be able to do justice to all the data efforts that I've made, but many of these data that you will see are coming from archival research from a variety of sources, most importantly the archives of the War Production Board in College Park, Maryland. I will just mention one variable, and because it's going to be key to the measurement of capacity constraints, which is a metric of capital utilization. And I will follow the common tradition in modern macroeconomics as measuring capital utilization through shift utilization, that is, how many hours per week are the machines running. Okay, so that's kind of, you can think of other metrics, but that is a metric of how much the factory is being utilized. So essentially, we actually have very good data on how many hours a week, so how many shifts are being run and how many hours per week these are being, the factory is being used, and whether all the shifts are employing as many workers as the most active shift, which is always the Monday morning shift in essentially every plant. Okay, so let me just show you some pictures about the data. This is, you probably can't see that small print there, but the lower two darker lines are the evolution of capital and labor over the Second World War. So it's kind of correlated as we would expect in response to demand pressures. But the number of aircraft produced is the lighter line on top, and it's already suggestive that there's some increase in TFP because production is going up by more than the factors of production. The bottom figure shows the exact same thing, but now measures aircraft not in number of aircraft, but in the weight of aircraft produced, with the notion that larger aircraft are more complicated. There's more effort required to produce them. And you can see when you do kind of the production function in terms of pounds of aircraft produced, TFP just really skyrockets through the war. So this is already suggestive that something is happening here. These facts are kind of known, but here's sort of the new thing. The measure of capital utilization, rather than increasing during this time, is actually declining while exactly as productivity is increasing, okay? The notion in macroeconomics is often that TFP is really capital utilization, unmeasured capital utilization. Cyclical TFP movements may be unmeasured capital utilization. But actually what we see here is TFP is going up against a decline in the utilization of capital, which means the TFP adjusted for capital utilization went up by even more than TFP before we control for capital utilization. This kind of suggests that demand, rather than causing more utilization, is causing some TFP that is replacing capital utilization rather than what we normally think about. If the demand pressures are high enough, you upgrade your technology and actually are able to utilize capital even less, okay? The same actually is true for hours per worker, for labor utilization. Okay, I'm going to, the paper goes into some criticism of the existing learning by doing literature, which to be fair to it was mostly in the 1950s, so they hadn't read Angrist and Pischke. You can't blame them for not knowing about these questions of identification. But what you can see here in a graph is a traditional learning by doing regression, which regresses productivity, in this case labor productivity, on the log of cumulative output up to that point, okay? If it's not obvious why that suffers from massive endogeneity constraint anyways, let me show you the pre-trends, which is what this graph shows. The time zero, oops, I pressed the wrong thing. The time zero estimate here is the traditional learning by doing estimate, about 0.3% per 1% of increase in demand. But when we look at what was productivity 12 months before the accumulated output, it's even higher, meaning that, the cumulative production happened because of productivity, not the other way around. Okay? So we can't run an OLS regression in this setting. What should we do instead? So I'm going to, well, I'll talk about the instrument in a moment, but first let me tell you kind of what we are after here. So the estimating equation is going to have a production line and time fixed effect. So it's a two-way fixed effect estimation. And so, as I'll mention, everything has kind of a difference type of flavor to it. We will look at the effect in a local projections impulse response of productivity, various measures of productivity, on demand, as is going to be instrumented by an instrument that I will discuss in a moment, and the interaction of demand on whether this plant at the beginning of the war had high degrees of capital utilization. Okay? So what is the instrument? The instrument is going to be a leave one out instrument in which I instrument the demand for aircraft in each production line with the national production of that same broad type of aircraft in the same month, okay? With the argument that I will try to buttress on the next slide that the national demand for differential demand for different types of broad aircraft, as opposed to kind of narrow models of aircraft or which plant gets the demand, is going to be exogenous. So let me show you this over here. So here is the national production of the 4 main aircraft types during the war. My easiest low-hanging fruit is to defend what is happening here to trainer aircraft. Clearly, it's not that trainer aircraft gets super productive and then gets super unproductive. It's just that you need to train pilots early in the war, and then the demand goes down. I don't have much time to go through bombers, fighters, and transport aircraft, but if you kind of have the history of the Second World War in your head, you will see major inflection points that are very clear, okay? There's fighter aircraft demand for Lend-Lease until Pearl Harbor, then bomber aircraft takes off, transport aircraft only takes off late in the war when there's need to supply ground troops. There's another interesting inflection point here where fighter aircraft takes off again, and this is because of a lot of lost bombers that changes the military doctrine to have all bombers defended by each bomber defended by 2 fighter aircraft. So actually there is an inflection point right at that month where demand shifts for fighter aircraft. So the notion here, my identifying assumption, is that these demand for broad aircraft types is going to be plausibly exogenous. The paper, I go into a lot of historical support for this notion that there wasn't, poor Claudia had to read through all these pages of the reasons it's reasonable to think that this is demand-driven and not supply-driven. Okay, so how do the impulse responses look? So this is the response of labor productivity, and here TFP adjusted for capital utilization, to a 1% increase of demand as identified by the instrument. And this has the interpretation of how much productivity went up by a plant with 1% more demand for aircraft because of the difference in difference estimation. And you can see about a 0.3, 0.4 increase in total factual productivity for each 1% increase in demand. Okay, so I will jump now to the learning by necessity. This was learning by doing. Learning by necessity is going to be the interaction term, which has a triple difference interpretation, which now what we're looking at is by how much labor productivity or TFP went up, by how much more did it go up in capacity-constrained plants relative to less constrained plants per 1% increase in demand. And we can see that about half of that increase in productivity, in average productivity, is apparent here. In the results, it's essentially you get twice as much effect of demand in capacity-constrained plants as in less constrained plants. So everybody sees TFP go up, but the constrained plants see, and everybody also received a lot of demand. So this is all relative, but these plants saw more productivity growth. Now, I'll skip, given the time, I just want to give a little bit of a history of, so this also kind of was quite painstaking work to try to think of the mechanisms through which these plants increase their productivity. So the historical narrative gives 3 stories, but these are stories, and I want to give at least a little data to these stories. One is that the aircraft plants started to adopt modern production technologies. Even though this was a modern industry, it was mainly handiwork at the beginning of the war and used line production methods from automotive industry by the end of the war. And so this movement in technology was one thing. The other story that's told is that there was a managerial improvement in TFP, which is learning how to outsource production to kind of improve your local supply chains. This was not outsourcing to Germany, obviously. And finally, there was improvements. There are stories, a lot of stories, actually thousands of pages of stories about the improvement in labor relations during the war, which was a conscious managerial choice. So actually, I will, given that I only have probably 0 minutes at this point, I'll just tell you a little bit about the mass production methods, but there's evidence for all of these. All of these things seem to have some basis. The narratives that have been told actually are more than fairy tales. They seem to have some basis. In order to know whether plants upgraded their technology, there was an army of research assistants that read a lot of articles to see when plants moved to a modern, some sign that they moved to modern technologies. And so I'll end with this one complicated, but hopefully worth the cognitive effort even at this point in the day, chart. So what I'm showing you here is kind of a traditional learning by doing chart, where I'm looking at, that I previously criticized, but still just to give a sense of what is going on. This is going to be the cumulative production of a production line, and this is going to be the number of mass-produced methods adopted 1 year later. Okay, so whether your cumulative experience leads you to adopt more methods, okay? You can see if you stare at all these dots, they're kind of upward sloping. More experience leads you to adopt later on a modern productive method. But the red dots are plants with high levels of capital utilization, while the blue dots are plants with lower levels of capital utilization. The blue dots are essentially a flat line. You don't adopt new production methods, no matter how much demand you have, if you weren't constrained. If you were constrained, red dots, you can see kind of, I put straight lines, but it actually looks kind of convex. You get sort of a real big boost in your probability or the number of mass production methods you adopt when you get more demand and you are capacity constrained. So I've already gone over time, but hopefully, at the very least, I've, and I won't give the theory. I hope at least I've whetted your interest enough to leaf through the paper later on. And so I think my objective has been to give causal evidence to the type of learning by doing stories, which really are all based, almost all exclusively, on OLS regressions, but also, and more importantly, is to introduce this notion of learning by necessity, that learning by doing doesn't just occur through sitting around and getting a lot of demand, but it comes when the necessity of meeting constraints, of hitting constraints, binds. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to read and discuss this paper. This is really an amazing paper, and I know people often say that when they discuss a paper, but I really mean it. And if you don't believe me, it's R&R at the AER, so maybe that helps to convince you. But it is also very much a paper to my liking, I have to say. It's exactly what I would love to write, but yeah, so I'm in awe and envy of this paper. So why is this? Why do I think this paper is so great? It really ticks all the boxes. Of course, it asks an important research question: how do firms become more productive? Given the importance of productivity for economic growth, we've all been interested in this question for a very long time, and one would think we know everything about this by now, but we don't. Generating productivity growth is still not exactly clear to us. The second important thing, of course, is that Ethan has this extremely careful causal evidence to answer this question. And when I say extremely careful and thorough, I mean exactly those pages that I had to read, including lots of footnotes, which are more than one line long, but more like paragraphs in a footnote. So it is extremely thorough. I have seen lots of papers with lots of robustness checks, but this is at the top. So I'm actually convinced of the causal effect, and I don't say this lightly. But then to top this, what I really loved was that, I got to the end of the causal evidence and I'm like, okay, I believe this. And then there's a new section that talks about the mechanism. And that's a really interesting section that I really found fascinating, because there Ethan kind of digs up this new data on different production methods. And so this is where I really find there is a lot of meat in understanding what is going on. But he's also very careful of not putting or pushing the causal channels too much, because lots of things are happening at the same time, so you cannot really say, is the productivity growth driven by mass production or not? But so I'm impressed, like how you didn't manage to not push any of the channels, because I think the temptation is also already there. So, and if 3 boxes are not enough to be ticked, Here is another one. It's just an extremely fascinating context. I mean, who is not somehow fascinated by airplanes, you know, these big birds that are managed to fly? I was, and I know a discussion should not be about me, but I once had the opportunity to work for a couple of months in an airplane hangar, and my office had a window that was looking inside the hangar, and there were, you know, Airbuses and Boeings standing there, and you know, it's just inspiring. So, because I kind of foresaw that Ethan would not have time to give you the actual, you know, context, look at this. This is a mass production of bombers in the Second World War. Isn't this amazing? So I really got fascinated by this paper, but let me now give you a little bit of context in order how I thought about this paper. So I am coming very much from the literature on trade and innovation. And this is a kind of course, what your paper reminded me a lot about, and that's why I wanted to put a little bit into context. So this paper is about the demand shock. Does the demand shock increase productivity? And it very much reminded me of this literature that studies whether export shocks drive productivity, because maybe it's not so important from where the demand shock is coming from. Is it government? Is it foreign markets? And I happen to have written a survey of this literature. So this is a picture that we produced when we surveyed this literature. You can see there's so we looked at lots of different papers who studied this question in many different countries, many different periods. It's always within firm productivity growth, as in your case. And it's lots of different, we were very open in terms of how we measure productivity and innovation. And you see that this literature finds that to a very large degree, positive effects of export growth on innovation. The mechanism that this literature mostly that discusses is a market size effect. So the size of the potential output market increases. This means the rents to a potential innovation or productivity change or investment increases, and that now all of a sudden makes a marginal investment more suitable. There is a smaller literature that discusses learning by exporting, which is probably more closely related to your paper. And so how do these two mechanisms kind of distinguish themselves from each other? This learning by exporting is more like once you produce, do you become productive? So very much what Ethan talked about. And it had more of a passive flavor, not so much of an active flavor. You mentioned active versus passive. So to me, there's also this distinction here. If the potential of getting a demand leads a firm to actively invest and start to think about improving productivity. And so this was kind of where I'm coming from, and it made me wonder in the context of this paper that it would actually be very interesting, I think, to understand more, do more, even more, maybe in another paper, but to understand the differences between expected demand from realized demand. You studied now all this realized demand, what if production increases, but I could imagine that similar or maybe different effects happen when the plants understand that the government wants them to produce more planes. So do effects already start earlier than that? I think there were some discussions on the investment, I think, into the machinery and tools that may be suggestive that that sort of response starts already with expected demand rather than realized demand. So I think these kind of distinction, especially in this context, could be very interesting to compare. Another thing that I noticed that made me wonder a little bit is, so you showed us this picture where the variation is coming from that you're using, and these big increases, and then but also then decreases in terms of focus on what kind of airplanes were produced. And a natural, so that the estimates, if I understood it correctly, use all of this variation. And, but I think given that some of the airplanes start to increase and then, but also then fall, I would be very interested in understanding asymmetric effects. The estimates at the moment assume symmetric effects, of course, but that may not be the case, and maybe we can learn something about the mechanism if we study it separately. You do mention like forgetting at some point in the paper, but I think it would be interesting to see whether this is the case, because I could imagine that you kind of forget how to do things efficiently because you have turnover in the labor force and so on. But once you have set up a production line in terms of like a mass production line, do you really forget that? I mean, it's there. So that I thought may be helpful to understand the channel a little bit better. In terms of the mechanisms, I already mentioned that I found it really impressive how careful you are not to push any channel too much. And I like that very much because I do get annoyed if people push that too much. Here is one idea that I had where I thought you could go just one step beyond, which is with a multivariate outcome, or using multivariate outcomes. So do firms do a couple of these things at the same time, and do they coincide with productivity increases to understand maybe just a little bit more what of the channels affect productivity increases, while I understand it's impossible to disentangle them fully. The one thing that I found a little bit underdeveloped in the paper was the discussion about tools and machinery, and maybe I had a different prior. My prior was driven by this picture that I showed you, which is, you have this massive hangar space and you have an airplane sitting there everywhere. So it's clear that you need physical factory space to produce these airplanes, and that's the measure that you mostly use. But to me, it's kind of having much more space. I don't know how that makes the airplane more productive or not, but I thought like tools and machinery is really what makes the people more productive, the labor more productive. And here I found some quotes where they actually explain that this is a lot of what was also going on, at least in one anecdote, that they did not only, that they did develop new tools to give to the workers, new machinery. And so I would like to see this investment in tools and machinery as an outcome rather than a control. It might be a bad control, right? And to see how much of that, how much of this tools and machinery contributes to this productivity increase. Another thing that came out when I read a little bit on some anecdotes on what was really happening in this bomber production or airplane production is that it seemed that they also, with mass production came product standardization. So with this transition from kind of handicraft to mass production, the products, the airplanes were no longer customized, but instead they were kind of standardized and then apparently flown off to modification centers that did the final customization. And at the same time, also some kind of components were outsourced, and you talk a lot about this. But I thought that you did, so while I think the outsourcing part is accounted for in your measure, if I understand it correctly, I thought that this second downstream outsourcing, if you want, stage is not. And so I was wondering, maybe some of this productivity increases does come from this standardization, which basically means you downstream outsource the final customization stage, and you do not count that in your work hours. And then just a very final comment that I had, because I was, as you can see, I was getting fascinated by these anecdotes, and the picture that I showed you was actually from Ford, an automaker producing airplanes, which is fascinating that they were able to do that and they were able to switch completely what kind of products they produced. And I think that had been a relatively common thing in wartime, that factories who used to produce something completely different now had to support the war efforts. And one thought that came to my mind was maybe that could also be an interesting source of heterogeneity, because you may think that greenfield plants may have a different learning curve compared to plants that were converted. And maybe it's perfectly correlated with your age measure, I wasn't sure, or maybe it's some sort of a different degree of variation that could be explored. But thank you very much. Congratulations to this paper.
Yeah, why don't I collect questions? Wait a second, please. Sorry. And I'll get the microphone, yes.
Thank you. I might have missed it, sorry, but I was wondering whether you showed or you've considered what the response of capital shock to the demand shock, because you're thinking about this is productivity, but you could also think that the supply curve is shifting outward just because production capacity itself is increasing, and so that could, I mean, that might not matter here, but it might matter for whether you can have spillovers or not, because the capital is fixed in the plant and a TFP improvement is not.
I'll take these three, and then I'll, because I was told that I can't take much more, so I don't think.
Thank you. So, Ethan, yeah, given the context you're looking at, I'm wondering whether, as an outcome variable, you could look, TFP and productivity gains at that time translated into combat efficiency, less casualties on the military casualties. So, could you run a counterfactual where you could gauge, in absence of learning by necessity gains, how much lives military personnel, you would gain? I understand it's not easy to do, but in terms of publicizing the paper, in particular in the literature on the economics of conflicts, I think coming with a number would be quite nice.
Yeah.
Quickly, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. But great paper. But you didn't talk about prices, so? To what extent does it generalize? Normally, we would think if your capacity constrained, prices go up. So I don't know how it worked in this episode.
Yeah. So I think I can't take many more. So maybe I'll just take the last two there. Sorry, and we can talk afterwards. Yeah.
So I find this story fascinating. But I wonder what the implications are that you see for distinguishing between the learning curve story and the discrete learning of a particular technology from another industry. Because in some senses, the learning curve story we love because it's manna from heaven. Anyone who does anything a lot is going to get better at doing it. Yeah. And what you're really telling us is the things that are more interesting are these particular transfers across industries at a particular moment. And we all know this is the era of Fordism. The commentator was eloquent on this issue. So in some senses, that relativizes the generality of the case and presumably means that when we transfer this to other situations, what we're looking for are those distinctive sort of genetic leaps from one sector to another that we can't just rely on getting better at it by doing it more.
My question is related to what Nitya was asking about capacity utilization and capital. So I was wondering what you're assuming or know about the future stability of demand. Because my understanding was like with steel capacity installation during World War II, there was huge industry resistance to expanding capacity because they just said, look, we're just going to have a big post-war collapse. Yeah. And sort of they did, I think, for steel. But did there have to be forward-looking promises of future purchase?
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks, first of all, for all the questions, and I'll take the other questions offline. So first of all, Claudia, thanks for the very generous discussion. I should, for full disclosure for the audience, I should say that Claudia was a student at LSE, so there might be some bias or at least correlated opinions. So, but thank you. That was very generous and very good comments. Let me just kind of quickly kind of respond to things that I have off the cuff answers for and save the others for offline discussion. On prices, there were no price controls for the final product of aircraft. So actually, this is a good industry in that there were no price controls on the final product, and even wage controls were relaxed for aircraft manufacturers. And so this is kind of more externally valid, maybe, than most wartime industries. So I kind of, Meredith and Nitya's question, I mean, I guess they're slightly different. So Nitya's question, I mean, so I do, TFP controls for the capital growth, and in fact, due to referees, I've now kind of also allowed for economies of scale. But what you actually see is the growth of capital is not much different between plants that receive more demand and, so they were just kind of expanding capacity, and this maybe goes also to Meredith's question. They were expanding capacity. In this specific industry, they were expanding capacity almost mindlessly across the board, and so while we can measure it, there doesn't seem to be differential growth depending on the amount of demand. They were sort of precautionarily just expanding capacity everywhere. A lot of this capital was sold at almost zero price at the end of the war. So this tells you a little bit about, the overhang that you were referring to, Meredith. But in this industry, they said, just let's go all in on this. And so there were less of these type of constraints. I agree entirely with Adam's point. And, at a slight, if we kind of take it into your question to a slightly technical way, at some level, correctly measured, maybe there was no TFP growth here because there was some costly action that was taken, some managerial input that learned these new technologies. So if we knew everything, maybe we would conclude there was no TFP growth and there was no manna from heaven. So I'm actually kind of pushing a little bit against this free lunch story. You get a lot of exports, you get a lot of government demand, you will increase your productivity, but you are doing this through some form of investment that may be not fully measured. And so I'm very cautious about making a cost-benefit analysis here, about whether this was good for these plants or bad for these plants overall. Let me just say kind of to a couple of Claudia's points, standardization of products, yes. I mean, actually, a lot of referee comments also appeared here. So I've actually collected new data on the labor inputs from modification centers. Unfortunately, because each modification center got aircrafts from many different plants, I can't disentangle how much of the labor is going. But at the national level, there's an almost perfect correlation between hours worked in modification centers and hours worked in the aircraft plants, which is suggesting that this is not just mismeasured, additional work in modification centers that I'm missing. And then, there was one last thing I remember Claudia said that I wanted to. Yes, also kind of on the expected demand. Again, this is something, I'm responding because I know the answers to these questions as opposed to some of the others which I need to think about. But the expected demand, now I'm actually kind of trying to address this a little bit under some form of rational expectations. We see kind of the path of demand in plants that received initially more demand. And when controlling from this, it attenuates so the actual number is a little smaller because it's really more demand. It's not just that 1% initial demand, but it's the whole path of anticipated demand. So the actual figures get a little smaller, but not substantially because, again, demand is expanding everywhere. But in the theory, which I didn't have time to talk about, when I tried to calibrate this, World War II shock is just so immense, such an immense demand shock that it is equivalent to the cost savings that they're acquiring here is equivalent to the net present value of 100 years of profits. And so, essentially, you're going to do everything to meet this demand. You are going to do anything you can. So, in this respect, maybe it's not entirely externally valid because when do you get such a big demand shock? And maybe, therefore, it is relevant for the geoeconomics theme that these are kind of the moments where this type of phenomenon might be most applicable. But thank you all for the very and I have some things food for thought from Claudia as well. Thank you.
All right. Can I go? Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to move the slides.
Yes, thank you. Let me try to figure it out. All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much for sticking around for the last paper of the conference. I really appreciate it. So my name is Alexey Makarin. I'm an assistant professor at MIT Sloan in the Applied Economics group, and my co-authors are Vasily Korovkin at UPF and Yuhei Meucci at Boston University. And again, thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me and putting this paper on the program. All right, so the paper's motivation comes from this question of what are the economic costs of conflict. Of course, I should not try to motivate why we should care about conflict in this audience, so I will omit that, and I will just go straight to this question. So what are the economic costs of conflict? So of course, there are direct costs to those individuals who are directly exposed to violence. There's of course the loss of human life, there is damage to physical capital and infrastructure, and there are numerous other social and health effects that have been studied quite deeply. One important dimension of the economic costs that is not studied as much or as widely, actually it has been studied by some people in this program, but this is an active area of research, are the spillovers of conflict. And why do we care about the spillovers of conflict on people who are not directly exposed to violence? Is first of all, there are more than 2 billion people, 2.6 billion people as of 2016 living in conflict in countries with ongoing conflicts, but at least 50 kilometers away from the violent events. And second, if we care about getting at the economic effects of conflict in a rigorous way, then within-country estimates that use conflict location as a treatment and sort of other areas as a control group would severely underestimate the total economic cost, or maybe not. It sort of is an open question. And especially there is very little evidence so far on the impact of conflict on firms in the rest of the country. And there could be, for instance, propagation of demand shocks. There could be supply chain disruptions, and these shocks can potentially be amplified in the production network, or they can be potentially mitigated by firm adjustment and sort of trade readjustments in non-conflict areas. And again, this is a critical dimension for middle-income countries. Production networks could be a critical dimension for middle-income countries as opposed to low-income countries, because production networks are more complex. And middle-income countries is precisely where conflicts are on the rise in the past 50 years. All right. So what do we do in this paper? So we try to make progress on estimating the spillovers of conflict on the rest of the country by studying one of the largest conflicts of the past decade, which is the 2014 Russia-Ukraine conflict. We argue that this setting is very well suited for understanding the impact of localized shocks on the rest of the economy, because violence was very localized at the time, as opposed to, of course, the 2022, full-fledged war. I'm going to argue that violence is very localized. And this was a huge shock because Donbass and Crimea were together responsible for 17.5% of Ukraine's GDP before the war. So we're going to use the data on the universe of railway shipments before and after the start of the shock. So this data will allow us to track the evolution of production networks before and after a large and persistent shock, in this particular case, the war. So this is a unique setup and kind of unique combination of setting in the data, not only to the conflict literature, but also, I would argue, to economics more generally. And finally, I would argue that railroads are kind of the main way of transporting products within Ukraine. I'm going to show you some statistics on that. And as a result, we don't think we are losing much from focusing on railroads specifically. All right, so what do we do in the paper? So first of all, we study the propagation effects of the conflict shock. We argue that the conflict shocks propagate through the production networks. This has been documented in other settings, but it's also important to document for the conflict leadership as well. So we do find that war impacts firm performance not only to the firms in the directly affected firms directly affected by violence, but also for firms in areas that are outside of the conflict areas and in non-conflict areas that for firms that were connected have been trading with the conflict areas before the start of the conflict. We find that this type of firms decrease their sales by about 19%. We document that the conflict shock not only propagates through the production network, but also causes trade readjustment in the conflict, or the kind of readjustment of production networks in the rest of the country. So we find that districts that were buying a lot from the conflict areas, they suddenly start to buy a lot from non-conflict areas, not only in proportion terms, but also in absolute terms. And the same thing happens for the supply side. And finally, we introduce a novel sufficient statistic approach to study changes in welfare in the presence of endogenous production networks. This sufficient statistic approach holds regardless of the micro-foundations of the network formation processes, which is very important, which makes this contribution very, very, very big potentially. And when we apply it to our context, we find that the welfare loss is approximately 17% for an average district outside of the conflict areas. However, if you sort of incorrectly apply the classic sufficient statistic approach by Arkoulakis, Kostinor, and Regis-Clear, that basically incorrectly shuts down, in our context, incorrectly shuts down the endogenous production network formation, then we get that this loss is about 31%, which is bigger. So that suggests that basically production networks matter. This suggests that endogenous production networks formation it basically mitigates some of the conflict shock. So I'm going to skip the literature for the sake of time. All right. So as you may know, and of course everybody here knows, in 2014, in February 2014, Russia conducted a covert military intervention to annex Crimea and started promoting separatists and rebels in the east of Ukraine. And the annexation of Crimea went relatively peacefully in terms of the number of casualties, but the violence in Donbass turned into a full-fledged war pretty much, with more than 13,000 casualties and more than 2 million displaced individuals. So of course, this is the map that we are kind of at this point probably very familiar with in this audience. So this is the map of Ukraine. At the bottom of the map is Crimea, and on the right-hand side we have the in gray the territories of Donetsk, so-called Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics, and in green we see basically the rest of Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast that remained in de facto control by Ukraine. And in light green, you can see the territories of the rest of the country that it basically suggests that this is a very this is a very good setting for studying the spillovers of conflict, because violence was very localized to these gray areas in the Donbass region, and the rest of the country experienced no violence or casualties. So very little on the economy of Ukraine, of Donbass and Ukraine more generally. So Donbass and Crimea together were responsible for 17.5% of Ukraine's GDP before the start of the conflict. Donbass is especially famous for its extractive industry, metallurgy, coal, and so forth. So upstream sector production, upstream production. And Crimea was less important for manufacturing, for instance, but it was still a big province, so that means that it could be potentially important for demand. So on the data side, we use the universe of railway shipments in Ukraine from 2012 to 2016. So it's about 100 million transactions between more than 80,000 firms. Then we merge this data with the accounting data for Ukraine, again, almost for the near universe of Ukrainian firms from 2010 to 2018. So for there we get the sales, profits, and capital. And I want to preempt some questions about railroads just by saying that 80% of all freight in Ukraine in ton kilometers has been transported through railways. And actually, the quality of the regular roads is quite poor. So this is the map of Ukraine again. But now I'm going to plot the railway lines in black here, and in red here are the railway stations. And the railway stations actually come from our data set. So the fact that they cover the whole territory of Ukraine suggests that we are actually, that the data is actually in the actual universe of the whole of railway shipments in the country. And you can also see a big cluster of railway stations in the east of the country, in the Donbas region. This is very much in line with the fact that that area specialized in upstream sector production, and that also motivates why using this data set in this context is, and for this research question, is reasonable. So this is a sort of a first stage exercise here. I'm just plotting the distribution of the share of trade, for instance, that a given district has with the rest, with the conflict areas. So, for instance, the median district in Ukraine in 2012 has been purchasing about 7% from the conflict areas. At the end, it was selling about 6% to the conflict areas. But of course, after the 2014 conflict, that number changed almost to zero, almost immediately. And the same takes place for other modes of distribution, for instance, for 75th percentile of a given rayon. So basically, that's just to say that conflict was a very bad thing for trade, and both Crimea and Donbas region were pretty much cut off from trade with the rest of the country. And I can also show the same for sales, and there's also some estimates for the nighttime light luminosity in the conflict areas. The shock was very big. All right, so what about the propagation effects of this conflict shock to the rest of the country? So what we're going to do is, I'm going to be a bit tight on time, so I'm going to speed up. So what we're going to do is just run this difference in differences equation, where we, on the left-hand side, we have the log sales or log profits, for instance, of a given firm in a given year. And then on the right-hand side, and again, all of these firms in this equation are going to be in non-conflict areas of Ukraine. And then the important thing here is that we're going to, the coefficient that we are most interested here is going to be beta, which is on the post-conflict indicator, and an indicator of whether a given firm traded with the conflict areas before the start of conflict. We can also do this not as an indicator, but like some sort of exposure measure in percentages. And the results are going to be very similar. And of course, the defined assumption is standard that absent the conflict, railway trading firms with varying pre-war ties with Donbas and Crimea would have evolved along parallel trends. And this is the picture that we see when we estimate this equation with, instead of post, we are plugging in year coefficients, year dummies, but basically the equation is the same. So you can see basically that indeed, in line with this parallel trends assumption holding, we do not see any pre-trends before the start of conflict. But after the start of conflict, of course, sales of the firms that were connected through trade before, like with the conflict areas before the start of conflict, they actually started to lose sales. And this effect is persistent, and if anything, is increasing over time. So this is the same in the table form. You can see that about this coefficient is about 18%, 19% decline in sales. We can also split it by exposure, whether exposure is coming from the supply side or from the buy side, and whether it comes from percentages or not. It doesn't really matter. And this effect is really robust to whatever we had the chance to come up with. But if you have any other suggestions, let me know. All right, so also we want to show you that it's not only the effect propagates, the conflict shock propagates, but also that it induces the reorganization of production networks in the rest of the country. Given the granularity of the data, we are finally able to say something about that. And here we are going to be looking at rayon level estimates, and we're going to run the same specification as at the firm level, but now sort of at the rayon level. And what we're going to be interested in is whether this conflict exposures on the buyers and supplier side, whether they're going to be influencing the sales on purchases of a given rayon from a given rayon, purchases of rayon I to, sales to non-conflict areas or purchases from non-conflict areas of a given rayon in a given year. And this is basically the pictures that we get. And in line with some basic logic that these firms that lost a buyer should want to potentially sell somewhere else, and firms that actually lost a supplier would want to buy from somewhere else. Indeed, there seems to be organization of production networks. Again, we do it at the rayon level for this because we want to transition to the last part of the paper, but we can do the same thing at the firm level or the firm rayon level, and it's basically identical. So it's not only here we aggregate it, but we can do it at the more granular level as well. All right, so I don't have much time to talk about this, but I'll try, I'll do my best. So, so we have this novel sufficiency approach for endogenous production networks that basically says that workers' welfare in the rest of the country, in particular case of Ukraine, in most models with endogenous production networks, is basically following the same formula here, where on the left-hand side we have kind of changes in workers' welfare, and on the right-hand side we have two things here. So the thing number one is lambda II, which is basically the changes in the within region share of trade, of purchases. And this is basically the classic sufficiency statistic from the trade literature, from the Archaeologicus, Kostinora is clear. But what we show is that in the presence of endogenous production networks, and regardless of how you kind of microfound the choice of suppliers, we, in addition to this classical sufficiency statistic, we are actually getting another kind of addition here, which is the change in measure of suppliers per buyer in a given district. And we have a new parameter here, which is eta, which is going to be the supplier link elasticity. It's basically by how much the marginal cost of producing a product is decreasing when we have more suppliers per buyer in a given region. So as a theoretical contribution, we take it to the data. In our case, we measure both of these things, lambda II and MII, before and after the Sauer contact. We calibrate and estimate these parameters, beta, epsilon, in eta here. So estimating eta is, it was difficult because there are not very good estimates in literature. Not that many very good estimates in literature, so that's why, again, we did it our way. And then we use the same different specification, but now like for these sufficiency statistics, part of the sufficiency statistic on the left-hand side is sort of the outcomes. And what we find in the end is that, I'm going to skip to this, what we find in the end is basically when we project these estimates, different estimates onto the buyer and seller exposures of given districts, then we find that basically the welfare of an average rayon goes down to about 17% relative to rayons with zero exposures. This is a different exercise. However, if we ignore this additional endogenous production networks formation part, MII, and kind of replace it with just a classic sufficiency statistic from the trade literature, this lambda II, and ignore this MII part, then we are basically getting about the decline of about 31%. So that suggests that, indeed, in line with sort of the intuition, this readjustment of production networks that we see in the data, it actually helps reduce the welfare loss that appear due to the Sauer contact. Of course, there is large heterogeneity here, but the average numbers are sort of very much in line with this intuition. All right, to conclude, so indeed, we have shown these three facts. So first of all, conflict shocks propagate through the production network. So indeed, they have a negative impact on firms that were connected to the conflict areas, but they were not themselves in the conflict areas, or not themselves exposed to the direct violence, but they were indeed negatively affected. There was a readjustment of trade in non-conflict areas, and finally we introduced this novel sufficient statistic approach, and we estimated, kind of applied to our context, and we find that indeed this readjustment of production networks actually sort of mitigated the negative impact of conflict on non-conflict areas. Yeah, so thank you very much, and I very much look forward to your comments and to comments by Sion. Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. Well, I'm going to try and keep things short. Thanks very much for inviting me to discuss this paper. It's a really excellent paper, so I encourage everyone to read it. And I think the reason it's excellent is because it gets us this really interesting question of what are the indirect consequences of conflict. So as Alexei kind of really well summarized, it's easy to come up with strategies to estimate the direct effects. You can look at kind of the amount of output that is directly lost in these kind of conflict areas in red. But how do you kind of transmit that type of conflict to thinking about the welfare impact in other regions within Ukraine? And so I think if this is really a paper that does really well at answering this question of what are the indirect effects. So just to very quickly summarize, this really nice difference in different strategy using kind of this railroad data to map out and provide evidence that even if you're a firm that's not directly in Donbass, the fact that you have a high exposure on the output side, so you have a lot of buyers of your output that is located in the Donbass region, they're going to show us evidence that these firms are going to sell to other non-conflict areas within Ukraine. And they're also going to show evidence of substitution, similar substitution on the input side. So if you're a firm that have a lot of inputs exposed, you have a lot of suppliers located in Donbass, you're going to try and find inputs from elsewhere. But even with this reduced form evidence, which is, I think, a great contribution in and of itself, it's very hard to translate that type of empirical result into a measure of welfare. And I think this is where kind of the theory part of the paper really starts to kick in. And so they're going to appeal to theory and develop a surprisingly parsimonious sufficient statistic that expands on this class of results from Arkoulakis, Costaneau, and Rodriguez-Claire, where you have kind of the self-import share from the same district. But there's a new margin that appears, HAT-M, II, which is the endogenous change in the measure of suppliers for a given firm from the same district, right? So by how much more am I sourcing from within that given district? And so using kind of direct observations of HAT-Lambda and HAT-M, they could have come up with a measure of welfare. But in some sense, that might be a naive approach because obviously during this period of time, other shocks would have occurred in Ukraine. And so they have this neat approach in the paper where they project this kind of theory-guided change in welfare onto their kind of reduced form buyer and supplier exposures, and they're going to take the part that's explained by buyer and supplier exposure and attribute that to a measure of welfare, and they're going to find a loss of 17% on average. And so I really have two main comments, and I want to get to them on this paper. So the first comment that I have to make is around the plausibility of the first assumption in their theory. And Alexei didn't really have time to dive into this, but essentially what this sufficient statistic relies on is the fact that you have to assume that firms in the same district have identical input expenditure shares. Right? So take any firm, a big firm and a small firm, if you're located in the same district, your patterns of sourcing are going to be identical from vis-a-vis every other region in Ukraine. And so my question and my concern here is really around whether this kills the meaningful heterogeneity that lives in this kind of really excellent micro data set on the production network. And so I think in some sense, this is a really elegant assumption to get at the theory and to develop the sufficient statistic result. But on the other hand, I think it is worryingly kind of at odds, perhaps, with what you might find in the microdata. And so I guess I would encourage them to kind of test it. And so I'm going to actually put forward a suggestion on kind of how they could do that. Perhaps ex post, I realize it's a bit of a mistake to put up so much math at this time of the day. And especially because Alexei didn't cover it. But I would kind of encourage them to kind of probe the work in their paper a little bit more and kind of move in the direction of a bottoms-up, firm-level sufficient statistic approach rather than a district and kind of top-down aggregate level. And I actually think it's doable. And so if you take the cost function of a firm and you log differentiate it or you apply hat algebra, one of the things you could get out of it is exactly what they get at in their theory, but keeping firm heterogeneity alive. So keeping these omegas in there rather than aggregating to the district level. And by the way, if you think about if all the firms, omega, in a given district I have exactly the same lambda hat and pi hat changes, that's exactly what gets them their neat sufficient statistic. But in some sense, they have the excellent microdata where they can go out there and firm by firm observe exactly what these hat lambda I omegas are for every single omega. And correspondingly, they don't have, obviously, direct measurements of the change in the input price bundle with respect to the change in the firm's direct unit cost. But again, kind of very similar to the assumption that they're already making in the paper, one natural extension of this is to think about potentially making an assumption that loads all the within-district differences across firms in input prices onto that firm's specific extensive margin. And so you can kind of derive a similar kind of extensive margin elasticity, but again, at the firm level rather than at the district level. And once you get these estimates of hat C, you can then kind of directly approach and apply your DID strategy, and you can test assumption 1. And if you show us that that's kind of consistent with the assumptions that you're making, then that's great. But even if not, you could kind of explicitly aggregate from micro to macro. And it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to make, simplifying assumptions on what the final demand aggregator is. And so if the final demand aggregator is CES, we know exactly how to do that aggregation very easily. And that's also going to be a function of the data. And so you could also directly compute what that PI hat is. Skipping very quickly to comment number 2, I wanted to unpack a little bit more and understand more the connection in the theory, between the theory and the data on what they're finding in this reduced form set of regressions. And so, the way I approach this is kind of, in the theory, if you hold wages in each district unchanged, I think that the theory would predict that more supply-exposed firms would sell less to non-conflict areas because their marginal costs go up, and more buyer-exposed firms would sell the same to non-conflict areas because in this kind of theory, sales is cost-determined, and their costs have not changed. But if you actually look at the reduced form evidence, they're kind of finding things that are a little bit at odds with what the theory would predict. And so it would be interesting to think about whether this discrepancy is completely coming from general equilibrium changes in district-level wages, or if it's driven by other kind of supply-side factors. And so one possible hypothesis, and by the way, there are ways to kind of redo the empirical strategy to kind of difference out kind of to tease out whether it's a supply or a demand side story, redoing figure 5 with district year fixed effects, and so focusing on variation within a district across firms, and looking at maybe a triple diff where you look at sales of a given firm to a non-conflict area relative to the sales of that same firm to its own district. And in that sense, you can difference out the change in the wage. But anyways, if it's a firm rather than a district level effect, then it's potentially suggestive of frictional labor markets and maybe decreasing returns to scale, production technologies. That's something that they put forward in the introduction in the draft, but they never really engaged with in the rest of the paper, and I think they could do more on that front. And so an alternative explanation, though, for what they're finding, and which I think is interesting, So let me just say a little bit more on that, is that there could be an omitted exposure variable, and that's coming from indirect exposure. And so the way this works is that firms in other regions, non-conflict regions of Ukraine, might face lower output competition selling to other non-conflict area of Ukraine that is now, that used to be buying a lot from Donbass. And so this is actually a benefit for potentially a benefit for a given firm in Ukraine. So thinking about some of the papers that were shown this morning about the external costs of war, and thinking about evidence where people have found that there are actually positive spillover effects, this actually could be an interesting mechanism to think about unpacking. And again, kind of living in this hat algebra trade theory land, it would be easy to derive an expression for how the firm's overall sales would change that is a share-weighted function of changes in demand in each market, changes in the firm's own supply costs, and changes in the price index in that destination region, which is a function of that competition. And so I'd be interested in kind of how this overall measure compares to the direct, to the negative buyer exposure measure that they work with in their paper. So I'll just end by kind of telling you about something that I happen to be working on. And this is work in progress with Robin Burgess, Dave Donaldson, and Steve Redding. And it's also about conflict, and it's also about the intranational consequences of conflict. And so this is about partition in British India in 1947, where firms in India lost access to markets in Pakistan. And so that's a negative exposure. But there are also other firms that live in other parts of India that were not directly selling to Pakistan, but were selling to areas of India that were buying from Pakistan. And so for these firms, partition and the kind of trade tensions that ensued after partition reflected a positive shock. And so if you can actually plot out what that distribution looks like, on average it's negative, but there are actually quite a lot of regions and industries in India in that context that on net gained in demand from this trade, from that conflict. I won't tell you what the results are that we find. I'm way over time, but just as a way to conclude, really amazing results. I'd kind of challenge the authors to think about unpacking a little bit whether or not some districts in Ukraine could have gained. That constant in that projection is extremely positive. And so if you look at it, all the negative welfare changes are indexed to districts of Ukraine that have zero exposure, that are currently have a zero welfare change. And so to what extent could there be gains? And so let me just conclude by putting the summary on the slide. I think it's a fascinating paper, really, really amazing, impressive data. I would encourage them to lean harder on that data instead of a top-down sufficient statistics approach. Could you perhaps go bottoms up, or at least show that the two approaches match so as to validate the macro approach? Sorry for going over time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, so first of all, yeah, I didn't do justice to the theory that we wrote in the paper. Like, actually, most of the paper is theory, but the way I presented the paper was kind of experimenting a little bit with how we deliver it. Yeah, thank you very much for the comments. So actually, to be honest, we are very in the stage of kind of heavily revising the paper at the moment, and some of the things that you mentioned really hit precisely on what we are trying to do. So especially right now, we are potentially moving away even from the district level heterogeneity and in the end thinking about firm level heterogeneity, especially given that most of our kind of reduced form results point to firm heterogeneity mattering. It seems to be much more than district level heterogeneity. And so in that sense, hopefully we can test this assumption, number one, in the way that you suggested. It seems like a great suggestion. And similarly, given sort of the graphs when we do this graphs on readjustment of trade and production networks at the firm rayon level, as opposed to kind of just the rayon, or rayon, which is the district of Ukraine, as opposed to just the district level, then we actually see that, for instance, buyer exposure means that you sell less to non-conflict areas. So basically, some of these things, some of these issues that you suggested, that you brought up, hopefully will be resolved sort of in the new version. But we are working hard on the new version, and yeah, once it's done, and we're going to incorporate the suggestions that you made, we're going to send it to you for further comments. And I'm very excited to see what will be. What will come out of your project on India? It sounds very exciting. Thank you. Thank you. Of course.
So just a quick question. This is about the sufficient statistics approach. So I was wondering how you think about dynamics. Obviously, the network formation is in a way dynamic, and your event study results were also dynamic. You were showing multiple years, but the standard ACR formula doesn't apply in dynamic models. So I'm wondering whether is this an additional contribution that you're thinking about it in a dynamic setting, and you have an ACR type formula with the adjustment.
I was just wondering if you know anything about market structure, if like this really is a monopolistically competitive market in each state, because I would almost think that it's possible here that you could have a limited number of sellers and buyers, in which case maybe there's scope for people to go in and jack up prices, or if there's something funny happening with markups because you basically are cutting off supply from one place, and it might allow remaining suppliers to raise prices, or if there's enough participation in the market that CES really is the right way to approach this.
Yeah, all right. Yes, the markups. Yeah, so we don't really know like what we don't have much knowledge on sort of like the nature of the competition in those districts, but if in our data, like most of the data that we have is sort of on the quantity as opposed to total value, and so meaning that the railway shipments that we show is basically all about quantity. I hope I'm getting the correct right.
You had 4,000 firms in one of the slides, so I was thinking
right.
My question is more like, how many are in each cell that you're looking at that you're identifying? Because if you know that there's at least 20, it's probably not a lot happening with markups. But if you get to some cells where there's big changes, maybe there you could get some concerns over price gouging or something. And you might be more like an investigation. You can't maybe identify the markup change, but you could at least say something about whether there's scope for manipulation.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I'll think about it. That's an interesting suggestion. Yeah, the dynamics. Yeah, so right now it's just before and after in a sense, right? So we don't. That's the nature of the dynamics. It's just a change. Right. So sufficient statistic meaning that kind of that the change like from 2014 to 2013 versus. Oh, you're not talking about empirics at all. I see. Right. Yeah, we can check it. Yeah. I'm gonna check it with my girlfriend. No, but that's a good. Yeah, let's talk about it. Thank you.
Good. Thanks everyone who stayed with us until the end. I think we could feel that there's now a need for a break. For anyone who is joining the evening part, if you didn't hear the previous announcement because it was delivered without a mic, please get your codes and everything, and then be ready to be taken to the shuttles at 6 o'clock sharp. If you want to get a nice freezing walk with some people, it might be group forming, it's about 2.5 kilometers. Google says about 35 minutes through the ice along some of Berlin's most famous sites. So if you want to do that, let's probably leave like 10 minutes before 6. I'll be definitely walking. There will be some other people who probably want to leave. And for anyone who's not joining, thank you for coming. And even for the Berliners, safe travels home in these icy conditions. To those who are still with us online, thanks for joining as well.